I may be a beggar, but I have 8 different roles. The stunning elder sister. But I don't want to meet any of them at all. And they are all top professionals in their respective fields. The eldest sister is a business queen, holding great power, exuding dominance. The second sister is even a military leader, commanding 1,000,000 soldiers, guarding the frontier. I won't introduce the other sisters one by one. It's all tears to talk about them too much, because I've never even met them. Just because I was taken in by a poor family 5 years ago. And before long, my parents died in a car accident, leaving only me and my scrap-collecting grandfather to rely on each other. But it wasn't until my grandfather was dying that he told me that my biological parents were from the Sure family in Kyoto, and left behind a personal jade pendant. I was only 4 years old that year. Being quite young, I didn't take it seriously. From then on, I became a wandering orphan, sleeping under the bridge every day. I begged for a living until one day, I found a person on the street. He was from the Kyoto Sure family, the CEO of the Sure Group, Sure Jinxiang. Is this the legendary Sure family? The memories of the deceased suddenly struck me. I vaguely remember my grandfather telling me before he died, I am from the Kyoto Sure family. As I later found out, the Sure surname belongs to only one family. That is the Kyoto Sure family. This made me suddenly realize the Sure Group in front of me may be related to my life. At that moment, a gust of wind blew and the 50 yuan that Zhu Huifei's sister gave me floated onto the street. I hurried over, because I didn't want the money kind sister gave to be blown away. Suddenly, a speeding Audi V6 was about to hit me. The driver panicked and slammed on the brakes. The road was marked with a long skid mark. Luckily, the car stopped half a meter away from me. I tightly held onto the bills fluttering on the ground, fearfully looking at the car approaching quickly. At this moment, a fat man grumbled as he got out of the car. Where the hell did this little beggar come from? Are you looking to die? Can't you see this is a road? This isn't your playground. Do you want to kill me? The fat man stepped forward. He was about to kick me, but Sister Zhu Huifei quickly used her body to shield me from the blow. I struggled to hold back tears. The street quickly filled with a group of onlookers, blocking the road tightly. At this moment, a yellow-green silly horse carriage honked. At once, everyone noticed the silly horse behind, and a few exclamations came from the crowd. Limited edition silly horse lady license plate number 11111. Isn't this the vehicle of the Sure Group? The National Limited Edition Silly Horse Lady, a dream market value of several tens of millions. The fatty saw this scene, cursing in his heart, what bad luck. Hastily getting on the car to leave the place, at this time there was a lightly made-up beauty in the back seat. A set of office tight-fitting clothes accentuated her well-proportioned figure. The light yellow hair hung down. The fair skin and a pair of long legs were particularly eye-catching, unintentionally exuding an elegant temperament. He is the president of the Sure Group, Sure Jinxiang, also known as the 7th Miss of the Sure family. She's decisive in the workplace. At just 22 years old, she makes everyone in the company happy and in awe. President Sure. There was a disturbance just now. They said there was a beggar causing trouble. I had them dispersed. Hoof. The car starts. Sure Jinxiang supports the car with one hand. She glanced in my direction. Her delicate face has always been calm as water, without any ripples. At this moment, I knew she was from the Sure family, but I didn't know it was my sister. I didn't recognize her, and she didn't recognize me. That's how we missed each other. Later, I didn't know that my sister found the jade pendant. Use thunderous means to cause chaos and search for me. At this time, Sister Zhu Huifei and I returned to the street corner. Let me stay here. Come back after school to take me home. I watched her walk away, stuck out her tongue and left. I touched the jade pendant hanging on my neck. There are 2 characters engraved on the jade pendant. Xiaoko heard Grandpa say, "This is the only thing left to me by my parents. If my parents see the jade pendant, they can find me." I took out my precious iron box, took the money with a smile, excitedly strolled down the street. Among the passing crowd, someone looked disdainful, quietly moved away. Someone was indifferent, someone looked kindly. I'm used to this. I don't feel uncomfortable either. I passed by a KFC. I saw a family of 3 happily eating through the window. The girl inside was eating a big chicken leg. Her mouth was greasy. The mother next to her lovingly pinched her little cheek. Unconsciously, my mouth watered uncontrollably. Oh my! A gasp. I was knocked down by a fat woman. The fat woman didn't mean to, but I couldn't help but curse. Where did this wild thing come from? Standing here foolishly, her loud voice attracted a crowd, pointing and gesturing at me. I looked helplessly at the woman who was several times taller than me, quietly picked up the dropped dinner from the ground, ran quickly and disorderly out of sight of the crowd. What I didn't know was that the jade pendant on my neck accidentally fell to the feet of the fat woman when I fell. I ran to the dark corner of the park. Tears still stubbornly flowed out. After a while, I struggled out of pain. Just sat down on the park bench. I realized something was wrong. Feeling around my chest, found it empty. My heart trembled. Where's my jade pendant? It was still there when I went out at night. Could it have fallen when I tripped just now? I hurriedly ran towards that KFC store. I didn't know that the fat woman took the jade pendant to sell. Glanced at the 30,000 yuan that was deposited into the bank account. A sinister look appeared on the greasy face. At this moment, the shop owner's master happened to come over. I never expected to find the imperial blue light jade. His expression gradually changed from confusion to shock. Turning over the jade pendant and saw Xiaoke's son, the master was suddenly speechless. He could guess that the owner of this jade pendant must be extremely noble. Supreme status. The master pondered for a while, took out the phone and made a call. A cry of astonishment came from the office of the vice president of the Tianyu Group, a subsidiary of the Sure Group. Yang Wei almost burst out with foul language. He's familiar with this jade pendant. 6 years ago, at the Magic City auction, an imperial blue light jade appeared. Called Auntie in just 1 minute, shocked the entire jade world. Finally taken away by the Shanghai Sure family. It is said to be carved for the little one who was born, but more than 5 years ago, the young master of the Sure family mysteriously disappeared. The jade also followed with an unknown whereabouts. Yang Wei looks nervous. A call was made to the president's side. One call after another was passed on. At the Gao Group's board meeting. At this time, Shi Zhenxiang is currently confronting President Gao. The secretary whispered and heard. Directly ignored President Gao and stepped out. Even the hand holding the phone was trembling slightly. The cold, beautiful eyes slowly softened. For a moment. Excited, happy. The feeling of anticipation surges in my heart. Open the email. Look at the photos inside. Watched the video over and over again. Immediately gave the order. Search the entire area. Shi Zhenxiang calmed down. Sent the photos to the sisters group. Suddenly, the group exploded. Messages kept coming one after another. Shi Zhenxiang got on the car. Rubbed my brow. An inexplicable anxiety in my heart. The night in the Magic City begins to surge. For a moment. In every corner of the city, there are groups of people searching for something. There are both employees inside and doctors, teachers, shop assistants, waiting for the Buddha, even military personnel, patrolling the lanes. One after another, the Phobal cars are speeding by. Missing person notices are posted all over the city. 10,000 for providing clues. $1 million reward for finding the missing person. Driving countless people crazy, one after another. Conducting a carpet-style search based on the clues. This night is destined to keep many people awake. At this moment, I didn't know about these things. Under the bridge, I lay on the tattered quilt, staring blankly at the bridge top. Lifeless eyes. Lost the most precious jade pendant. It was the only thing my parents left me. This may also be my only hope of returning to my parents. Pain filled my young heart. I didn't even eat my favorite boxed meal and cola. But at this moment, I fell into a deep sleep, slept more soundly than anyone else. We'll talk about tomorrow's matters tomorrow, but I had a strange dream. In the dream, I met a handsome and dignified man, sitting cross-legged in mid-air. The handsome uncle in the dream wanted to take me as his apprentice. He taught me many things, including calligraphy, chess, traditional Chinese medicine, musical instruments, painting, and spiritual practice. This dream was so long, it felt so real. I don't know how long had passed. A car horn pulled me back to reality from the dreamland. Rubbed my eyes, stretched lazily, sat up. What a strange feeling. I feel great now. Full of energy, and my mind is much clearer. So comfortable. I won't go to the stall today. I need to find the precious jade pendant first and then make up my mind. I took some change and left the bridge. As soon as I left, 2 people with flyers came to the bottom of the bridge, but they didn't notice me. I walked down the street, eating meat buns as I went. What's going on today? There are many uncles with Buddha beads walking slowly on the street. Woof 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 woof. There came a faint dog barking from the nearby alley. It sounded so desolate, I walked over out of curiosity. I want to go see what's going on. As soon as the figure entered the alley, a security guard in the patrol car looked over. Was there a child over there just now? How did he suddenly disappear? Busy all night. Maybe tired in seeing things. The security guard chuckled. He continued to drive and search for every suspicious boy. Inside the alley, I followed the sound and found the little dog next to the garbage dump. The puppy was only about 1 foot tall, thin and small. Its fur was pure white, just a bit dirty and messy. It was digging in the garbage with its little paws, clearly very hungry. The little dog, wanting to find some food, heard someone coming. It raised its head and made eye contact with me. Then it kept circling around me, wagging its tail. Its gaze never left the buns in my hand, barking, "Do you want to eat the buns?" Woof woof. I put the buns down at my feet. The little white dog immediately gobbled them up. "Are you unwanted too? You don't have parents either, right? We're quite alike." I pet the little white dog, talking to itself. After taking the puppy for a meal, I stood up and left to find Yupei, taking just a few steps. Then I heard the dog barking behind me. I turned around to look at the little dog. "I'm leaving. Do you want to follow me?" Woof, hee hee. "Alright then, we are good friends now. You look very fair. I'll call you Xiaohei." "Xiaohei, come here quickly." Wang Xiaobai the dog showed a humanized doubt, then jumped into my arms. "Xiaohei, why do you think we look so alike? I play alone. You're a dog. Life." I bent down and petted Xiaohei. Two people blocked my way. I looked up. I found myself being stared at by two soldiers. I suddenly felt uncomfortable. "Soldiers, uncles, I haven't done anything wrong. I'm going to McDonald's to get something." Two soldiers in camouflage constantly compare something on their phones. After confirming without any errors, he squatted down and patted my head. One of the soldiers had a pistol at his waist. It startled me. "Kid, don't be afraid. Do you know what this is?" After saying that, the soldier uncle showed me a photo. A photo of a blue and purple jade pendant caught my eye. "Isn't this the jade pendant I lost?" "Soldier uncle, this is what I lost. Can you give it back to me? This thing is very important to me. Please, I beg you." They looked at each other and smiled, then asked further, "Are you called Xiaoka? You're almost 6 years old this year." I nodded. I was also curious how the two uncles knew my name. I've never seen the two of them before. One of the soldiers shouted through the walkie-talkie, "Notify all squads to quickly head to Sunshine Avenue. Assembly complete." The two of them smiled and comforted me, telling me not to be afraid and that I'm not a bad person. Meanwhile, a large number of soldiers walked towards Sunshine Avenue. Vehicles of the military police approached, dispersing the crowd in traffic. All traffic lights in the area turned red. The military police set up a series of barricades, quickly blocking the intersection. I was extremely afraid. Suddenly, over 100 soldiers appeared, but the military police surrounded me, and the number of people was still increasing. The people surrounding me were increasing. Yanbei Army. Go. The commander is on the line with the general. We've found the young master. What's the next step? Wrap it up. Let the Sher family handle the rest. The call is disconnected. The commander looks pensive. The Sher family is really mysterious. I'm looking forward to the only male descendant of the Sher family returning to Kyoto. What will the reactions of the other major families be? Just then, the roar of a sports car came. Several tough men followed by a Maserati rushed in pairs. I looked over curiously. My heart was pounding. A woman got out of the car. A pair of long legs caught my eye first. The black uniform made her full of mystery and charm. She gazed at me, slowly walking towards me. What a beautiful sister. She's the most beautiful sister I've ever seen, and she looks like she's very wealthy. She comes up to me. Her eyes are full of tenderness and compassion. It feels like a needle pricks my heart. "Xiao Ku, come here to sister." Shi Jinxiang squats down. She squeezes out a smile. There's already a mist in her beautiful eyes. I don't have a sister. You've got the wrong person. I take a step back. I really don't know the beautiful sister in front of me. I am your sister. Your name is Shi Xiaoka. 5 years ago, you were switched at the hospital. We found Shi too late. This jade pendant is a carefully chosen gift from your parents. Shiz Hengxiang takes out the jade pendant. Is she the Shijia sister that Grandpa mentioned? I have a family now, and a beautiful sister. I was so surprised that I couldn't speak. Then I became shy again, seeing my dirty self. Will my sister not like me? Shiz Hengxiang stood up and wanted to hold my hand. Only then did I realize there was a dirty little dog in my arms. "Xiao Ku, is this your pet?" I touched Xiaohei's head, shook my head. "This is my friend. His name is Xiaohei. So well behaved." Shiz Hengxiang's lips curved slightly. "A little white dog. The name is Xiaohei. Little brother really has a talent for naming. Sister will take you home." I obediently nodded. But seeing such a luxurious car, what if Xinxian gets dirty later? Sister seems to have seen through my thoughts, pulling me into the car. "Don't be afraid, little brother. Sister won't despise you. You are my little darling." In no time, sister took me to the bathhouse. Let a few bodyguards take me to bathe. More than 40 pounds of small body actually rubbed out a pound of eye-popping mud ball. The level of exhaustion is no less than running a marathon. Who understands the family? Who has ever seen a pound of mud ball? What's the matter with you three? Why are you sweating again? Xiao Lian stared in confusion at the sweat on the faces of the three people. Can you still sweat after taking a shower? The three of them looked at each other in surprise. In unison, they said it's stuffy in the bathroom. Actually, the three of them were giving me a massage. Exhausted. Then Xiao Lian walked over holding Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei saw me struggling to rush into my arms. In a flash, I happily hugged Xiao Hei tightly. I gained a lot of strength after the rest. Suddenly, Xiao Hei couldn't catch his breath. Xiao Hei, the doggy. Me. It seems like I'm too difficult to deal with. At this moment, my sister pinched my cheeks. She asked me to sit obediently on the side. She forcefully took some group photos with me and sent them to the sisters group. Seeing the content popping up in the group, Shi Jinxiang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Curiously, I leaned in and asked my sister what she was looking at. Little brother, our family has 8 girls. All of these are your sisters. Wow, so many sisters? My mouth formed an O shape. I'm the 7th in the family, so I'm your 7th sister, Shi Jinxiang patiently explained. Then I followed my sister and got into the car. My sister drove into a large estate. The surroundings were actually some greenery and trees. In the center were stylish mansions. Wow, this is our home, Mom. Sister, it's so big. Excitedly, I held Little Black and looked around at the new surroundings. My sister smiled faintly and took my hand. We walked towards the villa and its estate. I was shocked and opened my mouth wide. The original sister is the one mentioned in the legend. Father-in-law. Sister. Are sister's parents not at home? I really want to see my mom and dad. I have never seen my sister's parents before, but I'm afraid that mom and dad won't like my sister. Are mom and dad in the north dealing with something? It will be a long time before they can come back home. Sister didn't tell me. My dad is helping to calm things down in the north. The situation in the northern region is tense recently. Sister, can I take a nap? Okay, sister will take you to the room to rest well. If you need anything, just call me, sis. Saw sis leaving. I took off my shoes and sat cross-legged on the bed. Since this morning, I've been feeling something in my head. I'll take this opportunity to study. Step into the training atmosphere. Not only has my physical fitness improved significantly, I can also immerse my consciousness in the stone sea. Just entered the inner space of the spiritual stone sea, and I heard the voice of the master all around. I looked around several times but couldn't see where the master was. Disciple, when you enter the stone sea, I'll give you these treasures. Next time, the master will truly meet you. Remember, practice your skills well. Keep it a secret. A talented person stands out from the crowd. The wind will destroy it. I earnestly listened to master's teachings. After there is no sound in the space, my spiritual power just touched the ring. The ring actually put itself on my right ring finger. I also tried to input spiritual energy into the light group, but there was no response at all. It seems that my cultivation is still not enough. After leaving the stone sea, I looked at the mysterious silver ring on my hand, confirmed that master had really left, and left a lot of treasures for myself. I probed my spiritual energy into the ring. Suddenly, 3 light groups instantly entered my soul. A huge memory forcibly merged with me. After digesting the 3 light groups, these are 3 different secret books. One is the Medicine King's secret book. One of them is the divine strategy sent from the heavens. And the other is the chaotic cultivation method, the Heavenly Duke. With intensive comprehension, I can say that my medical skills are honed now. I'm proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. It's just that cultivation is really too slow. When I was in distress, the door of the room was knocked. Young master, it's time for dinner. Arriving downstairs, sister was already sitting at the dining table. She pulled me to sit beside her. The dining table is very large. There are more than 10 dishes on the table. Braised pork ribs, sweet and sour carp, spicy diced chicken, home-style tofu. This really shocked me. Is it really the first day back home? Does 7 sister want to stuff me to death with delicious food? 7 sister, I can't finish it. I tugged at 7 sister's sleeve. Innocent big eyes blinked. It made 7 sister so happy. She picked up a piece of fish with chopsticks and put it in my bowl. But I had just returned home. The family has long entered several other families but couldn't bear it anymore. Arranged behind the scenes to have bandits kidnap me. At this time, I was leisurely drinking milk tea in a urea bag inside the van. Not a bit worried inside. This group definitely has a plan in capturing me. Then just let her do it. Anyway, what does a cultivator like me have to fear? The van drove for a while again. Entered an abandoned factory. This person is the young master of the Jia family. I don't know how much money Gong Ban will give. Don't worry. It definitely won't be less. This operation is too easy. Haha, the car has already stopped. I don't need to continue pretending to be dead. The aura is slightly shaking. The burlap bag instantly shattered, leaving everyone in the car dumbfounded. What's going on? Is this a magic trick? My dear, are you human or ghost? I stood up, innocently drinking milk tea. Looks harmless. Open the car door. several kidnappers and I got out of the car. At this time, the factory had already gathered more than a dozen bodyguards. There is also a hot-bodied woman sitting in the middle, etc. Sister, we have no grudges. Why did you kidnap me? I asked innocently. Women can be amused too. Children are so innocent. To ask such a childish question. Of course, someone wants to find you, cutie. Who wants to find me? I can't tell you that. You'll know when you get there. I sighed. Alright, then I'll have to force it out of you. I don't like hitting people. Don't like hitting people. Ha! Everyone present burst into laughter. Hey, I'm telling the truth. Why does nobody believe me? In an instant, my clothes moved without wind. A strong sense of pressure swept over everyone. Now everyone feels like they're under immense pressure. The woman's expression changed. Immediately order everyone to catch them. The bodyguards received the order. They rushed towards me in a frenzy. I saw my little hand raised slightly. The scattered stones on the ground also floated in the air. The bodyguards were only a few steps away from me. I pointed my finger. In an instant, more than a dozen stones shot rapidly towards the bodyguards. Pitter-patter. The stones hit the bodyguards. For a moment, they all stood still in their tracks. The woman screamed in terror. What's going on? A bunch of animals. Hurry up! I walked step by step towards the woman. Just used stones to hit the bodyguard's acupoints. If I didn't hold back, I'm afraid they would have been a group of corpses. The woman saw this eerie scene, hastily launched a signal flare. By this time, I was already standing in front of him, sweetly smiled at him. Can you tell me now? I don't want you to be frightened, sister. Grit your teeth. Can a grown woman be scared by a child as small as a worm? Breathed a sigh of relief. The woman reached out and grabbed me. Smack! A crisp slap echoed through the factory. The woman's ears were buzzing. Her left cheek quickly swelled up. At this moment, the sound of urgent brakes rang out. Suddenly, a group of bodyguards emerged outside. At the front was a bald man. The bald man looked impatient, with dark skin, nearly 2 meters tall. It's like a humanoid bear is staring at me intently. I stop my hand. A hint of shock appears in the blue pupils. I'm not shocked by the bald man's physique, but because there is a faint spiritual energy in his body. Weak and muddy. It's impossible. Master said there won't be any immortals on Earth, right? Because of the thin spiritual energy and lack of external forces, they simply don't have the conditions for immortality. My little head is instantly in chaos. Forget it. Let's think about this kind of thing later. The bald man taunts the woman. You, a woman, can still be beaten by a little kid. Is the young master underestimating you? I have to make a move. Chen Chuchu gently touches her swollen cheek. She choked and said, Black Bear, take down this little beast quickly. The black bear waves his hand. Then his gaze shifts to me. We look at each other. One with a fierce aura, one who is silly and sweet. The black bear waves his hand. Dozens of bodyguards behind them swarm up. I also start to move, with such speed that no one can react. A soft punch sends the 600-pound man flying 2 meters away. Everyone is momentarily stunned. This damn thing is something a kid can do. Moving through the crowd. Every time I punch or kick, the bodyguards will all be sent flying far away. In my eyes, these people are too slow. They're too weak. Now, I can easily beat these people to a pulp in just 1 minute relying solely on my physical fitness. The time is neither long nor short. A group of bodyguards are all lying on the ground wailing, bent over like a shrimp. This is me holding back. Otherwise, that soft punch could kill someone. Since entering the midterm training period, physical fitness is not just a simple 1+1. It's increased several times over. I've already said I don't want to fight. I just want to know who wants to kidnap me. Facing this chaotic scene, Black Bear is as calm as ever. Kid, although I don't know how you did it, but now, stop and come with me. The black bear spoke confidently, step by step towards me. He can easily crush this group of bodyguards too, but he doesn't think I can be stronger than him. Facing the black bear, I'm also interested. This guy is much stronger than that group of bodyguards. The black bear quickens his pace and rushes towards me, like a bulldozer. An unstoppable momentum emanates. I also go forward to meet him. I want to see what this strange person is capable of. In an instant, two extremes are just a step away. The black bear's huge fist swings towards me with a whistling sound. If an ordinary person took this punch, just sit back and wait for the good news. My punch looks light and airy, seems to have little impact, but in the eyes of the black bear, it's as sharp as a spear. Boom! Fist collides with my fist. With the force of crushing dry wood and smashing rotten trees, the black bear is shaken back. Looked at me with disdain. Only used a little bit of my strength. This big guy almost couldn't hold on. On the other side, the black bear's right hand is trembling slightly. Seems to have broken a bone. I slowly spoke up. I admit you have some strength, but not much. The black bear is so angry he wants to curse. This is too insulting. End of the conversation. With a flash, I appear in front of the black bear. I kick with my leg. The huge impact sends him flying backwards until he hits the pillar and falls to the ground unconscious. Hey, my strength has been exposed, but luckily not completely exposed. Chen Shuchu and the few kidnappers are still standing in the field. I'm not sure about the current situation. Even a movie wouldn't dare to depict this. Alright, I walk towards Chen Shuchu. After a friendly discussion, I finally understand some information. The Gao family and the big shots in Kyoto know that the person who wants to capture me is from the Gao family. There's no need to stay in this place anymore. Under the gaze of many people, I get back on the minivan. Hello, you guys, get in the car quickly. Take me back. I frowned. Are these kidnappers idiots? Do they want me to run back myself? Kidnappers, quickly take the money and get in the car, serving with a fawning expression. After I confirm the location, the van quickly leaves this dilapidated abandoned factory. Chen Shuchu looks at the mess of the scene, not sure what to do. A group of kidnappers in the van dare not even breathe heavily, afraid of their combat power bursting out. One more slap to send them flying. Young master, sure. Do you think we should? Ha ha. I still have 2 bottles here. I proudly stick out my chubby little hand. The chubby kidnapper quickly placed it in my hand. You are much better than those villains. I think you should change your ways. Child trafficking is illegal. Listen to my nagging. The chubby kidnapper nodded repeatedly and said yes, making all the kidnappers unable to help but feel embarrassed. Just like this. In the kidnappers' fearful and worried expressions, the destination is reached smoothly. Got off the car. Before I could even turn around, the van immediately stepped on the gas pedal, disappeared in place. I murmured softly, am I that scary? Running so fast. At this moment, in the villa of the Shi family estate, Shi Jinxiang's face couldn't hide the anger. I've been in the Magic City for so many years, spent so much money, raised so many people. What are you guys living off of? Am I raising idlers in the Shi family? Shi Jinxiang is about to go crazy with anger. When did my family start raising this kind of waste? On Shi Jinxiang's wrist, Qing Jin shows great restraint in wanting to kill. Order. Search the young master all the way, especially the Yanbei district. Conduct a full investigation of the surveillance. Big data analysis of the kidnappers' characteristics. Carefully compare. Every subordinate receives the order. Quickly depart. Ding, at this time, Shi Jinxiang's phone rang. It's a call from fourth sister. Shi Wenya is the president of Engua's top international education research center. Despite Engua's opposition, resolutely returned to the country, just to come back and see the younger brother who has been missing for over 5 years. Hesitated for a moment. He still answered the phone. Fourth sister is very happy. Just got off the airport. Now on the car, almost home. Will be able to see the dear younger brother soon. Finally, she couldn't contain her excitement. Seeing Shi Jinxiang, she was speechless. Fourth sister had a bad feeling in her heart. After a series of explanations by Shi Jinxiang, the sound of something breaking came from the other end of the phone. Shi Jinxiang told you to take care of the younger brother. This is how you take care of him. The phone hung up with a beep. Shi Jinxiang suppressed the inner restlessness, quickly joined the search team. At the entrance of the manor, I'm almost at the iron gate. Suddenly, luxurious cars stopped at the manor gate. I also turned back to look, thinking it was Qi Jiejie coming home. The car door opened. A very elegant sister in a black dress stepped out of the car with long legs. Her figure was quite hot, plump in the right places, slim in the right places. Her features were very delicate. Her beautiful eyes were full of charm, red lips and white teeth. She had the appearance of a well-bred lady, strangely, clearly a very beautiful and elegant older sister. But his face was full of indifference, and a little bit of anger. The beautiful sister saw me standing by the side. There was a murmur in my heart. Whose child is this? Looks very lively, even cuter than my little brother. The beautiful sister walked towards me, squatted down and asked, "What's your name? How can you stand here alone without being afraid of being kidnapped?" I shook my head. "My name is Shi Xiaoka. This is my home. Speak." I pointed to the mansion beside. Suddenly the beautiful sister hugged me. Shi Jin rubbed my chest. "So you're my little brother. Quick, let sister hold you." At this point, I was already buried by 2 peaks. Sobbing and choking on words, the beauty realized her behavior was a bit off, reluctantly putting me down. "Xiao Ku, I'm your fourth sister, Shi Wenya. You can also call me Little Ya or Yaya." Shi Wenya introduced herself to me. Before I could speak, Shi Wenya picked me up again and walked towards the manor. At this time, cars from the Shi family's garage started coming out one by one. Leading the way was Shi Jinxiang. Suddenly, Shi Jinxiang saw the fourth sister. I was in the fourth sister's arms. "Stop the car." Shi Jinxiang got out of the car. "Fourth sister, how come I'm here with you?" "Hey, I'm just saying, Seventh sister leaving her precious little brother with you is really unreliable. Alright, I know I was wrong. You're the boss here now. What you say goes. Brother sure. The three smelly sisters returned to the villa chatting and laughing. I weakly spoke from within your embrace. Big sister, I could walk when I was 5. You don't need to carry me. Sure Wenya directly retorted. What's wrong with being 5? 10 years old, 18 years old. You're still your sister's little brother. Arriving at the door, fourth sister gently put me down. The little black one in the house came running towards me. Sure Wenya was startled by the sudden appearance of this little guy. There's a dog. He directly stole it before me. Kicked the little dog away with one kick. Xiaohei drew a beautiful parabola in the sky, then fell to the ground. I immediately ran over to hold Xiaohei. Xiaohei, are you okay? Sure Wenya was momentarily confused. This dog is raised by Xiaodi. She kicked Xiaodi's pet away with one kick. Xiaohei was dizzy on the ground. It took a while before he stood up. Little black dog. Dog. Me. It seems like I'm seeing myself again. Too difficult. Meanwhile, on the tables of the other major families in Kyoto, there is a photo. After dinner at this time, I quickly rushed into my own room. Now, fourth sister is back. I believe fourth sister won't catch me sleeping again. I didn't expect that I had just been cultivating on the bed for a while and found myself being slapped in the face. The knocking on the door outside was exceptionally loud. I opened the door with a brave face. I saw fourth sister with a smiling face. Little brother, I heard you're afraid to sleep alone. Let's sleep together. Sure Wenya sweetly smiled at me and said, then naturally lay down in my quilt. Seeing my sister's smile, I shivered directly. I'm extremely scared in my heart. Sister, I'm your little brother. Looks like I can't practice today. We need to figure out a way to prevent the sisters from coming in. Seeing me coming up, fourth sister hugged me into her arms. The adorable little brother is so cute. Fourth sister took out her phone and took a picture to send to the sister group. Instantly made the other sisters envious. Knock knock knock. Why are you here? How did you come? Seventh sister saw that fourth sister was not leaving and directly lay on my other side. Feeling the sharp gaze of the two sisters, my head is spinning. I miss sleeping alone. At night, on the left side is the hot-bodied fourth sister. On the right is the elegant seventh sister. No matter what, I can't fall asleep. It's still not completely bright in the early morning. In the dream, I was surrounded by slime monsters. A group of green slimes were crawling crazily on my face, sticky and gooey. Oh, it was just a dream. I opened my eyes. I felt something sticky on my face for no reason. I turned my head to look. Seventh sister was embracing me affectionately. Cherry lips were slightly open, pressed against my face. Turned my face to the other side. Fourth sister's sexy red lips were also pressed against my cheek, drooling slightly. I really couldn't take it anymore. I stood up and picked up a dinosaur plush toy, sulkily came to the first floor and lay down on the sofa waiting for me to wake up. After having breakfast, fourth sister has already gone out for a run. Seventh sister has also returned to the company to handle business. I finally have some free time for myself. To not waste a single minute or second, I dragged the snoring little black and ran towards the backyard. Arriving at the pavilion, I took out that energy pellet, and both little black and I began to practice. Little black's way of practicing is still sleeping. It's just that after eating the energy pellet, he sleeps even more soundly. Upon careful observation, you can also find little black's white fur becoming even brighter. A slightly bulging lump on the dog's head. Ding dong, my flower guardian phone in my pocket starts to ring. Take it out. Answer the call. I hear the voice of seventh sister on the other end. Has little brother had lunch? Let fourth sister help you tidy up. Today, go to a banquet with sister. Hang up the phone. I dragged Xiaohei back into the villa hall. Fourth sister is instructing a group of servants to move a pile of boxes. Soon it will be piled up into a small mountain. It's even starting to wobble a bit. Fourth sister sees me coming back. She then takes my hand and leads me to the bottom of the pile of boxes. Little brother, this is a gift specially airshipped by sister from abroad. International gift. I look in shock at the mountain of gifts with my mouth agape. Sister 4 is so bold. She's the first to open a box. Inside are all small robots. They can even walk by remote control. Then Sister 4 let me open one by myself. Thank you, Sister Xia. I happily opened a box. Inside is an exquisite toy car. Wow, so cool. This is the happiness of having a sister. Opening packages until my hands and mouth are busy. Sister 4 stands by gently, watching each box being opened. These are all gifts statistically proven to be most popular among boys. One box opened to reveal a small sword. Sister 4 has gold decorations. Quite the aura of dominance. Wow, such a cool sword. I love my sister. 44 sister is so sweet and charming. My little brother's mouth is really sweet. The boxes are being opened one by one. There's a game console, gemstones, and a pure natural wooden stick. Which guy can resist it? Call a delivery service to send it to your home in an hour. I'm tired from unpacking. There's still half a mountain left. I asked Sister 4 in confusion. How much did these gifts cost? Are they very expensive? Sister 4 roughly estimated. Cost of gifts, shipping cost, labor cost. The total cost including taxes is almost 80 million. Looking at Sister 4, she calmly said the word 80 million. At one point, Chi-Chi thought all her sisters were rich women. Why does it feel like the sisters are indifferent to millions? Actually, 80 million is not much for the two of them. Sherwenya serves as the president of the International Education Committee. There are billions of funds each month. And efficient sponsorship. Just the sponsorship fee amounts to hundreds of billions a year. As for Shi Zhenxiang, no need to say more. The annual income of the Shi group amounts to hundreds of billions. Sherwenya teasing her brother to play with the sisters' gifts. Okay, are you happy or not? Happy. Fourth sister is the best. Then reward the sister with a kiss. I obediently pecked the fourth sister's face, causing him to giggle incessantly, like having eaten honey. Feeling sweet inside. Then Sister 4 told me, today, Grandpa Gu invited the deputy head of the Mo family to celebrate his 80th birthday. Grandpa Gu has two sons. Second son Gu Biao has a good relationship with his father. Mainly, Gu Biao is my dad's comrade who has been through thick and thin. Or the elder of the sisters. I only found out after listening. Dad used to be a soldier. What I didn't know is, now my dad is already a general who commands respect. I still want to ask my sister, when will dad come back to see me? But I was interrupted by my sister. For this banquet, I need to dress up my little brother nicely. Let these snobbish people have a look at my precious little brother. From now on, you have me to protect you. Who dares to touch my precious? I understand what my sister means, but before I could react, fourth sister picked me up and carried me upstairs. The feeling of dangling feet was uncomfortable. I secretly vowed to grow up tall in the future. Then we'll see who can carry who. Me. Let's start dressing up. Let's go take a bath first. I nodded with a smile. It took a few seconds to realize that something was wrong. 9 out of 10 things were wrong. Why? Sister carried herself to the bathroom. I looked in horror at the very happy fourth sister. Fourth sister. I'm going to start taking a shower. Sherwenya looks puzzled. Go ahead and wash. Why should I leave? I need to give you a good wash. I directly open my sister's embrace, jump on the ground, and maintain a safe distance of more than 1 meter with my sister. How can my little brother still know how to be shy? It's okay. My face turns red, as if a light pinch could make water come out. No, sister, please go out. If you don't go out, I won't shower. In the end, Sherwenya helplessly walks out of the bathroom. The whole shower process is nervously watching every move around. Hey, why is sister so scary? Took a shower. I walked towards the room. I secretly plan to avoid my sister in the future. Back to the familiar little room. I dive onto the soft bed. Why does the bed feel so soft and cozy? It's quite warm. I raise my head. I find myself lying in the embrace of my fourth sister. Fourth sister, how did you end up on my bed? Sherwenya pecks me on the cheek. The voice is quite pleasant. Sister, come, let me change your clothes. Here, after I change. There are little stars spinning in Sherwenya's beautiful eyes. Little brother is really handsome. At first glance, it's evident that he has inherited the excellent genes of our Sher family. Help me tidy up everything first. Fourth sister also hurried to dress up and put on makeup. I came downstairs. I sighed helplessly. Fourth sister said she would be down in 10 minutes. But it's been 2 hours. Still no movement. The woman thought for a moment. I released my mental perception and everything in the room came into view. I was very curious about what my sister was doing upstairs, so I sent my mental power towards my sister's room. I saw a big pile of clothes on my sister's bed. It seems like she has already tried them on. She's getting ready to change into another one. I quickly withdrew my mental perception. After all, my master told me there are differences between men and women. Do not look improperly. Waited for another hour. Seventh sister also came home to tidy up and dress up. Seeing the brand new me, she couldn't help but rub it. Then she confidently told me, 10 minutes is enough for her to get ready. I no longer believe this statement. A woman's words can't be trusted. Until the afternoon, the two sisters finally came downstairs. Fourth sister wore a very formal black princess dress. Looks very charming, like a fiery red rose, emitting a strong charm. Seventh sister is dressed more formally. A green evening gown. Her fair skin needs no embellishment. Years of work have given her a goddess-like temperament. This time it's it's Mr. Gu's birthday banquet, so the prepared gifts were also carefully selected and arranged by Seven Sister. Bring along a few bodyguards and maids. A few people got on the car and set off for the Gu's house. At the same time, all the major families in the Magic City have started to make moves. And this birthday banquet is not simple. All the influential figures from Kyoto are attending the banquet. The people inside the Kyoto mansion all turn to look at the three people walking from the red carpet. Wow, two beautiful ladies. If my dad finds me a wife like this, I'd have to wake up from my dreams. It's crazy, the Iceberg CEO Shi Jinxiang is your wife. Look, does your dad dare to dream that the kid is so cute? I really want to hug him. I heard he's the young master of the Shi family, who recently returned. He just returned recently. The clear sound of conversation in the hall enters my ears. Gu Biao upstairs sees three people. A faint smile appears on the indifferent face. At this moment, a man with a scar on his neck comes to Sister Liang's side. The man exudes a murderous aura. The calm and deep eyes are very mysterious. I can tell he has killed. And not just a few. Uncle Biao. Okay, the two sisters speak to the man. I, who was originally nervous, relax. This man should be Gu Biao. Also, Dad's comrade. Gu Biao smiles at the two of them. You two are getting more and more sensible. Ha ha ha. Old Shi really raised a few good daughters. Uncle, I'm envious too. Shi Jinxiang covers his mouth and chuckles. On the side, Shi Wenya quickly waved her hand. Uncle, please don't praise us. I heard that you choose little brother has already been admitted to Kyoto University at the beginning of the month. The future is limitless. The three of them were chatting and laughing. Gu Biao only noticed me at this moment. He should be the little kid that the Shi family recently found. Uncle hasn't seen him yet. Let Uncle hug me quickly. Looking at Uncle Gu Biao's tough appearance, instinctively resisting, Gu Biao awkwardly patted his head. Ha ha ha. It seems like I scared the little kid. By the way, you Chu. Gu Biao called out behind him. A little girl in a white dress slowly walked up to the crowd. She has a very delicate appearance. She's definitely a beauty in the making. Shi Wenya gently patted his head. Hey, little Yaya has grown so much. Last time, sister saw you, you were much shorter. Let's go. There are seats ahead. Let's go over there and chat. Yeah. Take your little brother to play. Dad has something to discuss. The little girl obediently nodded. After the sisters and Uncle Biao left, I was left with the little girl, sizing each other up. Hey, what's your name? The little girl blinked her big eyes and asked, in a sweet, delicate voice. My name is Shi Xiaoye. I'm 5.5 years old this year. My name is Gu Qianyue. I'm 7 years old this year. I just want to wander around now. There were a lot of desserts and drinks outside just now. It made me really crave them. After hurriedly bidding farewell to Gu Qianyue, I hurriedly walked towards the outdoor area. Hey, Gu Qianyue caught up with me. I turned around and said to Gu Qianyue, I just want to go outside for some fresh air. Without looking back, I entered the outdoor area. Gu Qianyue stomped her feet. Pouting, she followed me to the glass table. I just sat right on it. The other side. Gu Qianyue also sat beside me, lying on the table, observing me in front. I didn't pay any attention to her. I picked up the drink and cake and started tasting them. The chubby cheeks were puffed up even more. I happily squinted my eyes. This is the happiest thing at the banquet. Watching me happily eating. Gu Qianyue asked in confusion, is this thing so delicious? After swallowing the cream in my mouth, I immediately said to Gu Qianyue, of course, the cake and cola are the best. Gu Qianyue tentatively picked up a piece of cake and stuffed it into her mouth. Oh my, what's so delicious here? Too greasy. In no time, I patted my satisfied belly after scaring the last cup of cola. Are you full after the little bet? The little bet is full. My self-talk made Gu Qianyue couldn't help but laugh. Wait for me to jump off the seat. But Gu Qianyue grabbed my little hand and whispered in my ear, do you want to play in the backyard? Our laughter echoed in the backyard. Tired of playing, we quieted down in no time. Sitting on the steps, Gu Qianyue held her little face and asked me, I'm about to start school. What about you? Start school? I shook my head. I just got back home. I haven't enrolled in school yet. You haven't gone to school at all. I started kindergarten when I was 4. I'm about to start second grade now. Gu Qianyue looked at me in surprise and thought for a moment. I think my sister mentioned that school starts in September. Looks like I need to discuss going to school with my sister when I get home. After a conversation between my sisters and Grandpa Gu, the banquet officially ended. The banquet officially came to an end. After returning to the Shi family manor to freshen up, I went back to my room and lay down, but my mood became nervous again. I silently counted to myself, 198321. 1. Just as I finished counting, the door to my room suddenly banged open. Fourth sister came to my room to sleep again. My originally good mood instantly disappeared. Elder sister lay on the bed, hugged me, and kissed me. I already expected that next up would be the entrance of the seventh sister. Sure enough, in just a few seconds, another guest suddenly barged into the room. Shi Jinxiang also entered the room carrying a pillow. 3 people lay on one bed. I, lying in the middle, found it difficult to move. I was afraid that if I turned over, I would be embraced by the other 2. I asked my sister in a warm voice if I should enroll in school. The seventh sister playfully pinched my cheek with her jade-like hand. Poof, I've already enrolled you in kindergarten. I don't want to go to kindergarten. Can I go to elementary school instead? The seventh sister untimely interjected. If you don't lay a good foundation when you're young, the path of learning will become increasingly difficult. I secretly thought to myself, have you ever seen a cultivator who still needs to go to kindergarten? In the end, I acted cute and spoiled in the arms of the 2 sisters. Finally, the 2 of them promised to give me a chance. What is 1 plus 1 equal to? Without hesitation, I answered 3 after a while. The 4th sister and the 7th sister didn't say anything. Seems to have fallen asleep. I looked at the 2 sisters. Although the taste is very sweet and fragrant, the sister's skin is warm and elastic, but it greatly affects my own cultivation process. Not long after, the cold lips of the 2 sisters were pressed against my cheeks again. I slowly drew back and walked to the edge of the bed. Then I tiptoed and ran to the 3rd floor. Arriving at 7th sister's room, I felt a burst of excitement in my heart. Finally breaking through sister's encirclement, I sit on the big bed, swallowing 2 energy pills in one breath. Cross-legged, I immerse myself in cultivation. During cultivation, my whole body is surrounded by fluorescent light, but suddenly, there's a flash of black light mixed in, as if everything is normal. I passed the month in such tranquility. On the morning of the first day of school, after breakfast, I look back at the large group following behind. I'm speechless. I turn around and say to 7th sister, 7th sister, I'm going to school. I can go alone. 7th sister pinches my cheek, indulgently said, my child's first day of school. What's wrong with us sending him off? But even if we don't like it, we have to let them follow so many people. 5 cars were packed tightly. I helplessly carried the small backpack, setting off under the sisters' embrace. School, buzzing. A Maserati started the journey. Colina followed closely behind. Today is the official first day of school. After everything was arranged properly, the sisters also left the school. Before leaving, she specifically instructed me not to be wronged. Tell the sisters, when school ends, the sisters will earnestly nod at you when they pick you up at the school gate. Make an okay gesture towards the sisters. Shi Wenya takes a car home. On the way, she received a message from Shi Jinxiang. I'll pick up my little brother tonight. Don't make a wasted trip. She smiled lightly with pursed lips, ignoring the message from Chimei. Anyway, whoever receives it, it's their responsibility. There are no rules to speak of. I didn't expect to spend the next few days sleeping. Moderate. Mainly, I've understood everything the teacher said. Anyone who has been to school knows how great it is to sleep in class. It's time for school to be over. I'm walking on the road. I glanced to the side of the road. I found many students gathered at the school gate. I saw a cool and beautiful girl leaning on the front of a Maserati, scanning the crowd, as if searching for something. Next to her, there is a hot and elegant lady wearing glasses. She lazily leans on the door of the Rolls-Royce, also gazing at the crowd leaving. Many boys are starry-eyed. I really want to touch this handsome sports car. Suddenly, the 2 beauties perk up. They both shout at the door, little brother, come over to your sister. Younger brother, come here, sister. I feel so embarrassed at the door. Too shy. How did sisters 4 and 7 manage to block the car at the school gate? I clear my throat twice. I hesitate in front of sisters 4 and 7. I chose one of the sisters, so the other sister must be very sad. What should we do? Wang Wenyao looked at her brother hesitating, called out to me again twice. Brother, didn't you say that the 4th sister is the best? Come over here to the 4th sister. I hesitated for a moment, walked towards the 4th sister. 7th sister stomped her feet in anger, spoke to me. Brother, do you still remember who took you home? It was your 7th sister. The 4th sister has also sent you home several times. You didn't even let the 7th sister pick you up once. At this point, 7th sister looked pitiful. Her eyes were filled with tears. The boys next to me can't bear to watch. I really want to beat up this heartless little brother. Forget it. Little brother doesn't like 7th sister. You go find him. I'll just go home alone in loneliness. My heart sank. In the end, I turned around and walked to 7th sister's side. Chubby little hands tugging at 7th sister's clothes, said in a coquettish manner, I like 7th sister. Don't be sad, 7th sister. I'll go with you. Then I turned around and told fourth sister, today I will take seventh sister's car home. Sorry, wait for me to get in the car. Seventh sister made a mocking expression towards fourth sister. Step on the gas after getting in the car. The sports car leaves the school with a roar. Fourth sister angrily waves her hand. Seventh sister is too despicable, actually deceiving the sympathy of the younger brother. In the future, I also need to learn and use more. After arriving home, I feel relieved. Put down the small school bag, sit directly on the sofa and turn on the TV. A special news report is playing inside. A grand birthday banquet will be held in the local area on October 9th. A mysterious tycoon funds the creation of a grand banquet. The mysterious tycoon releases 1,000 spots for children with birthdays on that day. Ways to participate in the celebration. Scan the QR code to win a spot. Each winner will receive an exquisite gift. You can bring your family to participate in the celebration. I was shocked after watching the news myself. It just so happens that this day is also my birthday. So you're saying, I also have the chance to participate in the celebration. I quickly took out my phone, opened WeChat and scanned the code. At this moment, Shi Jinxian came in and saw me sitting on the sofa. What is my little brother doing? He sat beside me. He sneakily glanced at my phone. October 9th birthday celebration. Kijiji read it out softly. I found it to be such a coincidence. The birthday celebration is held on my little brother's birthday. Kijiji rubbed my cheek. With a mysterious smile, I patiently stared at the phone screen on the Suddenly, a message popped up on the phone. Congratulations to Little Ku for successfully qualifying for the October 9th birthday celebration. The invitation will be sent to the shipping address within 3 working days. I jumped up from the sofa. I couldn't stop smiling happily. After confirming several times in a row, after a while, the 3 siblings started having dinner. I happily told my sister at the dinner table, I want to prize myself. I can take my sisters to the banquet, but my sisters don't seem surprised at all. They just smiled gently at me. At the same time, meanwhile, a mysterious tycoon spent 50 million to buy out the entire city's TV channels, just to repeatedly broadcast this news. Even the complaint hotline of the TV station is overwhelmed. Even all the media companies in the Magic City have taken on a big task. That is to push the hot search of the Magic City's October 9th birthday party to the top. Hundreds of media companies, big and small, are working overtime through the night. Not only that, the entire city's cake shops have pastry chefs receiving high-priced invitations simultaneously, hoping to participate in the cake making for the October 9th banquet. There are also costume designers, makeup artists, sound engineers, each earning 100,000 a day, shocking the entire industry directly. Everyone is speculating who this mysterious tycoon is. Just this setup alone will cost 5 billion, and that's just a conservative estimate. I returned home to the Shi's manor, sitting on the sofa. Take out your phone and check Weibo. Today's top trending topic is still the birthday party in the Magic City. There are also some gossip revelations. National treasure level pianist Shi Jinxian terminates the search for performances. A return trip to the country. I was surprised to find that this name is the same as Big Sister Ba's name. Finally, it's my birthday. I didn't expect the gift my sisters gave me to be a dog collar. There's also a leash. One morning, I was already excitedly waiting downstairs for my sisters to come down. After my sisters finish breakfast, I look at my sister with anticipation, my eyes twinkling with stars, urgently shouting in my heart, why haven't you given me a gift yet? So excited. Yesterday, I heard my classmates say that when it's their birthday, their family will give them birthday gifts, new clothes to wear, and toys. Snacks. What about the cake? I paced anxiously in the hall, wanting to ask, but then I hesitated. I secretly thought that my family should have given me a gift by noon. I walked up to my 4th and 7th sisters who were drinking tea, tentatively reminding them, Sister, today is my birthday, right? 7th sister set down her teacup and calmly said, Poof, it is today. And then, my heart skipped a beat. I anxiously waited for my sister's response. Suddenly, Sister 4 made a sound. I thought Sister understood her own meaning. Excitedly looked at Sister 4. Sister 4 took out a delicate little box from behind and gave it to me. My heart was pounding. I cheerfully unwrapped the gift in front of the 2 of us. I muttered as I unwrapped it, Sister is so kind. The gift was unwrapped. My smile froze on my face. Like collar. I awkwardly spit out 2 words. A collar was quietly placed in the box. There is also a leash. Shi Jinxiang smiled faintly and spoke. This is the dog collar carefully chosen by your sister for. This way, you won't have to worry about little black running around. Wow. I suddenly felt like thunderstruck. My nose tingled. Tears almost couldn't be held back. Why did my sister give me a dog collar as a birthday present? Why couldn't it be something else? Even a wolf or sheep plush toy would be fine. I picked up the collar and leash in a pitiful manner. I walked step by step towards Xiaohei, looking at my little brother's lost look. Shi Jinxiang Xiaomei Jean wrinkles. Fourth sister, shall we do it this way? Sure, when you couldn't bear to look back. After all, the surprises are yet to come. My little brother will definitely be happy tonight. Today, we're going to make him the happiest kid in the Magic City. Next to the doghouse, Little Black smirked mockingly. I didn't expect that in the hearts of my sisters. I'm so important. I noticed Little Black's appearance, suddenly angry and indignant. Hey, Little Black, what's with that look? Come with me to the back hill for training. Wang Xiaohei quickly put on a sunny smile, fawningly licking my little hand. Don't think I didn't see Little Black. Bro, I was wrong. Finally, a man and a dog walked out of the villa, straight to the backyard. Shi Jinxiang looked worriedly as his brother left. Shi Wenya smiled and said lightly on the side, it seems that my brother is not unhappy. You still feel like walking the dog? Poof, makes sense. In the backyard, Little Black nervously looks at me getting ready. His legs are trembling. The fear that used to dominate suddenly rushes back. Hey, Little Black, don't blame me. I'm doing this for your own good. I'll try to be gentle. Wow, a sharp, mournful howl echoes from the backyard again. But this time, it's even louder. At noon, Little Black limps into the villa. Under the puzzled gaze of the 2 women, Little Black buries himself in the doghouse. His body is trembling all over. What's wrong with Little Black? Looks like he's fine. Shi Wenya greeted me with a smile on her face. In no time, I returned to the villa doghouse with a smile on my face. Xiaohei noticed my return, immediately buried his head in the doghouse, facing everyone with his backside. Xiaohei, I am a real dog, but her realness is not human. After educating Xiaohei, my anger also subsided a lot. I walked to my sister with a spring in my step, asking my sister when we will leave. I can't wait for the birthday party. Can we leave now? I looked at the time. Shi Wenya raised her eyebrows and smiled. We can almost go to the event venue to prepare. At this time, I and my 4th sister sat in the Maserati and dreamily headed to Xianting Square. Meanwhile, at the Xianting Hotel, Shi Xinru was excitedly picking out clothes. A girl in a blue long dress is sitting on the sofa. Her eyes are bright and clear, sparkling like stars. A blue waterfall like hair cascading down her back. She looks at Shi Xin with a smile. Her eyebrows are curved like crescent moons. Even when she's still, you can feel her grace and elegance. Shi Xinru frustratingly drops the dress in her hand. She says to the girl behind her, Ba Mei, stop staring at me. The one picking out clothes is the top star of China, Shi Xinru, also known as my sister Wu. The girl sitting on the sofa has a very gentle tone. Xinru, sis, you look good in anything you wear. There's no need to pursue better. Shi Xinru frowned and complained. It's too hard to choose. You'll be meeting your little brother soon, Jin Tian. Aren't you changing your clothes? The girl on the sofa is the national treasure level pianist, Shi Jintian. She's also my sister. She's the 8th in the family. She's also the youngest of the 8 sisters. I'll just wear this set. On the contrary, sis, you look good in anything you wear. Why are you still not satisfied? Indeed, Shi Xinru's appearance in the entire entertainment industry, that's the existence at the top of the pyramid. At this moment, the door of the suite is knocked. The voice of assistant Shi Xinru came from outside the door. Mississippi, your clothes have arrived. Shi Xinru was overjoyed. She quickly opened the door. She took the box from the assistant's hands. Shi Xinru curiously asked, Sister, where did these clothes come from? Shi Xinru smiled sweetly. She mysteriously told her, these are clothes personally designed for me by Sister San. It is said to be one of her most satisfactory designs. Definitely eye-catching. Hearing this, Shi Jintian also felt relieved. Sister San is a top global fashion designer. She founded the WC brand single-handedly. She is also known as a leader in fashion. The clothes she personally designed will definitely be amazing. Shi Xinru opens the box. I didn't expect that even my 3rd sister has prepared my brother's outfit. Shi Jintian turns to look out the window. The Magic Capital event is about to start soon. On the other side, my sister and I came to the center of Xianting Square to build a giant stage. The stage also comes with facilities such as a giant screen and sound system. Various ambient lights are also needed neatly installed throughout the square. Even though it's still daytime, there are already thousands of people sitting sparsely in the stands, waiting for everyone to witness this grand event. They arrived early to secure the best viewing spots. I arrived at the spacious and magnificent square stage, excitedly jumping around. If it weren't for my sister being here, I would definitely run wild in the square if it weren't for my sister here. Shurjinshan led me into the square at a slow pace. I looked around the square. With a smiling face, I took a few steps and danced. Arriving at the entrance of the office building behind the stage, there were actually hundreds of people surrounding me. At a glance, I saw Sister and Xiaofei standing at the door. I ran over and was immediately picked up by Sister Qijie. Sister Qijie smiled gently. Her eyes were full of indulgence. Shi Wenyao walked into the crowd. She whispered, "Let's go in now. We still need to dress up later." Time passes quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was evening. The magic city was slowly engulfed by the night. At this time, the stage had started playing the preheated songs. The dynamic beats paired with dazzling ambient lights makes people extremely excited. Even celebrities and military personnel temporarily transformed into security guards, as busy as a bee. At the same time, the front row closest to the stage has long been occupied by major media outlets. They all smell the scent of a hot trending topic. Got the scoop. That means getting a lot of money. At this time, a roar sounded. Several helicopters flew in from all directions above the square. The attention of the crowd was completely drawn away. Is this the opening ceremony of the wealthy tycoon's birthday banquet? Wow, honey, those two are pink planes, huh? TCH. What's so surprising? Ping Nuan Nuan, also have two planes. The audience below is in an uproar. They all took out their phones to take pictures and record. Suddenly, all the lights went out. A beam of light suddenly shone on the center of the stage. Hello, everyone, I am the host for tonight. Tonight, I am specially celebrating my friend's brother's birthday. At the same time, I also wish the birthday kids today. For a moment, there was an instant burst of exclamations from the audience below. The scene is very lively. At this moment, I stood blankly behind the crowd, feeling a bit at a loss. The kids standing next to me are all in uniform. I am the only one who looks out of place. After being carefully dressed up, I was brought here. What should we do next? Why did you leave me here? You could have reminded me. In my heart, I cursed his ancestors 18 times. The host on the stage smiled lightly and said, "This event randomly selected 1,000 lucky children. Let's invite the children to the stage." I saw the door to the stage open from a distance. All the children walked onto the stage in an orderly manner. Suddenly, they stopped in their tracks. I almost didn't react in time. The people in the front row were amused by the adorable figures and burst into laughter. The host explained to the audience, "These children are the lucky ones we selected. We specially reward each child with 100,000 yuan. And there are exquisite gifts." The audience below burst into exclamations. The boss behind the scenes is too generous. Altogether, it's a billion. Some people are full of envy. Unfortunately, the kids on stage aren't mine. Why didn't I come 10 years later? That's 100,000. Even if you were born 20 years later, it still wouldn't be your turn. Can you guarantee that you were born on October 9th? Hilarious. Wouldn't the management let my mom have a cesarean section in advance? Laughter from the audience. But the family is a great filial child. There are various discussions in the crowd. The host glanced at the stage, quickly picked up the microphone and started speaking. Every direction. In an instant, over 1,000 kids scattered around the stage, quickly rushed back to the rear of the stage. While I was distracted, I'm the only one left on stage. The audience below is also staring at the stage. What's going on here? I come to my senses. Feeling the gaze of tens of thousands of people, I lift up a robe, sneakily run towards the back of the stage, running posture like a goose. When I'm about to reach the back door of the stage, there's a creak. The door is closed. I look sadly at the closed door. What do I do now? Where are my sisters watching? The people on stage are looking at me with interest. Some are covering their mouths and laughing. The host holding a microphone says, "What's wrong?" The cutie is left alone. I turn around and nod. I look around, trying to find my sister's figure in the crowd. The spotlights all flash on me on the stage. At the same time, the big screen also projects my image. Wow! Seeing the boy on the big screen, everyone is stunned. A white gold robe. The boots are decorated with gold thread. Take a closer look at her robe. A gold belt tied around the waist, adorned with pure gold stars. My face is enlarged and displayed on the big screen. A pair of deep blue eyes seems to contain endless stars. Fair, soft, and delicate skin. A slender nose with a cherry-like mouth underneath, paired with various decorations and a lively temperament. I seem to be a fairy from the heavens. The square, with tens of thousands of people, temporarily fell into silence. People could only hear the sound of their own heartbeat. I furrowed my eyebrows slightly. I don't know why so many people are staring at me, the audience below exclaimed along with the performer. The entire square also boiled with excitement. The chatter was extremely noisy. Little fairy. Whose little fairy is this? I want the same heart as baby's sister. It's been hit, honey. Otherwise, let's figure out a way to kidnap him later. I can't stand to raise him. I declare him my baby son from now on. I'm his mom fan, then I'm his dad fan. Why does it feel a bit strange? On the stage, the host signaled for everyone to be quiet. At the same time, let the staff bring a pair of earphones and put them on my ears. Then the host spoke gently. Little brother, who are you? I waved my little hand and said to everyone, my name is Xiaoka. I just turned 6 today. The host smiled gently. Facing the audience, I said, Xiaoka. Everyone, do you think he's cute? The people in the audience quickly cheered, but that voice is even louder than before. The host turned back and smiled at me. It seems like everyone really likes you. Are you only 6 years old today? I nod my head. In my head, I'm thinking of how to break free and find my sisters. The host sees that the timing is about right. He comes over and takes my hand proactively. Then you stay with your brother on the stage for now. Should I have someone else wish you a happy birthday? I look up at him. I nod and say okay. Anyway, I can't just fly down there. I might as well stand on the stage and be a mascot, the host says mysteriously to the audience. In fact, there is more than just me here to congratulate you today. Guess who everyone is? The crowd starts to boil again. Could those hot searches be true? There are other big stars standing under everyone's gaze. A circular platform slowly rises. Thick fog envelopes it. I stare at the circular platform in confusion. 2 figures appear and disappear in the smoke, facing away from me. Suddenly, soft piano music spreads across the square. Gentle notes sweep through the crowd. The ethereal voice also joins in. In an instant, everyone is immersed in this beautiful music. Close your eyes. It's as if everyone can see a stunning woman dancing gracefully in the snow. The cold moon in the sky reflects on her graceful figure, but the moonlight only shines on the thin veil in front of her. Shinoda strikes the keys with both hands. The piano music gradually becomes lively. The melody of the Chin Pavilion falls into the sea of people, bursting with thunderous cheers and applause. The smoke disperses. 2 graceful figures slowly emerge. Their figures also appear on the screen. Hello everyone, I am Shinru. Hello everyone, I am Zhentian. I tilt my head. He heard these 2 names from 7th sister. It seems to be the names of my other 2 sisters. Shinru. The number of fans of the Huaxia film and television is as high as 6 billion. Our family's Zhentian is a world-class pianist. I didn't expect her to come to the Magic City. Shinru is really here. My wife loves tigers. Yo-yo, my darling, please accept my kiss, Zhentian. I'm your fan. I got through high school by listening to your songs. Get lost. Don't badmouth our piano goddess. Shintani is the best. Rinkai cheers wildly. Some are so excited they're dizzy. They were carried out on a stretcher directly from the square. Shinru is wearing a pink dress. Shintani is in a blue dress. Both of them have sweet and delicate looks, but their temperament is very different. Shinru is sweet and ethereal. Wearing this pink dress makes her look like a fairy. Plus, her skin is naturally fair and tender. She has a kind of otherworldly temperament. Shintani always looks elegant and dignified. She looks very gentle and quiet. Gives people a feeling of being delicate and beautiful. Shinada stood up and walked to Shinru's side. The cheers of the crowd showed no sign of diminishing. More and more people were urgently carried out of the square. Shinru glanced at me not far away, an unstoppable smile. In this grand occasion, finally, I'm going to be reunited with my brother. After a while, Shinru waved and bowed to all sides. Then she took a deep breath. She lifted her red lips and said, everyone, thank you all for coming to our family's birthday party event. Shinada also politely thanked everyone. This speech left everyone puzzled. Why did she say it's the family's birthday party event? Shinru said with a smile, today is Shirley's 6th birthday. Upon hearing this, the whole audience was in an uproar. When did Shinshu have a little brother? You fake fan. 2 months ago. My wife Shinshu gave up filming a new Hollywood movie for my little uncle 2 months ago. Hey, since when did he become your little uncle? I, standing in the corner, felt puzzled. Are these 2 your sisters? Shinshu scanned the crowd, then looked towards me in the corner. Our eyes met. To my surprise, I found that this sister's gaze seemed very gentle. Both Shixinru and Shizenshin looked towards me in the corner at the same time. In a childish voice, are you my sister? Shinshu slowly spoke. Of course, Xiao Ku. Both Jintian and I are your older sisters. Come over to your sisters quickly. The whole audience is in an uproar. What? Sure, Shinru and Shurjintian are real sisters. Why have I never heard that the little boy is their brother? What little boy doesn't know they are her sisters? What? She's my little nephew. For a moment, everyone's brain is working at full capacity. Audience. Hey, my scalp is a bit itchy. Seems like I need to grow a brain. Audience. Baba baba. The media next to the stage are frantically typing and taking photos. My hands are almost worn out. Hot searches are being written one after another. Knowing that they are my sisters, I happily ran to them. Looking at my cute and silly little brother, the two girls gently held my little hand, one on each side. At this moment, Shinru felt like time had stopped, but it's okay as long as she's holding her little brother's hand. The warm touch constantly reminds him that this is not a dream. Finally, the host finally had a chance to interrupt. She cleared her throat and said, "You might have some doubts. Why doesn't the little brother recognize Shinru as his sister? Next, I will answer that for you." At this moment, the screen on the stage suddenly disappeared. After flashing for a moment, a video started playing. Our little brother Xiaoka went missing 5 years ago. Wenya's voice came from the video. Her tone was a bit gentle. The younger brother was taken in by a kind old man. Although the old man's life was already difficult, he still chose to raise the little one. The old man was already advanced in age. He supported the two of them by collecting scrap. He worked diligently every day, all for the sake of providing a better life and upbringing for the younger brother. But misfortune always seems to target the unfortunate. When the younger brother was 4 years old, the old man passed away from late-stage cancer, leaving behind only the young brother, still of tender age. After the old man's passing, the younger brother should have been sent to an orphanage, but he remembered the old man saying before he passed that he had family. They just hadn't been found yet. He slipped away from the police's attention and started living a life of wandering and begging on the streets. Wandering while hoping to find family. Brother's living place also moved to a dilapidated bridge, with a cotton quilt on the ground as his bed. The quilt was an unwanted green leather coat from someone else, plus long-term malnutrition, causing the brother to be extremely thin and weak at the time. The wandering brother endured a lot of ridicule that year. He also suffered a lot of grievances. If it wasn't for a wealthy person bullying him and coincidentally selling off his brother's cherished jade pendant, we wouldn't have found him so quickly. When the family found the brother, he was so self-conscious that he didn't dare to get in the car. Reluctant to waste food, the big screen kept rolling. Dozens of photos were playing in a loop, including the torn quilt under the bridge, his precious money box, and there's a photo of him begging on the street. Shurjintian, who was telling the story, choked up several times. He bravely held back tears and finished telling the story. The video has finished playing. The audience in the stands had already sobbed uncontrollably. Regardless of gender or age, all looked at the boy on stage with heartache. At an age where he should have been carefree and happy, yet I could only eke out a living in the dark sewers of the city. Emotional men and women were in tears. Their hearts felt like they had been pierced by a sharp blade. Shinru couldn't help but cry every time she watched the video. Now, her delicate face was streaked with 2 streams of tears. Seeing my sister cry, I felt somewhat at a loss. Raising and then lowering my little hand, and then raising it again after lowering it, I tugged at my sister's sleeve. "Keep your heart calm." Trembling inquiry. "What's wrong, little brother?" I reached out my sleeve, wiped the tears from my sister's face. "Sister, don't be sad. I'm very happy now, and sister loves me very much. I'm very happy." After saying this, I showed a warm and lovely smile. It's very healing. Because both of us were wearing earphones, the sound spread through the square again via the speakers. I'm so miserable. I'm so obedient. Can't stay still. The family members who bully her, I won't bully her, they are simply beasts. You must protect me well in the future. I want to do my makeup. I am our treasure. We will protect her in the future. Shinru chuckled. Rubbing my little brother's head, I stood up. She wiped away her tears, shouting to the audience on the stage. I am Shinru's little brother. He is the treasure of our family. We will definitely do our best to protect her. This sentence is full of meaning. It's also like a warning. Shurjintian easily said to me, "Today is my little brother's birthday. Guess what your sister has prepared for you? Is this birthday party prepared for me?" My silly words made people go from crying to laughing. The crowd cheered in their hearts. "Cutie, this isn't meant for you." Then who else could it be for? After seeing my sister nod in approval, I couldn't help but exclaim, "So this is my birthday party. Is this the legendary surprise?" She calmly spoke. "Come up." The backstage door. Several etiquette ladies walked onto the stage carrying gift boxes. Approaching me, With an excited heart, I opened all the gift boxes in one go, once again causing amazement. The first box contained a platinum necklace. There was also a pigeon egg-sized blue diamond hanging on the necklace. The second box contained an exquisite ring, made of platinum, inlaid with many small diamonds, shining brightly in the light. The third box contains a similar platinum bracelet. The sparkling lights made everyone's eyes soar. Damn, the stench of money. My eyes widened. This thing really sparkled. Not working. Shinada squinted his eyes, coughed lightly into the microphone. Brother, come and see Shinada's gift. Definitely better than your gift, Shinra. I turned my head and looked expectantly at Hashiju. Shinada softly spoke to me. Let it go. Backstage staff heard the sound, quickly lit a firework shooting straight into the sky. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Everyone looked at the sky in confusion. Looking at the people on the stage, I was really looking forward to it. But it seems like nothing happened afterwards. Sister, is the gift you gave me fireworks? Sure, Shintani had a gentle smile. She shook her head. Then he pointed to the sky with one hand. I looked over as well. The people on the stage also curiously looked at the sky. Suddenly, 2 pink helicopters flew in from the distance, hovering above the square. These are the 2 helicopters your sister sent you. Except for Sure Shinru this time. Sure Shintani and the other person. The rest of them all opened their mouths wide, giving airplanes as birthday gifts. What a grand gift. The crowd in the stands is tired of even mentioning the word envy. I cheer excitedly. I made the 2 girls giggle. Sister, is this the little plane for me? Yes, they will be your private helicopters from now on. I asked someone to send it to the Sure family helipad. Then can I give it a name? Sure Jintian smiled and nodded. Let him decide. I happily pointed to one of the helicopters. This one will be called Little Kui Hao. That one will be called Little Kutu. Okay. Sure Jintian recognized it instantly. Suddenly, a picture appeared in his mind. Sure Jintian shook his head. He advised me against it. Little brother, let's wait a bit before using this name. The crowd on the stands burst into laughter. Xiao Ku, number 2 is ready for takeoff. Ha ha ha. Oh my goodness. This name is quite impressive. Don't use it next time. I admit my son really lacks talent in naming. I nodded to Sister Ba and agreed. Anyway, I've already decided on the name. Brother. Another clear and crisp female voice sounded. Backstage door. 2 graceful figures slowly emerged from the crowd. I looked towards the sound. I also turned back happily. I heard the voice of Sister Chi. 2 delicate faces. An outstanding woman entered everyone's sight. Sure Wenya's outfit is very vibrant. Plus, she's always been very graceful. Looks like she has a smoking hot figure. But the icy aura emanating from her seems to repel people from miles away. I cheerfully called out to the 2 of them. Sisters, sisters. The people in the audience are all stunned. This little one has 4 sisters. The 4 sisters exchanged a smile. They surrounded me in the middle. The crowd was abuzz with discussion. It seems that woman is often featured in the financial magazine. Shiz Hengxiang, Shiz Hengxiang. The crowd looked at each other, as if they had discovered something extraordinary. That beautiful lady is Shuwenya, Minister of International Education Center. I can't believe Shirshin still has so many sisters. Why was there no news before? Thank you. I didn't know Shirzhin also had so many family members. When did the Iceberg CEO Shirzhin have sisters? Actually, before this, the Shirjia sisters are all developing on their own. They don't often come home for reunions. Basically, they communicate by exchanging messages in the family group chat on their phones. So the outside world knows very little about the relationships between the sisters. The 4 Shirjia sisters are stunningly beautiful. They exude a strong presence. Shirwenya deliberately speaks in a mysterious manner. Does little brother want a gift from big sister? I nod repeatedly. Shirwenya bends down and pokes her own cheek. I obediently step forward and peck her cheek. Made the 4 girls laugh uncontrollably. Backstage door. A small cart is brought onto the stage. The cart is covered with red cloth. Looks quite mysterious. After getting a signal from my sister, I slowly pull off the red cloth. Suddenly, a human-shaped small statue appears in everyone's sight. The statue is sculpted in my likeness. Its material is even made of pure gold. Looks extremely luxurious. I happily touch the statue. My heart has long been filled with joy. Shi Jinxiang sneers coldly. Just a golden statue. I thought your gift would be more valuable. The people in the audience grit their teeth. An unnamed flame rises in my heart. What do you mean by just a gold statue? This isn't valuable enough. Shi Jinxiang seems to be well prepared. He took out a contract directly from his pocket. There's also a bank card. I don't have anything good to give either. Just give 10% of my company's shares to my little brother. There's 1 billion in this card. The future dividends will be automatically deposited into my brother's card. Sister, I have nothing else, just money. A sound of swallowing saliva echoed in Gudong Square. How much? 1 billion. 10% of Sure Group's shares. The annual dividends will be in the hundreds of millions. Who do you think you're looking down on with hundreds of millions? That's the top enterprise of Sure Group in the Magic City. I don't ask for anything. As long as I can be Xiaoke's brother-in-law, I can only say the toad wants to eat swan meat. It's simply the last fantasy of losers. At this moment, I feel like in a dream. So happy. Sure Xin bends his eyes. Speak softly. After the fireworks are set off, dozens of staff members are already ready. Load and fire immediately. The brilliant fireworks light up the entire night sky. The exploding sparks are like falling stars. The entire city can see this grand fireworks show. The twinkling stars become the supporting role at this moment. Finally, under the lead of the host, I heard the loudest blessing. Sure Xiaoke. The cheers of tens of thousands of people echoed through Xianting Square. The night sky of the Magic City was illuminated by fireworks. The performance lasted the whole night. The media team next to the stage had already posted hot topics on Weibo. In the middle of the night, the whole Magic City was still shimmering with lights. Countless young men and women kissed under the romantic fireworks. Ever since becoming popular at the birthday party, every day there's a group of people chasing after me, wanting me to recognize them as my dad. What are you daydreaming about? At the end of the school day, next to the school gate, I covered my cheeks with both hands. I lowered my head and blended in with the crowd. Walking out of the school, patrolling media reporters closely watched every elementary school student walking out of the gate. Doesn't that kid look like Xiaoko? Looks quite similar. Several reporters noticed. I couldn't help but feel suspicious as I walked out covering my face. Then a few people blocked my way. They asked in a rather gentle tone, "Little brother, what's your name?" I lowered my head. The chubby hand covering my face still didn't come down. Taking advantage of their inattention, I directly squeezed out from the gap. My little feet ran as fast as if they were oiled. Where is Shi Xiaoku? I don't believe the brothers can't catch up with me. If we can't catch a little kid like him today, then what's the point of all our efforts? Where is my precious son? Mom, are you here? Quick, quick, quick. My dad's fans, hurry and catch up. The chase battle with fire support resumes. But this time, the number has risen to hundreds of people. The three bodyguards closely followed the young master, transforming into human shields as the crowd approached. Then, hundreds of people directly knocked the three down like migrating wild oxen. The bodyguards lay on the ground silently shedding tears. His handsome face was now marked with several shoe prints. The entrance of the elementary school was in chaos. The shouting and screaming continued without stopping. This scene left the parents picking up their children in shock. Sure Shinru in the car across the street wearing a mask and sunglasses, carefully not noticing the school gate, still not noticing the figure of his younger brother. This really made him anxious. At this moment, he suddenly noticed a large crowd rushing towards him. He took off his sunglasses, furrowed brows. The crowd is vast and mighty, a dark and dense mass. Looks like at least 200 to 300 people. The most important thing is the little boy striding ahead who seems to be my own brother. As I run, I can't help but complain. Is it necessary to chase so desperately? I quickly rush towards my sister. The running legs have already turned into a blur, but the pursuing army behind is relentless. It seems they won't give up until they catch me. I run to the car and pull the door handle hard. Holy cow! The car door is locked from the inside. I anxiously pound on the car window. Who understands my feelings at this moment? My family, at such a dangerous time. Sister won't open the door for me. Sure Shinru just seemed a little dazed. Seeing the anxious look on my little brother's face, he frantically unlocked the stubborn car door. Although the door was finally unlocked, but it was already too late. The crowd surged towards the car. The crazy scene shocked Sure Shinru. I cried out in frustration. My sister set me up and left me with just a few words. I continued to run forward. Sure Shinru looked embarrassed, as if she had caused trouble for her little brother. My little brother shouldn't blame his sister, right? He silently comforted himself, then started the car and drove towards the crowd. Good boy, don't be afraid. Mom will help you. Don't run away. We won't eat you. Oh my, how are you so fast? Good boy. I'm your dad fan, not a paparazzi. I'm sulking and going back to drink milk. Do I look like a fool to you? Sure Shinru can only follow carefully and avoid bumping into people. It's really too aggrieved. He silently prays for his little brother. On a certain street in the Magic City, uncle and aunt, please make way. A quite loud crane call came from the crowd, causing confusion among the crowd. I shuttle crazily through the crowd with agile steps before the people on the pedestrian street could react. The heavy footsteps came from the distance. Hurry, hurry, hurry. It's just up ahead. Oh no, Lousy has been chasing for 2 blocks already. Can the little ancestor calm down? It's on this street. Quick. The crowd on the pedestrian street looks puzzled. I saw more than 300 people rushing towards us. Wow, the crowd is all making way, afraid of being knocked over. The thundering footsteps echo throughout the pedestrian street. After the crowd rushes past, the crowd just breathed a sigh of relief. Another round of thundering footsteps came. They're coming again. Looking ahead, I saw a neat formation of black-clad bodyguards running towards us. The young master is just up ahead. Hurry, those who are following behind the young master. If anything goes wrong, you will be held accountable. The crowd quickly made way again. The bodyguards couldn't help but secretly complain in their hearts. Today is really strange, playing cat and mouse. At this moment, in the dark alley, a pair of mice are eating next to the trash can. Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly. The densely packed crowd passed straight over them. After the crowd left, only one mouse survived against the wall. The other one had been stomped into a pancake. She slowly crawled to the side of the mouse, emitting a squeaky, miserable cry, as if it's lamenting. Suddenly, another sound of footsteps came. Another mouse pancake appeared on the ground. All right, count me. Today I can see Grandma. At this moment, the box next to the trash can is shaking slightly. I open the box. After realizing that there's no one around, I let out a slow breath. Where am I now? My eyebrows twisted into a spiral. Suddenly, I jumped over the wall at the end of the alley and left. In no time, I was back home. As soon as I entered the door, the four sisters ran back and hugged Iron Patch directly. I have to say, being hugged by my sisters is really comfortable. The touch is soft and bouncy. They asked me where I had run off to. After explaining to my sisters, I sat on the sofa, clamoring to watch The Adventures of Pig. I heard classmates saying, "This animation is very good." Under the control of Shiz Hengxiang, pigs are appearing on TV. I'm seriously watching the cartoon, joyfully watching Pigs 1, 2, and Baldy Lou battle wits and courage, while the sisters start talking about everyday matters. Sure, Wenya's expression looks a bit unpleasant. Accompanied by a sigh, she said, "The recent International Cultural Education Conference has been a bit troublesome. I have to leave home for a while." Shizhenxian looks a bit surprised, but thinking that fourth sister is the director of the International Education Research Center, it's not hard to understand. Shizhentian stuffed a strawberry into his mouth. "Fourth sister, when are you preparing to leave? The flight is at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Is it so urgent?" Everyone fell silent, but soon returned to normal. Shinru spoke softly. "Our whole family should be able to reunite completely, right? I heard that father, mother, and the eldest and third sisters will come home for the new year. The sixth sister will also come home during this time. But the second sister. Lately, there have been constant frictions between the Huaxia border and neighboring countries. It can be said that it's the most dangerous there for the second sister." I pricked up my ears and eavesdropped from the side. When I heard that the fourth sister was going to leave, I trembled in my heart. Is sister leaving? I'm unwilling to part. I threw myself into the fourth sister's arms. Wenya rubbed my little head. A sweet smile hung on the corner of her mouth. "Good little brother. Sister went to take care of some things. She'll be back soon," got the reply from my sister. I lay on her stomach feeling wronged. Meanwhile, the Shur family in Kyoto was plotting a conspiracy against me. In the room next to hers, several middle-aged men discussing together. They are the second generation of the middle-aged Shur family. The third one, the fifth one, the sixth one. The men have a dark complexion, furrowed brows. Mr. Lee couldn't even deal with that bastard. How is this possible? The third of the Shur family said in a deep voice. "I just don't believe a 6-year-old kid could hurt Mr. Lee so badly." The fifth of the Shur family echoed and said, "That's right. Otherwise, let's go and test him again. Anyway, this little doll can't stay." The second son of the Shur family, who has always been silent, spoke calmly. "Quiet." Suddenly, there was no more sound in the field. It's obvious. He is very authoritative in front of these few people. I'll let the assassination go. Even Master Lee returned with serious injuries. Do we have to ask those few to act? I just didn't expect that. His 4 daughters of Shur Yuehao. Turns out they are phoenixes among the branches. They hid quite deeply. The fourth family is too tolerant. The third son of the Shur family roared angrily. He was expelled from the main family of the Shur family back then, swearing not to give birth to a son. He actually dares to have a child with that despicable woman, tainting the bloodline of our Shur family. This is challenging the authority of the Shur family. Shur Xiaoka must disappear. The sixth elder of the Shur family, who had not spoken for a long time, smiled and spoke. "Brothers, everyone, I think we can come up with another way to get rid of Shur Xiaoka." Everyone turned their eyes to him. Let's hear it. The next morning, I went downstairs. I noticed a woman on the sofa. There was also a man sitting in a wheelchair next to her. I made eye contact with the two of them. For some reason, I felt a warm aura coming from the two of them. Aunt Lon was about to speak, but was stopped by Sher Yuehao's gaze. Chen Hui pushed the wheelchair to me, looking at me with gentle eyes. I blinked in confusion. I touched my cheeks with both hands. Auntie, is my face dirty? Chen managed to hold back the sour feeling in his nose and told me, not at all. Xiaoku is the cutest child in the world. How does Auntie know my name? I looked at Aunt Lon in confusion, but Aunt Lon didn't say anything. She just smiled and continued with the housework. I couldn't help but ask the two of them, Uncle, Auntie, are you my relatives? Sure, Yuehao couldn't help but burst into laughter. I didn't expect my son to be quite clever, and so cute. Chen Hui covered her mouth and chuckled, complaining to the man in the wheelchair. Why don't you tell my darling quickly? What are you to him? Sure, Yuehao opened his arms to me and said, Xiaoku, come here, I'll tell you who I am. I walked up half in disbelief. Sure, Yuehao hugged me on his lap. Chen Hui frowned and reminded, you be careful, the chest wound isn't healed yet. Sure, Yuehao didn't care at all, looking at the jade figurine sitting on his lap, showing a kind smile. In his arms, I instantly remembered what my sister had said before. Sure, Yuehao pinched my cheek, indulgently said, my name is Sure Yuehao. Guess who I am? Dad, I exclaimed. This sweet address made Sure Yuehao very happy. He pointed at Chen Hui, asked me, you guessed it right, then who do you think he is? Mom. Chen Hui snatched Xiaoko from his arms, and held him directly in her arms. My dear son, are you hungry? Mom will take you to eat. After saying that, she kissed my cheek. Okay, I want to have a hamburger and milk tea. I kept talking about the food I love to eat, while also leaning against my mom's arms. I never expected to see my parents in this way. At first, I was worried that my parents wouldn't like me. It seems all these worries were unnecessary. Chen Hui gently led me out of the villa. Only Sure Yuehao was sitting in a wheelchair. Hey, wife, take me with you. How come you've forgotten about me now that you have a son? He pushed the wheelchair himself to keep up with Chen Hui's pace. It looked quite comical. Finally, with the help of the maid, the group boarded the car. Chen Hui gave him an unhappy look. You can sleep outside tonight. I want to sleep with my son. Sure, Yuehao was dumbfounded. How come as soon as the sun comes back, wife's changed her ways? No, we definitely have to sleep as a family of 3. Besides, I'm injured and can't take care of myself. I looked helplessly at my parents arguing in Chen Hui's arms. Why does it always feel different from what I imagined? I really want to interrupt them, then weakly say I want to sleep alone. Obviously, this is impossible. It's no use even if I speak up. The black Audi 6 leaves the Sure family manor. Take a closer look and you'll find that the license plate of this car is June 0003. In the car, Chen Hui is caring for me on the side. Her beautiful eyes are full of tenderness. October is not talkative, just occasionally chat for a few words. Very soon, the family arrived at the underground shopping mall. As soon as they got off the car, they were stared at by many passers-by. The military area's license plate number is 0003. Such a prominent license plate number. At least it's the rank of a major general, right? Also the front line of the border. Second sister is preparing to night raid an army, but never expected to fall into a trap. Life and death uncertain. At this moment, the two armies are separated by thousands of kilometers. Confronting from a distance, it has already reached a critical point. Sure Jinying sits on the high platform, looking into the distance. Her expression is quite serious. She is not worried about the military strength being weaker than the opponent. But the threat brought by the S-level Esper is too great. A killing machine, if allowed to enter the battlefield, the consequences would be unimaginable. Report to the general. The 4 grandmasters sent by the Warrior Association. Listening to the introductions of the 4, Sure Janine laughed heartily. His eyes turned cold and fierce. We have 4 grandmasters guarding the borders of China. It's truly fortunate. Pass on my military orders. We will launch a night attack on one of the armies today. It's time to start the war. The middle-aged officer exits briskly. At this moment, he pulls out a photo from his pocket. The picture shows a smiling Sure Do. Her gaze instantly softened, gently caressing the boy in the photo. Younger brother, wait until things settle down here, sister. It's just coming home to see you. That night, I was getting ready to go downstairs to find Shohei as usual. Just as I walked out of the door, I heard some commotion coming from my parents' room. Out of curiosity, I peeked inside with a keen look. Inside the room, Sure Yuehao was talking to someone. What's going on? What happened? The voice on the other end of the phone was slightly trembling. General Shur and 4 Grandmasters are besieged on the front line by 10s level metahumans. The 4 Grandmasters are heavily injured. General Shur's whereabouts are unknown. Crack! The phone was crushed by Shur Yuehao. His eyes were bloodshot. His heartstrings surged. Idiot! Shenhui was crying bitterly while covering her face on the side, muttering impossible under her breath. I looked outside in astonishment. My heart trembled. Second sister had an accident. Noticing that his father had left the villa, Xiaoke poked his head out of the room. His delicate little round face was filled with worry. Is second sister in danger? Can dad save her? Thinking about the dangerous situation his sister might be facing, he became anxious like an ant on a hot pan. No, I have to save my sister. He clenched his little fist, his brows revealing a hint of determination and stubbornness. Xiaoke walked downstairs lightly, passing by the doghouse. Little Black, curled up inside the doghouse, caught a glimpse of him and couldn't help but shiver. At this time every day, the little master would come and take him to the backyard to practice. But to its surprise, today Xiaoke walked straight out of the villa and didn't bother to take it to the backyard. It couldn't believe its eyes. Today, he didn't come to bother it? Did the heavens open their eyes? Xiaoke, who had walked out of the villa, directly summoned Jinwu, leaped onto the flying sword, and secretly followed his father. Wang family's helipad. Although it was already midnight, there were still staff members on duty patrolling. Shur Yuehao, with a grim face, walked towards the staff member. Go call the driver over, we're going to the border. The staff member replied, yes, and immediately went to wake up the sleeping driver. When the 2 drivers woke up, they still had a dazed look on their faces, but as soon as they heard that it was the master's order, they immediately became energized. In no time, the 3 of them boarded the helicopter and flew northwest. In the sky, Xiaoke stood far away on the flying sword, his ice blue pupils flickering with a faint light. He murmured softly, second sister, please don't get into trouble. In the morning, the family sat together at the dining table as usual. The only difference was that the main seat was empty today. Wang Siki seemed to sense something and asked her mother, where did dad go? Chen Huiyun replied casually, oh, he went to Linxiang City early in the morning to drink with Uncle Feng. I don't know how long he'll stay there. Although it sounded reasonable, Wang Siki still frowned. Did he have to go so early to find Uncle Feng? Couldn't he wait until after breakfast? And as far as she knew, Uncle Feng was also a martial artist, even stronger than Dad. Something big must have happened. She couldn't help but think of her second sister who was far away at the border, and a bad premonition arose in her heart. After breakfast, Wang Xinru sent Xiaoke to the school gate. Xiaoke hadn't been talking much since the morning, his round head hanging low. Wang Xinru leaned close to her brother and asked in confusion, what's wrong, little brother? Are you unhappy? He immediately raised his milky white little round face and smiled at his sister. No, I'm going to school, see you later, sister. With that, he jumped out of the car and waved his chubby little hand at his sister. Wang Xinru smiled and nodded, her eyes and eyebrows filled with a smile. It seemed that she had been overthinking. Her little brother was so young, what could be bothering him? The car started and slowly left Mo-Do Elementary School. Instead of going back to the classroom, Xiaoke went directly to find Jiang Nan and the others. The few of them were sitting in the pavilion at the moment, watching short videos on Weibo. On the screen, a hot-bodied beauty dressed in a costume danced to the music, casting a flirtatious smile. The phone played a lively tune, deeply attracting the attention of the 3. Who recognizes the melody when the inked partridge cries, waiting for you to string the broken string? Oh, little lover, don't worry about this life. I only pull up the red sleeves for you. 3 rounds of wine over the moon. My heart is wandering. Oh, little lady, don't worry. Ahem. Xiaoke approached the 3 and coughed lightly twice. Jiang Nan was startled and almost dropped his phone. He turned around and saw that the young master had somehow appeared behind him. He awkwardly put away his phone, and a blush appeared on his originally aloof and arrogant face. Young master, do you have something to tell us? Did someone upset you? Xiaoke shook his head and looked at him with a pair of bright eyes. I want to ask you, do you know where my second sister's military camp is? The 3 exchanged glances and smiled. Did he even need to ask? Young master, of course we know, but why are you asking this? Do you still want to go find the general? Xiaoke raised his round face and showed a harmless smile to the 3 people. Sick dog. Correct answer. Ghost Eye of the Netherworld. With a milk-like drink, he left the 3 people confused. Suddenly, a green light appeared in the pupils of the 3 people, and their expressions immediately became dull. Jiang Nan felt his vision darken, and his consciousness was gradually swallowed by some mysterious power. Seeing the success, Xiaoke excitedly rubbed his hands. This was the first time he used the set of martial arts on someone else. As he expected, not only Xiao He, but also Jiang Nan and the other two could be controlled by him. Xiaoke grinned, thinking that he was quite clever. However, he couldn't control too many people at the same time, and the opponent's strength had to be much lower than his own in order to control their minds. After thinking for a while, he looked up and asked, "Where is my second sister's military camp located?" Jiang Nan responded blankly, "In the northwest border area, about 20 miles south of the Great Wilderness Mountains." After hearing his answer, Xiaoke left satisfied and headed straight for the school gate. After a while, Jiang Nan and the other two regained consciousness, feeling dizzy and confused. "Hey, where's the young master? He was just here, right? I'm not sure. What's going on? I feel so dizzy. What were we doing just now? I don't know." Walking out of the school gate and looking at the empty road, Xiaoke muttered to himself, realizing that there were no cars on the road. Did he have to fly on a sword in front of everyone's eyes? As he pondered at the entrance, he suddenly remembered Xiao Xiao, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. He quickly took out his phone and opened WeChat, scrolling through the friend list to find Xiao Xiao. Immediately, Xiaoke called her to explain the situation. Soon, Lin Xiaoxiao and her father parked their car in front of him. He sweetly called out Xiaoxiao's sister and got into the car. On the way, the two of them chatted and laughed, and Lin's father kindly talked to Xiaoku. Lin Xiaoxiao took out her phone and hugged him, taking several photos in a row. When she smiled, her two dimples sank deeply, making her look very charming. Xiaoke crawled out of her embrace, his cute face blushing like a ripe apple. He blinked his watery eyes and pouted, saying, "Xiaoxiao sister, why did you take so many photos with me?" Lin Xiaoxiao smiled and pinched his cheek. "Little Ku is a big star now, many people want to take photos with you. Others will envy me when they see them." After saying that, she directly selected the photos and sent them to her group of girlfriends. Suddenly, the group chat exploded with messages, and the phone kept ringing. After listening to her words, Xiaoke couldn't help but raise his head and ask, "Xiaoxiao sister, I'm thinking about whether I should participate in variety shows. It seems like a lot of fun." This sentence stunned her for a moment, then she exclaimed, "What, participate in variety shows?" She looked at Xiaoku again and smiled warmly. "Of course you can, little Ku is so cute. Many people will like you for sure. And participating in variety shows is a lot of fun, your fans must be looking forward to it too." After hearing Xiaoxiao's reply, Xiaoke silently made up his mind. 10 minutes later, the car smoothly stopped at the entrance of the Wang family mansion. "Xiaoxiao sister, I'm going home now." After greeting her, Xiaoke walked straight into the Wang family mansion. Looking at the magnificent mansion in front of them, both of them were shocked by the grandeur. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the back of the little boy through the car window, a sweet smile appearing on her face. The last time the little guy told her that his home was near the mansion. Sure enough, with such powerful sisters, how could their residence be ordinary? "Dad, let's go home." The car slowly disappeared at the entrance of the Wang family mansion. The villa door was quietly opened, and Xiaoke walked into the hall quietly, afraid of disturbing his sisters upstairs. At this time, Aunt Lan was doing housework in the living room and noticed the small figure. She asked in confusion, "Young master, why did you come back home?" Xiaoke's heart tightened, and he quickly gestured for her to be quiet. Although Aunt Lan didn't understand what the young master wanted to do, she didn't speak again. After a while, seeing that there was still no movement upstairs, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he tiptoed towards the dog's kennel and smiled at Xiao Hei. "Xiao Hei, oh, this is for me." It just wanted to run away when it suddenly found that it couldn't move its body. There was a spiritual force tightly imprisoning it in place. Then, a small figure walked up to it and picked it up, running out of the villa. The young master must have skipped class, right? Aunt Lan hesitated whether to report to the young miss, but after thinking about it, she continued to tidy up the housework. Xiaoke ran out of the estate in one breath, only putting down Xiao Hei when they were tens of meters away from the Wang family. "Xiao Hei, let's go save sister together," he said in a childish voice, his eyes serious. "My sister got into trouble on the battlefield, and our mission this time is to rescue her. As I said before, if you're willing to come with me, just say so. If you don't say anything, then I'll assume you're coming with me to save my sister." "Xiao Hei, do I have a choice?" 6 Wang family's helipad. A person and a dog peeked their heads out from the wall, secretly observing the situation inside. "Remember to follow me closely later, we need to act quickly, and remember to watch my signals," Xiaoke whispered to the dog beside him. Xiao Hei nodded its head in a human-like manner, as if understanding his meaning. At the entrance, 2 staff members vigilantly looked around, afraid that any movement would be discovered. At this moment, a delicate little boy approached the gate and rudely shouted at them. "Hey, take me in, I want to see Xiaoke number 2. The staff members looked at him in surprise, then respectfully replied, "Yes, young master." The two opened the gate and welcomed the young master into the hangar. Xiaoke calmly walked in, with Xiaohei following closely behind on its short legs. One staff member noticed the little white dog and directly blocked its path. Woof! Woof! Two barks entered Xiaoke's ears, and he turned around in confusion to see what was happening. Another staff member explained to him, "Young master, the head of the family said that no idle people are allowed to enter the helipad, including dogs. Otherwise, should I find someone to take care of it first?" Xiaoke couldn't help but complain in his heart. His father's rules were really troublesome. He coldly faced the two and said aggressively, "Xiaohei is my good friend, and my father's rules do not include my friends." The staff members looked embarrassed and unsure of what to do. He continued to speak to them, "If you don't let Xiaohei in, I will tell my sisters that you bullied me. Then my sisters will come find you." Hearing this, the staff members felt a chill down their spines and quickly stepped aside to let the dog in. They secretly thought to themselves, rules are dead, people are alive. Anyway, it's the young master's pet, and such a small dog can't cause any trouble. When Xiaohei caught up, the staff member led Xiaoku into the hangar. Along the way, every staff member they encountered greeted and saluted him. Soon, they arrived at the Xiaoku No. 2 helicopter. He happily walked up and touched this big toy. Xiaohei stared with its round eyes, curiously observing the behemoth in front of it. Xiaoku turned around and calmly instructed the two, "I want to play with the plane, go call the pilot." The two staff members exchanged glances and then called a senior pilot. When the pilot arrived panting, Xiaoku was already impatiently preparing to depart. "Young master, please." The staff members respectfully opened the aircraft door and lowered the gangway. Xiaoku glanced at Xiaohei, signaling for it to follow. The two quickly boarded the helicopter. The staff members wanted to stop the dog, but suddenly everything went black in front of them, and they froze in place. After the pilot finished preparing, he turned around to check on the young master. As soon as he turned his head, he was met with a delicate little face. "Uncle Pilot, do you know the Great Wilderness Mountains?" Xiaoke's eager inquiry was met with a pair of big, watery eyes staring at him. Why does the young master want to ask about the Great Wilderness Mountains? It's on the border." The driver furrowed his brow, as he had been to that place before. Not long ago, he happened to have taken a Wang family's servant to this area. That young man had been crying and howling all the way, almost driving him crazy. Xiaoke secretly rejoiced, thinking that it was so easy, saving himself the trouble of searching on the map. Ghost eyes of the netherworld. Suddenly, the driver's pupils were enveloped in green light. "Let's go, to the south of the Great Wilderness Mountains." Xiaoke waved his chubby little hand and laughed happily. The helicopter slowly started under the control of the driver. The propellers spun faster and faster, stirring up a gust of wind on the ground. "Woohoo, take off! Xiaohei, too cool, I'm flying." Xiaoke released the controls of the two people next to the helicopter. The two regained their senses and stared blankly as the helicopter rose into the sky. It wasn't until the aircraft became farther and farther away from them that the staff realized something was wrong. What just happened? Hey, why did the helicopter fly away? What's going on? Where is it going to? Who is piloting the helicopter? Where does he want to take the young master? In no time, the helicopter disappeared completely from the sight of the two. "Damn it, the young master has been taken away. Hurry, inform the director. I hope the young master doesn't get into trouble. Damn it, if Miss finds out, we're all done for." In the distance, a person and a dog danced with joy on the helicopter. The plan was progressing very smoothly, and now they just had to fly to their destination. Inside the Wang family villa, Wang Xinru, who was doing yoga, split her two beautiful legs into a split. The phone next to her rang, and she answered the call as she stood up. "What? The young master flew away in a helicopter? Who is the pilot? Quickly contact him." On the other end of the phone, the voice of the director of the helipad management trembled. "Miss, we can't reach the pilot." Wang Xinru hung up the phone and dialed Xiaoke's WeChat for a video call. But no matter how long she waited, the call was not answered. She quickly put on her clothes and rushed to the helipad. On the other side, several men in suits walked out of the Magic City airport. Their faces were stern, and they exuded a strong aura, their icy gaze piercing like venomous snakes. The crowd voluntarily made way for them, afraid of provoking them. One of the men took out a document. The document recorded the specific information of Wang Siki and the location of the Wang group. On the front lines of the border, days of fighting had resulted in over 100,000 casualties among the Chinese soldiers. The original 500,000 soldiers had now dwindled to 350,000. The sky belonged only to fire and smoke, while outside the trenches, fear and death prevailed. Military fighter jets were still engaged in aerial combat with Chinese fighter jets. Ground-to-air missiles and tanks fired incessantly, leaving the entire plain pockmarked by explosions. Blood, flames, gunfire, and dust filled the air, and the roar of heavy machine guns, anti-tank guns, and rocket launchers constantly echoed, creating a perfect hell on earth. The sound of agonizing screams reverberated through the battlefield, and the air was filled with the foul stench of burning flesh. Looking north, severed limbs and remains littered the scorched earth, stained red by blood. Countless wounded Chinese soldiers were transported back to the base for treatment. The doctors and nurses at the entire military base were busy, with many of them not having slept for 3 days. Since yesterday, a large number of media reporters had come to shoot and document, sending the footage back to their companies. At the same time, media outlets across China reported on the events of the border war simultaneously. For a while, the topic of border war dominated the top of the trending searches on the internet. People below were discussing it fervently. Country has ambitious intentions. They have been secretly harassing China for a long time. Do they think China is defenseless? I am willing to rejoin the military and defend the gates of China. Why hasn't the Lord sent reinforcements even though the war has been over for several days? As Chinese people, we should be at the forefront. Who is willing to join me and rush to the front lines? The soldiers on the northwest border should be remembered. Lord, please send troops to support the front lines. In the office of the president of the wine group, Wang Siki coldly scanned the media information, feeling increasingly uneasy. It seemed that something had happened to her second sister, but she didn't expect the situation to be so serious. At that moment, her phone rang. She answered the call, and her body instantly froze in her seat. Say it again. Wang Siki gritted her teeth and said, her beautiful face covered in frost. The person on the other end of the phone repeated in a trembling voice, Miss, the young master has left the city by helicopter and is heading towards the northwest. Wang Siki kicked over the table and chairs next to her, unable to hold back her anger. Idiot, how dare you let the young master get on a helicopter? Useless thing, you can't even take care of a child. What's the use of our Wang family raising you? Prepare another aircraft. Slap. She kicked open the door of the president's office, ran into the elevator, and a burning fire ignited in her heart. Sometime later, Wang Siki hurriedly arrived at the helipad, where Wang Xinru and Wang Lele had already boarded the helicopter. She angrily walked up to the director of operations and slapped him hard twice. If anything happens to the young master, you can wait to die. The cold words entered his ears, frightening him to the point of trembling, almost crying out. At that moment, he had the urge to kill the 2 staff members himself. He had only been absent for half a day, and such a big mistake had been made. The 3 women boarded the helicopter and quickly headed towards the northwest. At the same time, the entire Huaxia was in turmoil. The northern military region received an order from General Shi Yuehao and quickly dispatched 100,000 elite soldiers to support the northwest. The Martial Artists Association once again sent personnel to the northwest military region. Netizens across Huaxia condemned the country's ambitions and harassment of the Huaxia border. Countless passionate young men clamored to join the army. However, there was still no news from the Lord. It wasn't until evening that an official statement was released through the media. The Lord stated that reinforcements would be sent and called on domestic medical personnel to support the front lines. In addition, the Huaxia government issued a statement to country, questioning why they repeatedly harassed the Huaxia border and instigated war. The World Peace Organization strongly condemned country's atrocities and demanded that they stop the war and withdraw their troops. However, country had yet to respond directly, and the war continued. In the evening, another piece of news was exposed. General Wang Ying of the border military region. Missing. The whole country was in an uproar. Generals usually stayed behind the scenes and were usually accompanied by a large number of bodyguards. It was puzzling that General Wang Ying had mysteriously disappeared. People didn't need to think too much to know that this was definitely related to country. However, people couldn't understand how country managed to capture the general despite heavy security. After all, martial artists and ability users were secrets sealed by each country, and ordinary people had no way of knowing. The sky gradually darkened. The border war gradually ceased, and both sides retreated to their military bases, seemingly gathering strength for a more fierce offensive. In the conference hall of the base, the 4 grandmasters and dozens of high-ranking military officials sat together. The current 4 grandmasters were in a sorry state, all of them suffering from serious injuries. Master Chen had even lost an arm. Although the wounds had been treated, fresh red blood still seeped through the bandages. Everyone's faces were gloomy, and they all lowered their heads in silence. With the general absent, the military region had completely lost its backbone, and they were now like scattered sand. Master Wan pursed his lips and let out a long sigh. Creak! The door of the conference hall was opened, and a middle-aged man in military uniform walked into the room. What shocked everyone was that he had 3 golden stars on his shoulder, neatly arranged above the golden branches and leaves. This was the rank of a general. Apart from the 4 grandmasters, the high-ranking military officials in the room immediately stood up and saluted. At the same time, several people curiously looked at the general, feeling that he looked familiar. The middle-aged man walked solemnly towards the conference table and sat in the main seat. After scanning the crowd, he slowly spoke. "I am General Shi Yuehao of the Northern Military Region. Report to me in detail about General Wang Ying's situation." Upon hearing this, all the high-ranking officials of the military region trembled. The name Shi Yuehao may not be known to ordinary people, but he is well known in the military. It is said that he climbed from a rookie soldier to the position of general, leading the soldiers to guard the northern border of China for 10 years. He has won hundreds of battles and is known as the invincible war god in the military. One high-ranking official looked at Shi Yuehao with admiration and respectfully stood up. 2 days ago, we had the advantage in the battle. But yesterday, 4 S-level superhumans suddenly appeared on the front lines and indiscriminately slaughtered our soldiers. General Shi quickly led the 4 grandmasters to the front lines, but unexpectedly, there were more than just 4 S-level superhumans on the enemy side. After the grandmasters entered the battlefield, 6 more S-level superhumans appeared on the front lines and went straight for the general, ignoring everyone else. In the end, General Shi was captured, and the 4 grandmasters were seriously injured. Our frontline soldiers suffered a major defeat. Shi Yuehao clenched his fists, unable to hide his anger on his face. They actually sent 10 S-level superhumans, disregarding the treaty. Creak! The door of the conference room opened again, and a group of extraordinary middle-aged people entered the room. The leader of the group respectfully called out to Shi Yuehao, "Big brother, I'm late." Shi Yuehao's angry expression eased slightly, and he quickly asked him to sit down. The 4 grandmasters stared at this man with surprise. The middle-aged man looked at the 4 grandmasters and showed a hearty smile. Wan Zongshi spoke in astonishment. "Master Feng Xiaotian?" Feng Xiaotian nodded and then spoke in front of everyone. "Tomorrow morning, the Northern Military Region's elite troops of 100,000 will arrive, and the Martial Artists Association will also send 10 grandmasters. Among them, there are 2 grandmasters in the late stage, 3 in the middle stage, and 5 in the early stage. In addition, the ruler has not taken any action, only made verbal statements, I estimate." Shi Yuehao waved his hand, his face softened a lot. "Thank you, brother Feng. Tomorrow, I will personally lead the army and surely defeat the enemy." Feng Xiaotian laughed heartily and bowed. "Big brother, no need to be polite. You saved my life, there's no need for thanks." Soon, Shi Yuehao planned the attack strategy according to the terrain. The entire high-ranking officials of the military region stayed up all night, making full preparations for tomorrow's battle. The 100,000 elite soldiers arrived in the early morning, and the 10 grandmasters also successfully arrived at the base. Medical personnel and facilities were also brought to the military region, and various military weapons and ammunition were sent in batches. In the sky, Xiaoke boredly rested his chin and looked out the window. Little He, who was sitting next to him, had been sleeping since getting on the helicopter and slept through the whole night. So boring, how much longer? Xiaoke pouted and looked at the sleeping little He, a mischievous smile appearing on his round face. "You only know how to sleep all the time. I really doubt if you're a dog or a pig." He extended his finger, and purple lightning arcs suddenly appeared at his white and tender fingertips. With a flick of his finger, little He, who was sleeping peacefully, suddenly felt his body go numb and couldn't help but tremble. When he raised his dog head, he found the boy next to him still sound asleep. The entire cabin was quiet, and everything seemed normal. "Little He, is this a ghost?" It tilted its head in confusion and lay back down, falling asleep again in no time. Just as it was dreaming of a delicious chicken leg, a numbness came over its body once again. The dream of the chicken leg suddenly turned into nothingness, replaced by the long-lost smell of milk. "Ha ha ha!" Xiaoke laughed loudly, retracting his finger and pretending to be asleep again. Little He raised its head in a daze. It glanced at the sleeping boy next to it and felt deep suspicion. After carefully observing Xiaoke for a while, it lowered its body and closed its eyes, pretending to sleep. Before long, it sensed a chubby little hand reaching towards it. It took the initiative this time, quickly jumping up and biting fiercely at the small hand. Little did it know, the hand was electrified. A crackling sound echoed in the cabin. This time, Little Black was directly electrocuted, with smoke rings coming out of its mouth. In the dream, Grandma was waving at me. Hundreds of kilometers east of the helicopter, another helicopter quickly followed. The 3 women in the cabin couldn't sleep all night, their faces solemnly looking out the window. No one spoke. Wang Siki called her brother dozens of times, but no one answered. Fortunately, the Wang family helicopter had a positioning system, and now the 3 of them were getting closer to her brother. She didn't know why the pilot took her brother to the northwest, nor did she know what her brother was thinking. Everything would be known when they met. In the early morning, all the soldiers in the military base gathered urgently in the square. Sure Yuehao walked up to the platform with his arms crossed, his eyebrows raised coldly, his gaze sweeping over the 450,000 troops. Behind him, 15 grandmasters stood in 2 rows, and dozens of high-ranking military officials had solemn expressions on their faces. Everyone. Sure Yuehao's voice was amplified and clearly reached everyone's ears. As men of China, we are not afraid of injury, not afraid of death. You are soldiers, standing on the border of China. Every step back is giving away our territory. If the country is destroyed, the family will perish. Each country has ambitions like wolves. How should we respond to their invasion of China? Kill, kill, kill. The 400,000 soldiers shouted in unison. Xiao Lu was also among the crowd. Due to the shortage of manpower, he was sent to the front line. Sure Yuehao's words seemed to inject everyone with energy. At this moment, he was filled with excitement and his whole body was boiling. With anger reaching the crown, standing by the railing, the 450,000 soldiers recited the song Man Jiang Hong in unison under Sure Yuehao's leadership. The shouts were earth-shattering and could break through mountains and rivers. After all the soldiers returned to their positions, a great battle was about to begin. Attack! After a shout, the horn of charge was blown. The soldiers entered the battlefield according to Sure Yuehao's instructions. At the same time, country soldiers also entered the battlefield, with planes, tanks, missiles, and long-range artillery, all joining the battle. The entire field was filled with gunfire and shouting that pierced through the clouds. On the front lines of the war, 4 men in strange attire rushed into the Chinese battlefield. Bullets and shells were easily avoided by them, and their speed was astonishing. One of the men with red hair casually made a move, and a large group of flames rushed towards the crowd. In an instant, more than a dozen soldiers were engulfed in flames, slowly losing their lives in painful screams. Bruce, dare to compete with me to see who can kill more people, a blond man said to the man with red hair. All right, who's afraid of who? Bruce made another move, and several people died with each attack. Sure Yuehao stared closely at the 4 figures from the high platform. Wan Zongshi explained to him on the side. These 4 are S-level superhumans from each country. The man with red hair is called Bruce, he has the fire attribute. The blonde man is called Adam, he is a lightning attribute superhuman. The tall man next to him is Austin, an earth attribute superhuman. Finally, the one called Arthur is also a fire attribute superhuman, but his strength is stronger than Bruce's, with the strength of a late-stage grandmaster. Listening to Wan Zongxi's explanation, Sure Yuehao nodded, and then signaled the 4 grandmasters to go and confront them. The other grandmasters continued to be on standby, ready to deal with other superhumans that might appear. In the chaotic battlefield, Xiao Lu crouched in the trench trembling with a rifle in his arms. At this moment, he suddenly missed the days when he used to run with the young master. Although it was tiring, at least he wouldn't die. Swish! Xiao Lu heard a sound and looked up. He saw a shell dropping from the sky. The oval-shaped shell gradually enlarged in his pupils. At this moment, he seemed to see his great-grandfather, who had been dead for decades, waving at him. It was too late to run, so he slowly closed his eyes, hoping that the death wouldn't be too painful. Suddenly, a golden light flashed by. Boom! 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Xiao Lu opened his tightly closed eyes and clumsily groped all over his body. Ah, am I dead? Where's the cannonball? In the sky above the battlefield, a flying sword shot out from a distance and then shot away again. Finally, the golden crow slowly fell back into Xiaoke's hands. He blinked his eyes in surprise and asked, why did big brother Xiao Lu secretly come here? Inside the helicopter, Xiaoke looked puzzled as he looked into the distance. By now, he was approaching his second sister's military base and could prepare to land. He controlled the pilot to fly slowly towards the military base. At the same time, the Air Defense Department sounded the alarm. Warning, warning, unidentified flying object approaching. Noticing the red mark on the radar detector, the soldier immediately used an electronic telescope to check. The other soldier next to him eagerly asked, is it an enemy aircraft? Should we attack? I'm not sure, it's an ordinary helicopter with Chinese characters on its body. What characters? Xiaoke number 2. Both of them were stunned at the same time. What was this helicopter for, with such a strange name? The soldier next to them coughed lightly and said, try to contact them when they get closer, and if there's no response, it's not too late to attack. Both of them nodded at the same time and looked solemnly at the red mark on the radar. Until the plane was within communication range, the soldier sent a communication signal to the helicopter. Xiaoke, who was still excited, was preparing to land. Suddenly, a strange man's voice came from the console. Black helicopter, you have approached our military jurisdiction. Please state your identity, purpose, and department. Shao Ke listened blankly as the man finished speaking, finally realizing. So they were asking why he was here. Of course, he was here to save his sister. He leaned forward and answered in a childish voice, I'm here to find my dad. My dad's name is Shi Yuehao, and Wang Ying is my second sister. The helicopter continued to descend, and the console once again transmitted the voice of the unfamiliar man. You have approached our military jurisdiction. Please state your purpose immediately, or we will take defensive measures. Shao Ke stared with round eyes and muttered to himself, he can't hear me, what should I do? Xiao He, do you know how to make him hear? Xiao He, are you asking me? Despite several inquiries from the Air Defense Department, the black helicopter ignored them and continued to descend. The two soldiers spoke sternly. Launch infrared-guided attacks on the unidentified flying object. The control personnel who received the order immediately activated the anti-aircraft weapons and aimed at the black helicopter to launch an attack. In an instant, countless missiles flew toward Shao Ke. Wow! Shao Ke shouted and immediately activated his spiritual power to form a transparent protective film around the helicopter. Dozens of missiles suddenly decelerated when they were about to hit him. In the end, the missiles mysteriously stopped around the helicopter and couldn't advance any further. Watching this scene, the Air Defense Department was dumbfounded. The missiles continued to aim and launch, and in just a few tens of seconds, hundreds of missiles were suspended around the helicopter. From a distance, it looked like a giant hedgehog. Shao Ke finally breathed a sigh of relief. He frowned and said discontentedly, you bad guys, once I find my sister, I'll teach you a lesson. He was definitely one to hold a grudge. The people in the Air Defense Department were speechless, not knowing how to express their astonishment. What was this? Why did it turn out like this? Shao Ke number 2, prepare to land. With his excited shout, Shao Ke number 2 successfully landed, and the missiles suspended around the helicopter slowly fell to the ground. The Air Defense Department quickly notified the soldiers to investigate the mysterious helicopter that had landed in the military area. Inside the cabin, Shao Ke released his spiritual consciousness to observe the surrounding environment. Xiao He, come with me quickly, someone is coming. He opened the cabin door and, with one hand holding the dog, ran as if flying to the side. His speed was fast, and he sensed every movement around him with his spiritual consciousness, perfectly avoiding the approaching soldiers. One soldier in the Air Defense Department exclaimed, just now, it seems like a little boy ran out of the helicopter. A boy? Everyone was confused and couldn't understand what was happening with this sudden mysterious helicopter. On the ground, a large group of soldiers approached the helicopter with rifles in hand, and everyone looked alert. Strangely, there was no movement coming from inside the helicopter, which made them even more suspicious. Several soldiers entered the cabin and aimed their guns at the pilot. Who are you, and what is your purpose? The pilot, who had just regained consciousness, looked confused. He had just boarded the helicopter, so who were these soldiers? Speak! The leading soldier impatiently urged, pointing his gun forward and aiming. The pilot was almost scared out of his wits and stammered as he explained, I am the driver for the Wang family, and our family head is Shi Yuehao. The soldier asked in surprise, why didn't you respond earlier? Why did you trespass into the military area? Why did you come here? These consecutive questions made his scalp tingle, and he felt his brain in chaos. I don't know. Take him away. The pilot almost cried. How did he end up here? Mainly because he really didn't know. At the same time, in a corner of the military base, a person and a dog peeked out their heads, carefully observing the surroundings. Shao Ke silently made a plan in his mind. Xiao He, if we want to find sister, should we first find out where she is? Xiao He, at his feet, nodded in a human-like manner. Dad definitely won't tell me, so let's go find Xiao Lugij first. After finding out, we can figure out a way to save sister. With the decision made, he was ready to take action, but suddenly he thought of a problem. There are many people at Xiao Lugij's place. If I go directly to him, I will definitely be discovered. Shao Ke muttered to himself, what should I do? If I go like this, I will be found out. He pouted with a grievance and paced back and forth in the corner. Woof! Woof! Xiao He turned around a few times in place, seemingly trying to convey something. Annoyed, Shao Ke grumbled at Xiao He, what are you barking for? Shut up! Suddenly, a bright idea flashed in his mind. Since he looked young, he could just change his appearance. Thinking of this, he silently used a transformation technique on himself. This technique was similar to the purification technique, but he couldn't use it during the qi refining stage. Now that he had entered the foundation building stage, it was the perfect time to use this technique. Smoke filled the air around Xiao Ke, and when the smoke cleared, a young man in a white robe appeared in his place. Xiao Hei's eyes almost popped out in surprise. He didn't expect his young master to have this skill. On his handsome face, his features were three-dimensional and distinct. His face was flawless, with fair skin, a straight nose, and lips like jade. Under his heroic eyebrows were a pair of bright star-like eyes, deep and full of determination and wisdom. He wore a white robe that seemed to be attached to his body, making him look like a celestial being in the sunlight. Xiaoku examined himself and asked Xiao Hei in a deep voice, "How is it? I shouldn't be discovered now, right?" Xiao Hei extended his paw and gave a thumbs up, but he still felt that something was off. Unable to worry about it, Xiaoku picked up Xiao Hei and bypassed the soldiers' patrol, heading towards the battlefield. At this moment, both sides of the battle were in a frenzy, with intense firepower. Xiao Lu, in the trench, took advantage of his comrade's distraction and quietly sneaked past the army, hiding in the weakest spot of the firepower. Unfortunately, a small team of these soldiers quickly ran towards the trench, apparently wanting to occupy the area. The leading soldier saw Xiao Lu, and Xiao Lu noticed him too. Their eyes met, and it was truly awkward. "Fire!" The leading soldier shouted in fluent E language, and dozens of enemy soldiers picked up their rifles and fired at him. This time, it was really over. Xiao Lu burst into tears. He was really going to die. When the bullets were only a dozen centimeters away from his face, they suddenly stopped in mid-air. This scene left Xiao Lu at a loss. "Xiao Lu Gij." A male voice suddenly sounded beside him, and he turned his head to see a handsome young man appearing next to him. He suppressed his fear and asked him in surprise, "Do you know me?" Xiaoku immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing and quickly corrected himself. You. Shoot." The enemy interrupted him, and countless bullets shot towards the two of them. Xiaoku furrowed his brows. If these bad guys wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be polite. He extended a fair palm. All the bullets suspended in front of Xiao Lu in a strange manner. With a flick of his finger, all the bullets changed direction and shot towards the enemy at a faster speed. In an instant, the entire enemy squad of a dozen people fell in a pool of blood. Xiao Lu fell to the ground in fear, pointing his trembling finger at him. Are you human or ghost?" Xiao Ke sighed helplessly. He had just been thinking that it shouldn't be a problem to reveal his strength like this. His master wouldn't blame him, right? "Of course, I'm human. Now, quickly tell me, where is General Wang Ying?" Xiao Lu, realizing that the other person had no ill intentions, gradually relaxed his guard. He bent down and explained the whole incident to Xiao Ku. "Country E? Espers?" Xiao Ku recalled the modern history book he had read before, which mentioned the aggressive actions of Country E. 100 years ago, the power of Huaxiao was weak, and the E army, our army, burned, killed, and looted, committing all sorts of atrocities. Second sister was taken away by Espers, but what exactly are Espers? He stroked his chin and asked Xiao Lu who Espers were. Xiao Lu pointed to a few people in the distance who were fighting against the four grandmasters and explained. With this information, Xiaoke finally understood the general situation. The whereabouts of his sister, those so-called Espers must know. Thinking that he had changed his appearance, he no longer needed to worry about exposing his strength. He ran directly towards the four people at an astonishing speed. Just as he took a few steps, a shell came flying towards him amidst the hail of bullets. Xiao Lu quickly shouted, "Danger, get down!" Swish! A golden sword light flashed, and the shell split in half a meter away from him. Damn! Xiao Lu couldn't help but exclaim. Was this mysterious young man a deity? Did he just get saved by an immortal? The battlefield was in chaos, filled with the cries of wounded soldiers. The ground was littered with shattered limbs and dying people. This scene made Xiaoke feel nauseous and dizzy. Although he had also killed bad people before, the scene was not as terrifying and bloody as this. He forcefully suppressed the discomfort in his body caused by the scene and continued running forward. He must rescue his sister. With this thought, his gaze became determined. A little black dog poked its head out from his clothes and looked around. Xiao Hei finally realized that something was wrong. Everyone else was wearing military uniforms, but his little master's clothes were too eye-catching. On the high platform, Shi Yuehao and the other high-ranking officials carefully observed the battle. Who is that white-robed young man? Why isn't he wearing a military uniform? Feng Shuatian, who hadn't spoken for a long time, pointed in surprise towards the southeast. Everyone looked curiously at the figure. Xiaoke ran ahead on the front lines, defending against bullets while observing the four men fighting in the distance. He completely failed to notice that he had already attracted the attention of a group of people. 3 enemy tanks roared forward, completely unaware of the white-robed young man rushing towards them. Just as the steel behemoths were about to crush the white-robed young man, he made a move. Sword, come! A dark golden flying sword appeared in his hand, and with a light tap of his foot, Xiaoke leaped tens of meters high. In midair, his robe fluttered in the wind, and his black hair cascaded behind him like a waterfall. With a gentle wave of his jade-like hand, a crescent-shaped sword energy slashed towards the tanks with great power. Boom! Under the astonished gazes of hundreds of people around, the three tanks were split in half at the waist. What? The people on the high platform exclaimed in unison. Sure Yuehao looked at the white-robed figure in disbelief, feeling that everything was so unreal. Landing back on the ground, Xiaoke continued running forward. In the sky, two enemy planes seemed to notice a figure on the ground and aimed at him, continuously shooting. The bullets were all blocked by a protective shield of spiritual power. Xiaoke impatiently stared at the enemy planes in the sky. You pests, watch me bring you down. As he spoke, the golden crow flying sword automatically detached and flew towards the fighter planes in the sky at an extremely fast speed. Bang! Bang! The two enemy planes disintegrated and exploded in the sky, and the debris slowly fell to the ground. Damn! On the high platform, everyone stared at each other in astonishment. Is this the master sent by your martial arts association? Feng Xiaotian asked in surprise. However, he shook his head, his face filled with shock. I don't know, I haven't seen this person among the masters. This time, everyone was no longer calm. Who was this mysterious person who suddenly appeared and destroyed tanks with a single sword and brought down armed fighter planes? Martial arts master. Everyone gasped in shock and looked at the figure in white. The words martial arts master were too intimidating. Feng Xiaotian looked at the figure in confusion. What does he want to do? I'm afraid things aren't that simple. In the center of the battlefield, the four grandmasters and the four superhumans were engaged in a fierce battle. A vacant space formed nearby, and no soldier dared to step into this area. Guns and cannons were completely ineffective against opponents of this level, so the soldiers silently stayed away from the aid of them. Lao Mo engaged them in close combat. It's difficult for the superhumans to fight from a distance. Understood. The two grandmasters quickly approached Bruce and Austin. The two on the opposite side were also clever, deliberately creating distance and launching long-range attacks. The four of them fought fiercely, each attack targeting vital points, every move deadly. But their strengths were not much different, and it was difficult to determine a winner for the time being. With equal strength, if a grandmaster fought a superhuman in close combat, it would be easy to suppress the latter. On the other side, Arthur was fighting against an intermediate-level grandmaster. Every attack Arthur made released scorching flames. The old man's beard and hair had already been burned, and he looked quite disheveled. He gnashed his teeth in anger. The man in front of him was obviously not an ordinary S-class superhuman. His strength was estimated to be approaching the later stage of a grandmaster. Damn it! The old man cursed and continued to accelerate towards him, wanting to gain an advantage through close combat. Arthur sneered and raised his hands above his head. The majestic flames quickly condensed into a large fireball, emitting terrifying heat. Old man, I'm done playing with you. Now, embrace death. The old man paused, looking in astonishment at the fireball. He didn't expect Arthur to have a hidden move. Arthur dragged the fireball and quickly threw it at the old man. The fireball shone like a small sun, emitting a dazzling light. Countless soldiers looked at the several-meter-high fireball, unable to help but tremble. This was too terrifying. Realizing that he couldn't dodge it, the old man quickly retreated, trying to avoid the attack. But the fireball seemed to have eyes, closely following the old man. Knowing that he couldn't escape, the old man shouted and raised his hands to protect his face. Bang! A shocking explosion resounded, the sound echoing throughout the battlefield, and thick smoke rose from the ground. The morale of all the soldiers of China was shaken, and they involuntarily fell into doubt. Could the person on the opposite side be a devil? Do we have a chance of winning? The morale was affected, and the fierce attacks from the enemy gradually overwhelmed the Chinese army. For a while, the balance of victory tilted towards the E army. The old man, who had protected his face, lowered his hands and looked at himself in confusion. I'm not dead? He raised his head and saw a young man in a white robe standing in front of him with his back turned. Although he could only see the side of his face, he could imagine how handsome he was. The old man couldn't help but speculate, could it be that he saved him? As the smoke cleared, Arthur's mocking smile froze on his face. The old man was not dead, and another young man had appeared at some point. Hey, where is General Shi, my sister? Xiaoke frowned and coldly looked at Arthur, asking in fluent English. Fortunately, he had previously studied several languages, and it seemed that studying was very useful. Arthur stared at Xiaoke and laughed grimly, then lowered his voice and said, Huagua people, your general has undergone 18 tortures, and I estimate that the body has already been disposed of. Boom! Xiaoke erupted with a tremendous momentum, and a hint of crimson flashed in his blue pupils. You said my sister is dead? His cold words spread, causing a strong wind to blow within 100 meters, as if the wrath of heaven and man was about to descend. Arthur crossed his arms and sneered in response. What sister? That woman was very stubborn. Even with 10 silver nails piercing her fingers, she didn't utter a scream. Ah, how boring. After saying that, he mockingly licked his lips, as if he was very happy. Die! With an angry shout, Shauka's suppressed anger erupted completely. He had no family since he was young, and just when he received the care of his family, his sister died at the hands of bad people. Arthur's words echoed in his mind, and the thought of his caring sister being tortured to death consumed his mind with anger. But sensing his master's anger, the golden crow sword trembled, emitting a brilliant light. Shauka tightly gripped the flying sword and slowly approached Arthur. With each step, his momentum increased. Arthur's face became serious as he raised his palm to launch an attack. Fiery palm. A palm-shaped flame shot towards the white-robed youth, hitting accurately. Arthur couldn't help but burst into laughter. As he laughed, he was astonished to find that the youth was completely unharmed, not even a speck of dust on his white robe. He launched consecutive attacks, but they had no effect and couldn't stop his advance. How? How is this possible? At that moment, he panicked. Shauka slowly raised the golden crow sword, his robe fluttering without wind, and his spiritual power surged into the sword. The long sword transformed into a 3-meter giant sword, then into a 10-meter giant sword. Finally, a 100-meter giant sword soared into the sky. Damn! Tens of thousands of soldiers stopped fighting and looked in astonishment at the giant sword. The 100-meter giant sword seemed somewhat illusory, with colorful lights flowing on its blade, giving it a mysterious appearance. A sharp sword aura pierced through the sky, causing a painful sensation even from thousands of kilometers away. On the high platform, countless grandmasters suddenly felt their hearts unable to bear it. This was not the skill of a grandmaster, even a martial arts grandmaster would not be able to do this. Everyone stared dumbfoundedly at the white-robed youth. A white-robed immortal, a 3-foot-long sword that determines the world. Could he be a god who descended to the mortal realm? Shauka coldly stared at Arthur, and the giant sword swung down with a loud crash. The overwhelming pressure crushed Arthur's bones. Before the sword even landed, he collapsed to the ground. Now he was afraid. The white-robed youth was too terrifying, and he was nothing more than an ant in front of him. He exerted all his strength and shouted loudly at Shauka, "Please, don't kill me. I am willing to submit to you." But it was too late to say anything now. The giant sword struck him with endless power. In an instant, Arthur died a death that couldn't be any more final, and the ground was split open with a 100-meter-long chasm. With this one sword, thousands of enemy soldiers were instantly killed. Feeling unsatisfied, he swept the sword horizontally. Wherever the giant sword swept, all enemy soldiers burst into blood mist. Even tanks and armored vehicles were directly chopped apart. The E-army was shocked and lost their color. With such a terrifying existence, how could they fight? Several thousand soldiers were not even enough for him to kill with one sword. At that moment, all the soldiers of Huaxia raised their arms and cheered loudly, their morale reaching its peak. The disadvantage of the battle was instantly reversed, and the soldiers of Huaxia fought bravely, causing the enemy to be defeated. On Shauka's side, the other 3 superhumans stared blankly at this killing god, their legs trembling. He turned his head, coldly staring at the 3 of them, and then raised his sword again. "Dare to kill my sister, all of you will die." Austin was sweating profusely and knelt down to him. "Sir, General Shur is not dead. She is still in our base. Let me take you there." Hearing this, a hint of clarity flashed in Shauka's pupils, and he slowly sheathed the golden crow sword. "My sister, General Shur is not dead?" Shauka blinked his eyes and stared blankly at Austin. This appearance was completely different from the killer just now. On the other side, a silver helicopter slowly landed in the base. Before getting off the helicopter, the 3 women noticed Shauka no. 2 foot nearby. Wang Siki opened the cabin door and jumped off the helicopter first, walking towards the nearby soldiers. A group of soldiers looked at her in surprise and secretly praised her beauty. They had just received the news that General Shur's daughter had landed in the military area, so they came specially to receive her. When Wang Siki walked in front of the soldiers, one of them eagerly asked, "Where is the person who came off the helicopter?" The leading soldier immediately responded, "Miss, he has been taken to the interrogation room." "What?" Wang Siki's face changed drastically, a cold frost appeared on her pretty face, and Wang Xinru hurriedly came over as well. "Who in the entire military area dares to interrogate my brother? Even if General Shur sees him, he must take good care of him." Several soldiers were startled and looked at Wang Siki in astonishment. The leading soldier tentatively asked, "Miss Wang, your brother shouldn't be that old, right?" After a while, the group of people was taken to the interrogation room. Inside the room, a middle-aged man was explaining to the interrogator with grievances. When the driver saw the three Wang sisters, it was as if he had seen a savior. "Miss, please save me, I'm not a spy." Wang Siki pushed the door open and slapped him in the face. "You scoundrel, where is the young master? Why did you bring him here?" The driver regained his senses and tearfully explained, "Miss, I really don't know. The young master said he wanted to take a plane for fun, and I just prepared everything when I suddenly felt dizzy. When I opened my eyes, I was in this place." Wang Siki clenched her fist, unable to vent her anger. Wang Lele sighed and then instructed the soldiers, "Quickly check the surveillance footage of the helicopter landing and send people to search for the young master's whereabouts." Wang Xinru looked worried. With the ongoing war outside, what if her brother accidentally ran over there? On the high platform, everyone was stunned. That earth-shattering sword had completely turned the tide of the battle. Sure Yuehao regained his senses and took a deep breath. He has been in the army for decades and has seen many big and small scenes, but none of them compare to the shock of this time. Feng exclaimed in a low voice, "This sword should only exist in the heavens." Sure Yuehao stared intently at the figure in the white robe. Now it seems that this mysterious person should be on our side, at least he is not an enemy. Spread the order, launch a fierce attack, annihilate the enemy army. Upon hearing this, the officer on the side immediately went to deliver the command. Sure Yuehao turned around and solemnly scanned the master's present. "With the help of this divine person, all of you can step onto the battlefield and break through the enemy's base with the army." The 10 masters smiled at each other and respectfully walked down from the high platform. "I've been itching for a fight for a long time, ha ha. Yesterday's shame will be avenged today. This time, we are also soldiers defending our homeland, ha ha ha." With a few laughs, the 10 master experts finally officially stepped onto the battlefield. When they arrived at the front line and casually made a move, the enemy soldiers would drop dead. Even the strongest soldiers were no match for them. This is why masters are not allowed to participate in wars internationally, killing people as easily as killing chickens, not afraid of cold weapons. On the front line, Xiaoko asked Austin, "How is General Sure now, is he injured?" Cold sweat seeped from Austin's back, his eyes wandering. As far as he knew, although that woman didn't die after enduring torture, she was almost done for. But how could he dare to tell the truth? If the young man in front of him got angry, he could easily chop him into pieces with a sword. Arthur, who was just arrogant a moment ago, didn't even leave behind ashes now. He's fine, General Sure is in our base." Austin awkwardly smiled, his legs trembling. The 4 masters on the side couldn't understand language, so they couldn't understand what the two were communicating at all. "Okay, then take me there quickly." Naive Xiaoko believed it to be true and didn't see through the other party's lie at all. The remaining 3 superhumans gathered together and respectfully led the way. Seeing the 4 of them about to leave, one of the masters couldn't help but ask Xiaoku, "This, immortal, where are you going with them?" Xiaoku turned around and grinned. "They said General Sure is in the base and they're going to show me the way." "What's wrong, old man?" The master's body trembled and quickly responded with a cupped hand. "I dare not let the immortal address me like that. Among warriors, strength is respected. You can call me Xiao Hu." "Immortal, don't trust the enemy so easily, there may be deception." His mouth twitched. This old man in front of him was even older than his father, yet he asked him to call him Xiao Hu, truly strange. "It's fine, I'm very powerful, not afraid of him." Xiaoko patted his chest confidently, not taking this statement seriously at all. Little Black poked its head out of Xiaoko's clothes and looked around, its round eyes scanning the people. It seemed that there was no need for Big Brother Dog to take action. Thinking of this, it retracted its head and fell into a deep sleep. Like this, Xiaoko took a step forward, ready to go to the base with Austin. Suddenly, a signal flare shot up into the sky in the distance. Seeing this scene, all the enemy soldiers retreated and frantically fled behind them. The 3 superhumans' faces turned serious, and after exchanging glances, they fled in different directions. The Chinese soldiers were somewhat puzzled. Why did the enemy soldiers run away when they saw the signal flare? Swish! Swish swish! Several giant missiles suddenly rose into the sky in the distance. Just by looking at their size, one could tell how powerful they were. Sure Yuehao cursed loudly, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. "It's the Thunder 14 missiles, is this their hidden strength?" Without time to think, he quickly picked up the radio and gave orders. "Anti-aircraft department, urgently launch interception missiles. Ground forces, retreat quickly, evacuate the attack range." After giving the orders, the anti-aircraft department quickly detected the flight trajectory of the Thunder 14 and launched interception missiles. At the same time, the Chinese soldiers received the command to quickly withdraw. Dozens of interception missiles rose from the border military region and flew towards the front line. In a short while, only Xiao Ku and several masters remained on the front line of the battlefield. Master Hu anxiously reminded everyone, "Hurry, this kind of missile is not something that human strength can resist. Immortal, you should also leave quickly." The four masters glanced at each other and quickly retreated to the back. Xiao Ku frowned and looked around, unable to help muttering, "Is this thing really that scary? Right, that guy said he would take me to find my sister, why did he run away?" He slapped his forehead, stepped on his flying sword, and quickly chased after Austin. The rest of the people had nothing to do with him, so he didn't need to worry about them. Austin, who was fleeing frantically, suddenly felt his body stiffen, and he stood frozen in place like an ice sculpture. A figure in a white robe stepped on a sword and instantly appeared in front of him. With one hand, he held Austin's movements firmly with spiritual power. Sir, please spare me. I still have a 108-year-old mother and 32 children at home. What will happen to them if I die?" Austin squeezed out a few tears and pleaded for mercy to the figure in the white robe. After an exaggerated explanation, he was surprised to find that he could move again. Xiao Ku looked at him sympathetically and spoke softly, "You're really pitiful, having 32 children and a 108-year-old mother. If you take me to find General Shi, I'll let you go." Austin widened his eyes in astonishment. How could he believe such illogical nonsense? "All right, sir, please follow me." With that, he ran ahead to lead the way. "Wait!" Xiao Ku growled lowly, his face solemnly watching the missiles in the sky. The interception missiles from China accurately hit several R-14 missiles at a distance of 1 kilometer from the ground. The continuous explosion waves extended for hundreds of meters, and the rising smoke looked quite spectacular. Swish! In the smoke, a giant missile shot out, even faster than the R-14. The knowledgeable Shi Yuehao, using a telescope, immediately recognized it as an R-15 missile. This was the trump card of the Yi Army. Emergency launch tracking interception missiles. Shi Yuehao shouted into the intercom, with a sense of foreboding in his heart. In the air, dozens of tracking interception missiles intercepted the R-15. Just as they were about to successfully intercept it, the tail of the R-15 fell off. In the astonished eyes of many soldiers, the R-15 suddenly accelerated and evaded the encirclement of the interception missiles. Judging from its flight direction, it was not attacking the front line of the battlefield, but heading towards the border base. At this moment, all the Chinese soldiers turned pale. Xiao Ku on the ground looked towards the direction of the high platform, sensing that the giant missile was flying towards his father. His father was in danger. Without thinking, he quickly stepped on his flying sword and soared into the sky. "It's over, if the R-14 is already this powerful, won't this R-15 level the base to the ground? What should we do? The interception missiles are useless." Everyone looked in horror as the missile approached closer and closer, extreme fear enveloping their hearts. "Look, what's that? That white light, why does it look like a person? Damn, isn't that the immortal from earlier? What is he going to do?" Feeling the strong airflow, Little Black, who was awakened, couldn't help but stick its head out to investigate the situation. As soon as it saw, it immediately barked in alarm. It didn't know when its young master had already flown to a kilometer high in the air, and they were still ascending. Little Black's anus tightened, trembling in Xiao Ku's arms. If it had known, it wouldn't have followed along. If it fell down, it would become dog food. The missile was getting closer to the base, and the air defense alarm had already been sounded. The entire base was in chaos, and everyone scattered and fled. Wang Siki's 3 daughters were also urged by the soldiers to evacuate the base. The 3 girls were about to cry anxiously. They still hadn't found their younger brother. What should they do now? Wang Siki had already thought that if anything happened to her younger brother, everyone involved would have to pay the price. The Air Defense Department launched interception missiles again, and the staff stared nervously at the screen. The interception missile once again met the Thunder 15, but unfortunately, the Thunder 15 was too fast and just brushed past it. Shi Yuehao's palms trembled slightly, and he sat down in the chair, gasping for breath. He forced himself to calm down and think about what other methods could be used to resist this attack. However, no matter what, he couldn't think of a way to deal with this dilemma. The Thunder 15 missile is a newly developed thermal weapon in Country E, and countries have very little understanding of it. Swish! A figure in a white robe stood with a sword, blocking between the missile and the military base. That white-robed figure looked very small, like a flatboat in the ocean. "The immortal is flying, he can fly, he must be an immortal. Immortal, please save our soldiers of Huaxia. With the immortal here, we still have hope to survive. Is he the guardian god of our Huaxia, so handsome?" The army below was discussing one after another. Xiao Lu stood in the crowd and looked at the figure with complex emotions. The immortal just spoke to him, even if he died, he would have no regrets. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers looked towards the white-robed figure, and hope rose in their hearts. In the military base, a blond man stared at the young man on the screen and sneered. No matter who you are, facing our most advanced missile attack, you are just like an ant trying to stop a car, overestimating your abilities. In midair, Xiaoku was only a kilometer away from the missile. Is it that big? He exclaimed, blinking his eyes and staring ahead. The missile was as big as a truck, and compared to it, the previous anti-aircraft missiles were really tiny. A trace of hesitation flashed through Xiaoku's mind. This missile looked difficult to deal with. What if it blew him up? He was really scared. He turned his head and looked at his father in the distance, then lowered his head to look at the soldiers in the military area. Dad can't be killed by the bad guys. He pouted, his blue eyes fixed on the missile that was about to fly towards him. Golden Crow. The flying sword fell back into Xiaoku's hands, and he activated his spiritual power, momentarily pausing in midair, listening to the wind's 7 swords. With his shout, the surrounding spiritual energy quickly poured into the sword, and the Golden Crow sword slowly emitted a terrifying aura. He raised the sword, instantly splitting it into thousands of sword shadows, each with a remarkable spiritual power fluctuation. As he entered the foundation building stage, he was able to successfully perform the 4th sword of the listening to the wind sword technique. 4th sword, Sealing Demon, unite! All the sword shadows merged with the Golden Crow. At that moment, it seemed like everyone could hear the melodious sound of the sword. With one sword strike, the world changed color. The missile and the sword energy collided and instantly exploded. A deafening sound spread out, and everyone instinctively covered their ears. Then, the shockwave of the explosion extended for thousands of kilometers, causing a fierce wind on the entire battlefield. The thick smoke and dust lingered in the air for a long time. Seeing the danger resolved, all the soldiers below laughed heartily and cheered. Guardian God of Huaxia! Guardian God of Huaxia! The shouts of the 400,000 soldiers pierced through the sky. On the high platform, Shi Yuehao braced himself against the strong wind, anxiously searching for that white figure in the smoke. Everyone silently prayed in their hearts, patiently waiting for the safe return of the immortal. The smoke slowly dissipated, and everyone's hearts were in their throats. In the end, the sky cleared up again, but there was nothing in that area. The young man in the white robe had completely disappeared. Where is the immortal? Where is he? How could it be? Can immortals be killed in an explosion too? Impossible, with that level of explosion. How could there be nothing left of the immortal? Everyone refused to admit the disappearance of the immortal, but the fact was right in front of them. After the explosion, the young man in the white robe had completely vanished. Over a dozen masters who had returned stood on the high platform, looking into the sky with a somewhat melancholic expression. A master who saved hundreds of thousands of soldiers single-handedly. He deserves the title of the guardian deity of China. Shi Yuehao sighed, feeling a bit regretful that he couldn't personally thank the mysterious person for their help. The base returned to normal, and Wang Siqi's 3 daughters arrived at the monitoring room. The staff respectfully welcomed them to the computers. Wang Xinru leaned down, her stunning S-shaped figure causing the surrounding staff to uncontrollably feel a surge of excitement. They immediately averted their gaze, suppressing the heat in their lower abdomen. In the footage, as soon as the helicopter landed, the cabin door opened. A boy with one hand carrying a small white dog ran towards the east. Wang Lele raised her eyebrows in surprise, not expecting her brother to bring Shohei to the base. The monitoring footage continued to track them until the little boy and the puppy entered a blind spot, and there was no more information. Wang Siqi supported her cheek with her jade hand, furrowing her brow. Are there any other nearby monitors? Bring the surrounding monitors here, and the time should be within 15 minutes of when my brother entered the blind spot. The staff complied and quickly brought up 8 surrounding monitoring footage. The video continued to play, and suddenly, a white-robed young man appeared in the footage of monitor 0521. Stop! The video paused, and Wang Siqi carefully examined the white-robed young man in the footage. This man who suddenly appeared was too strange. Not only was he not wearing a military uniform, but he also appeared near where her brother disappeared. Continue. The video continued to play, but no second person appeared even after it finished. How is this possible? Wang Siqi couldn't believe it. According to her analysis, her brother should have appeared in the footage. Meanwhile, the photos and videos collected by media reporters were transmitted back to the company via VChat. Various live news from the border were pushed to the top of Vblog's hot search. Shocking! A 100-meter giant sword suddenly appears on the border front. Mysterious immortal single-handedly stops a Thunder 15 missile. Mysterious immortal suspected to be the guardian deity of China. We have gained the advantage on the battlefield. The topic of the border war was already a hot one, and the sudden appearance of the term immortal attracted even more attention. For a while, hundreds of millions of people in China clicked to view the hot topic. Numerous photos were taken, but the most eye-catching one was a photo of a 100-meter giant sword. The colorful sword pointed straight into the sky, and just its size alone was enough to leave people speechless. This sparked discussions among netizens. If that comes down, won't it destroy my house? Hey, if I had that sword, I'd make you run 99 meters first. Oh my, the OP sword is so cool? As they continued scrolling, there was a short video at the end. When opened, the video showed a figure in a white robe. The mysterious person floated in the sky a kilometer high, their white robe fluttering, as if they were a celestial being. They performed a sword technique, causing the missile to explode in mid-air. Countless people gasped in shock as they watched the video. This scene was too fantastical, almost unimaginable. It's certain that my China is blessed by immortals. Don't doubt it, when I was a child, I even saw a real dragon. It's normal for immortals to exist, okay? Hey, don't brag, I'll stab you in the throat with a 100-meter giant sword. Just as this matter was still fermenting, all the videos, photos, and topics related to the immortal on Vlog were deleted. All comments related to the mysterious immortal were cleared from the comment section. A large number of internet trolls came forward, claiming that the video was fake and that a certain programmer had photoshopped it, asking everyone not to believe it. All netizens are confused and don't know who to believe. In an office in Kyoto, a video of Xiaoke stopping a missile is playing on the projector. An old man with white hair leans back in his chair, crossing his legs and looking out the window. Wenxin, what do you think of the man in the video? The old man speaks lightly, his gaze turning to the middle-aged man beside him. President, I think this person's strength is unfathomable, probably even surpassing the predecessors on the heavenly rankings. A faint smile flashes across the old man's weathered face as he squints his eyes and speaks. He has long surpassed the realm of a martial arts master. The heavenly rankings cannot contain him. Several kilometers away from the border military district, on a hillside, Xiaoke looks around, carefully searching for a certain figure. The recent explosion was truly terrifying, and if he were still in the chi refining stage, he might really have been injured. As soon as the missile was cut and exploded, he quickly activated the golden armor to protect himself, using his spiritual power shield to neutralize most of the impact. Where did that Esper go? He furrows his brows and can't help muttering. Never mind, my sister is in their base, I'll just go there directly. With that, he flies towards the direction where the enemy is retreating. Inside the border military district at this time, Shi Yuehao is reorganizing his troops. He plans to take the initiative and attack while the E-Army's morale is low after their defeat. Thinking that his little sister is still in the hands of the enemy, Shi Yuehao becomes extremely anxious. Over a dozen martial arts masters look at each other and finally nod firmly. General, the misses are here. An officer runs up and reports. Father! A tender shout, 3 exquisite and beautiful girls step onto the platform, anxiously looking towards their father. This sudden scene leaves everyone somewhat puzzled. Shi Yuehao's face darkens, and he lowers his voice. You 3 girls, the older you get, the more unruly you become. There is a war on the border. What are you doing here? Go home quickly. Wang Siki approaches her father and trembles as she speaks. Father, Xiaoke sneaked into the military district, and now we can't find him. After listening to his daughter's explanation, his neck veins bulge, his face turns red. What? How could you not keep an eye on your younger brother? Sai, forget it, issue the military order. He coldly orders the officer beside him. Send 20 small teams to search for the boy's whereabouts, the rest stay put. The officer receives the order and quickly passes it down. Noticing the red eyes of the 3 girls, he steps forward to comfort them. Don't worry, Xiaoke hasn't gone to the battlefield, he must be playing around hiding somewhere in the base. He looks up into the distance, feeling even more anxious in his heart. Second Miss is already in great danger, and now even his son is missing. Near the E-Army base, Xiaoke, floating in the air on his flying sword, looks in astonishment at the steel giant city. His sister should be inside, but he doesn't know what his second sister looks like. It seems he'll have to ask someone for information. With a slight movement of his mind, he continues to fly towards the base. When he is only a few hundred meters away from the base, 10 tracking missiles come towards him. He immediately lands on the ground, several sword lights flash, and the tracking missiles in the air explode. Then, dozens of missiles come towards him, seemingly endless. Xiao He! Xiao He! He calls out twice from within his robe, but Xiao He doesn't show up. Without thinking, it must be sleeping soundly again. Xiaoke reaches into his robe and grabs the dog, throwing it towards the incoming missiles. Bang! An explosion sounds, and a black object falls from the sky. It turns out to be the charred dog. Just as Xiao He wakes up from the explosion, he looks dazed and almost declares the end of his dog life. Xiao Hei, you're black now, ha ha ha. Xiaoko walks up to him and can't help but cover his mouth and laugh. Xiao Hei blows out a smoke ring and struggles to stand up, glaring angrily at his little master. Xiao Hei, are you a dog? Are you really a dog? Xiaoko pats the dust off his body, raises his eyebrows, and playfully says, Xiao Hei, quickly grow bigger and carry me to save my sister. Although reluctant, I don't have the strength to resist him yet. My current master could probably kill me with just one finger, so it's better to avoid provoking him. 50 years on the east side of the river, 50 years on the west side of the river, don't underestimate the poor dog brother. When I become powerful in the future, I will crush him and seek revenge. With this thought, Xiao Hei's body rapidly expands, becoming the size of a tiger in no time. Xiaoko flips over and sits on Xiao Hei's back, revealing a mouthful of white teeth with a grin. Xiao Hei, charge! The two of them rush towards the enemy base, intercepting all enemy bullets and missiles with the Golden Crow flying sword. As they approach the base within 100 meters, they see a giant steel gate standing in front, looking incredibly solid. If it were an ordinary Grandmaster or a tank, they probably wouldn't be able to break through the gate's defense. But this time, they are facing Wang Xiaoku. He reveals a cunning smile and tightly grips the Golden Crow, casually throwing out his sword energy. The two collide, leaving a long sword mark on the steel gate. Seeing that they didn't break the gate in one try, Xiaoko throws out two more swords. This time, the giant steel gate is broken, creating a gap just big enough for the two of them to pass through. Charge! The two of them rush through the iron gate. When they arrive behind the gate and look up, they see that there is no one on the street. Xiao Hei, the 48th strategy, the empty city strategy? His divine sense extends, and he discovers that all the soldiers are hiding on the other side of the base. Ha! He looks around in confusion, only to realize that there are more than a dozen people hiding nearby. Xiaoko furrows his brow and shouts loudly, Stop hiding, I see you, come out. After a while, still no one appears. Xiaoko extends his hand and aims at an ordinary wooden barrel. Thunder-inducing finger. His slender fingers quickly condense into a huge thunderball with a diameter of 3 meters, which instantly strikes the wooden barrel. Ah! The barrel is instantly blown up, and the hidden superhumans inside are electrocuted and instantly knocked unconscious. This scene leaves the hidden superhumans in shock. This mysterious young man is too strong. Hey, still not coming out? I don't like playing cat and mouse, don't force me to electrocute you. As soon as he finishes speaking, more than a dozen figures leap up from all around. Brothers, give it your all. With one superhuman speaking, the group of more than a dozen people launches an attack on Xiaoko together. The crowd is filled with high-temperature fireballs, purple lightning, giant rocks. All the attacks surround Xiaoko, seemingly trying to deliver a fatal blow through a surprise attack. Tisk golden armor protection. He pouts, and a golden armor quickly envelopes his body. All the attacks land on Xiaoko. After a loud explosion, the ground is blasted into a large pit. Just as the more than a dozen people land back on the ground, they are shocked to find that the young man is completely unharmed. The golden armor glistens in the sunlight, without a trace of damage. Xiaoko sighs helplessly, wondering if he couldn't just return his sister peacefully without resorting to violence. He extends his palm, and several small thunderballs shoot towards all the superhumans. The group of people convulses from the electric shocks. At this moment, everyone is terrified and keeps their distance from the young man in the white robe. They can't win. They simply can't win. With a flash, Xiaoko appears directly in front of Austin. Austin suddenly sees a handsome face smiling at him, and he feels a sudden chill in his heart. He really doesn't have the confidence to continue fighting. The other party is not human at all. Hey, quickly take me to find my sister. General, sure, I don't want to fight. Austin numbly nods, then immediately shakes his head. Seeing this scene, Xiaoko directly controls the flying sword to press against Austin's forehead. Hurry up, I'll take General Sure away. I won't harm you, trust me. Austin's body suddenly goes limp, completely devoid of spirit. The other superhumans immediately stand aside, some looking at Austin with sympathy. In this way, under Xiaoko's threatening demeanor, Austin can only obediently lead the way. Inside the control room, a blonde man angrily smashes the computer, cutting his palm on the broken glass. Damn it, he's still alive. Hurry, get the backup, we need to leave quickly. In a huge underground basement, Austin led Xiaoko through room after room. Until they reached the end of the corridor, he trembled and spoke to Xiaoko. Sir, General Wang is here. I'm getting out of here. Xiaoko ignored the fleeing Austin and opened the door on his own. As soon as he opened the wooden door, a strong foul smell hit him. Xiaoko covered his nose in disgust and stepped into the room. Sister? Sister? He looked around and finally noticed the figure in the corner. Just as he smiled and looked towards the corner, his body suddenly froze. He saw a ragged woman tied to a wooden rack, with 10 silver nails inserted into each of her 10 fingers. Her hair was disheveled, and she was in a state of near death. The blood that had flowed out had dried on the wooden rack, and half of her silver teeth were destroyed. Not only were there obvious whip marks on her body, but also signs of beatings, needle pricks, and scars left behind. Some of the wounds had already started to rot, with signs of pus and maggots. With injuries like this, if it weren't for the faint spiritual energy in her body, coupled with her strong will, she would have died long ago. Xiaoke trembled as he approached his second sister, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. Sis, Xiaoke has come to take you home. Little Black, who was following behind, also walked out tactfully. He quickly searched for healing pills from his storage ring and fed them to his sister. Then, he infused spiritual energy into her body to protect it. Carefully placing his sister down, he endured the piercing pain and pulled out the silver nails. With each nail pulled out, he could hear his sister's weak cries of pain. After each extraction, he quickly released spiritual energy to stop the bleeding and heal the wounds. During this process, Xiaoke's hands couldn't stop trembling, and tears slowly soaked his clothes at the chest. These scars all over her body seemed to tell the story of the cruel torture she had endured. After all the silver nails were removed, he gently carried his sister and slowly walked out of the basement. His originally clear eyes were gradually filled with blood red. Little Black lowered his head and followed closely behind the two of them. As they walked out the door, Xiaoke's eyes were completely covered in blood red, and his aura became more and more terrifying. Little Black, take sister away. A hoarse voice came from his throat. After gently placing his second sister on Little Black's back, he clenched his right hand, and the golden crow flying sword immediately appeared in his hand. Liars, you all deserve to die. At this moment, it was as if his consciousness was being consumed, and his body instinctively acted. Thinking back to the inhuman torture his second sister had suffered, tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. He had foolishly believed the lies of others, thinking that his sister was only being held captive. Die! He let out a roar, and strong winds blew around him. Even the clouds in the sky instinctively blocked the sunlight. Seeing his young master losing control, Little Black no longer hesitated and quickly disappeared from the spot with his second sister on his back. Xiaoke's divine sense covered the entire military base, and the golden crow sword emitted a piercing scream. A hint of crimson appeared on the black and gold sword body. Milky white spiritual energy poured into the sword, once again transforming it into a 100-meter giant sword. A colorful giant sword soared into the sky, radiating a sharp sword intent. At this time, Shi Yuehao led the Huaxia army, along with dozens of grandmasters, advancing north. Everyone looked in astonishment into the distance, faintly able to see the huge sword. The immortal is not dead? It seems that the immortal has single-handedly made it to the military base. Let's go and help the immortal. The hundreds of thousands of Huaxia troops behind them seemed to be injected with chicken blood, and their marching speed increased several times. The soldiers hiding in the base were full of fear, praying that it wouldn't come down on them. But they had no control over it. Xiaoke roared as he dragged the sword body, first slashing with a sword, then sweeping horizontally. The terrifying sword energy directly killed tens of thousands of enemy soldiers, staining the ground red with blood. Fighter jets, tanks, and steel buildings were like paper under the sword. The sounds of explosions and collapsing buildings in the base, along with the cries of the enemy, were endless. Insulting my sister, they all deserve to die. Roaring, Xiaoke dragged the 100-meter giant sword and crazily slashed towards the enemy army. The spiritual power within his dantian was rapidly consumed. After hundreds of swords, the entire military base was completely leveled. The once prosperous steel city now resembled ruins, with the smell of blood permeating everywhere. Hundreds of thousands of enemy soldiers were killed, leaving only 30,000, all frantically fleeing outside the base. The soldiers had only one thought: escape from the devil's slaughter. Xiaoke's eyes gradually regained clarity, and the 100-meter giant sword slowly dissipated. A feeling of extreme exhaustion spread throughout his body, making him dizzy and disoriented. His spiritual power reserves were now less than 10%, and even his mental power was almost depleted, mostly consumed. Thinking of the ability users who deceived him and harmed the soldiers of Huaxia, his eyes turned cold, and he used his last bit of strength to throw out Jinwu. Several dozen ability users looked towards the base from 3 kilometers away, panting heavily. They had almost been killed by this monster, luckily managing to escape the base at the last moment. Austin sneered as he looked at the chaotic military district, about to speak when he suddenly froze in place. Hey, Austin, have you seen Bruce? Adam patted Austin's shoulder and asked in confusion. But as soon as he touched him, Austin fell straight to the ground. A small wound appeared on his forehead, blood continuously seeping out. Everyone exclaimed in shock, but before they could react, a golden sword light flashed by. Soon, dozens of bodies lay neatly on the ground. Jinwoo flew back to Xiaoko's side and directly entered his forehead. He grinned, his vision gradually darkening, and he finally fainted on the ground. The young-looking body also returned to its original appearance. On the other side, Xiao He carried Wang Ying and ran towards the border military district. It carefully took each step, always paying attention to the condition of the woman on its back. If anything happened to this woman, the young master would kill it with a single finger. Just as it passed a small hill, it suddenly sensed someone nearby. Not far away, Bruce, who had escaped from the base, was panting heavily. Both sides noticed the movement at the same time and turned their heads to look. A man and a dog locked eyes, only tens of meters apart. Bruce noticed the woman on the dog's back and revealed a sinister smile. This woman isn't dead yet, then let me send her on her way, he. With that, he extended his palm and aimed at Xiao He, a scorching fireball forming in his hand. Seeing the situation was not good, Xiao He crouched down and carefully set down the woman on its back. After Wang Ying safely landed from Xiao He's back, it assumed a fighting stance towards the man. Bruce sneered, thinking that a white-haired dog could stop him. Even if it was a tiger in the mountains or a bear in the forest, he could easily kill it. Whoosh! The fireball shot towards Xiao He, distorting the air due to the high temperature. Xiao He met it head-on, raising its paw to slap the fireball. With a woof sound, Xiao He's paw turned red from the heat, and the nearby fur turned charred. Bruce widened his eyes, feeling somewhat incredulous. Even the king of beasts, a tiger, wouldn't be injured to this extent, right? Woof! Xiao He, big brother dog is angry. The big white dog roared and quickly charged towards Bruce, even faster than a cheetah. While Bruce was stunned, Xiao He had already pounced in front of him. Its sharp claws emitted a chilling aura as they swiped towards his neck. In a critical moment, Bruce quickly retreated while activating his flames to counterattack. By the time he created distance, a thin, long wound had appeared on his neck, a few more centimeters and it would have severed a major artery. The burned Xiao He felt a sharp pain and raised its eyes, glaring at him. "Beast, taste my fire fist," he shouted, punching forward with a flame-shaped fist, but its power was far inferior to Xiaoko's fire fist. Raising its head, Xiao He opened its mouth, emitting a suction force. The fire fist flew straight into its mouth, and then Xiao He burped contentedly. "Ha! You actually ate it?" Bruce's expression became serious, and then he launched a dozen attacks. Without exception, all of his attacks were swallowed by Xiao He and turned into long burps. Seemingly mocking, Xiao He even winked at him. "Xiao He, brother, keep going." Looking at this weird big white dog in front of him, he collapsed. Just as he was about to turn and run, he felt a chill behind him. He turned around and saw Xiao He with a sly look in his round dog eyes. In no time, Xiao He jumped off Bruce and shook his head in dissatisfaction. At this moment, Bruce had already been badly injured by Xiao He. His face was covered in scratches, and all the tendons in his body were bitten off by Xiao He, leaving him lying on the ground unable to move. Boom! In the distance, footsteps could be heard. Xiao He stood on a hill and looked around in confusion. 400,000 soldiers from China, along with planes, tanks, and armored vehicles, were advancing towards this side. Xiao He glanced at Wang Ying, who was lying on the ground, hesitated for a moment, and then quickly ran towards the military base. Soon, the army arrived at this location. The leader, Shi Yuehao, saw the girl lying on the ground and exclaimed, then quickly ran over to check on her. Yatu! You! Quick, take General Shi back for treatment." Holding his daughter, who was covered in wounds, Shi Yuehao was filled with grief and anger, his heart aching. Especially the 10 blood holes on his daughter's fingers, it made his nose feel sour. People say that 10 fingers are connected to the heart, and this pain was like 10 spears piercing his heart. Such intense pain is unimaginable. Shi Yuehao's eyes turned red, and the other soldiers also looked up at the sky with sadness. Having been in the military for decades, even if he had suffered heavy injuries, he had never shed a tear. But this time, murky liquid flowed from the corners of his eyes. A military vehicle arrived, and 2 medical personnel carefully lifted Wang Ying onto the car and headed back to the base. After his daughter was taken away, Shi Yuehao noticed Bruce lying weakly on the ground. He immediately ordered him to be transported back to the base for interrogation. Feng Xiaotian looked around in confusion, not understanding why General Wang Ying appeared here. And also, a severely injured Esper suddenly appeared. What exactly happened just now? Shi Yuehao returned to the army with a gloomy face and scanned the troops. How should we, the men of China, respond to General Shi's suffering? Kill! 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 The army continued to advance, each person filled with hatred and anger. Half an hour later, the Chinese army stared blankly at the ruins in front of them, somewhat incredulous. Feng Xiaotian rubbed his eyes and exclaimed in surprise, "Is this the military base? Why does it look like ruins?" The other soldiers whispered and discussed among themselves. Could it be the work of immortals? Very likely, just now there was a sword light coming from here. Probably the work of immortals. Humph, it must be the ambitious military. Even the immortals couldn't bear to watch and came down to teach them a lesson. Everyone was truly caught off guard by this scene, and they looked around the base in astonishment. They saw that the base gate had been broken open, and the surrounding walls and buildings seemed to have been destroyed by brute force. The most obvious was a steel building that had been split in half and looked like it was about to collapse. Woof woof! The sound of a young dog barking suddenly attracted the attention of several leaders. Looking ahead, they saw a small white dog staring blankly at the army at the gate. Shi Yuehao raised an eyebrow and tentatively spoke, "Xiaohei? Is it Xiaohei?" The pure white little dog took a few steps forward and quickly ran up to Shi Yuehao. After confirming that the dog was indeed Xiaohei, he immediately looked around, searching for his son's whereabouts. Wang Siki had told him that Xiaoke had come with Xiaohei. Now that Xiaohei appeared here, his son should be nearby. But it was too dangerous in this area. Where could his son be? Shi Yuehao turned around and ordered loudly, "Surround and search for the traces of the little boy in a carpet-style operation." The army received the order and quickly rushed into the base to search. As the Chinese army swept through the base, they became more and more shocked. The bodies of tens of thousands of enemy soldiers were scattered throughout the base, and there were countless limbs and arms scattered on the ground. Only one soldier out of 10 survived by chance, and they were all mercilessly shot by the soldiers of Huaxia. Everyone knows that if the final winner is the army, they will only become more cruel. While a group of soldiers were patrolling, they suddenly saw a little boy lying on the ground. Remembering the orders given by Shi Yuehao, everyone quickly brought the boy to him. Seeing that it was his own son, Shi Yuehao nervously checked him and finally discovered his son was sleeping soundly. After exhausting all his spiritual power, Xiaoke closed his eyes wearily. His consciousness slowly sank into endless darkness. He felt his soul continuously descending, as if slowly sinking to the bottom of the sea. Not knowing how long he had been asleep, it felt like only a few minutes, yet also like several decades had passed. As his consciousness gradually awakened, Xiaoke opened his tired eyes. He curiously looked around, his eyes filled with shock. "Huh, where is this? Wasn't I just at the base? How did I end up here?" Xiaoke was surprised to find himself standing next to a magnificent gray-white palace. Above the gate, there was a plaque engraved with a special script that did not belong to any font he had learned. But he could understand this script, and the plaque clearly read, "Chaos Temple." The steps outside the palace were higher than those for adults, and there were 2 stone statues of divine beasts beside the steps, looking lifelike. One was a divine beast golden dragon, and the other was a divine beast fire phoenix. Both statues were over 100 meters tall and exuded a sacred aura. For some reason, he felt that there was a mysterious aura inside the palace that was attracting him, as if calling him over. Xiaoke, as if possessed, took a hesitant step forward and slowly walked towards the steps. The closer he got to the statues, the more he could feel an indescribable pressure, a dual sensation from his body to his soul. When he touched the steps with his hand, a violent repulsive force instantly sent him flying dozens of meters away. After tumbling in the air for 2.5 turns, Xiaoke fell heavily to the ground. He felt piercing pain all over his body, as if it had really happened. He looked up at the palace with a grievance, and once again took steps towards it. "Why did you send me flying? What exactly is this? Why do I feel somewhat familiar?" he muttered to himself, angrily walking towards the steps. This time, he cautiously lifted his finger and gently touched the steps. Just like before, a strong repulsive force instantly sent him flying. Xiaoke, unwilling to admit defeat, tried several times in a row, but ultimately ended in failure. "Oh, how annoying." Xiaoke pouted and sat on the ground. No matter what method he used, as long as he touched the steps, he would be instantly sent flying. "Where is this, and how do I get out?" Xiaoke frowned as he sat on the ground, looking around in confusion. He had been so focused on touching the steps that he had completely forgotten that this was not the army base. Thinking of his second sister still being seriously injured, he became anxious. Just as he stood up and prepared to find an exit, there was a loud explosion from the 2 divine beast statues not far away. He looked in astonishment at the statues, only to see the stones on them rapidly shattering. In no time, the 2 statues transformed into real golden dragons and phoenixes. A sacred and terrifying pressure spread out. Roar! Clang! 2 roars echoed in the space, and the terrifying sound waves made his head spin. The golden dragon emitted an unparalleled divine might, and its 2 eyeballs, the size of millstones, glanced at Xiaoke. On the other side, the fire phoenix was surrounded by red flames, also sizing up this tiny human. The two divine beasts simultaneously soared into the air, circling around the boy. Then, the golden dragon spat out a drop of golden blood, while the fire phoenix spat out a drop of red blood. The two drops of blood instantly entered the body of the little boy. Before Xiaoko could react, he was suddenly overwhelmed by an overwhelming pressure and his consciousness once again plunged into darkness. Seeing the little boy fainting and falling to the ground, the two divine beasts emitted beams of light that enveloped him. Xiaoko, who had fainted on the ground, was lifted up by a gentle force and slowly sat in midair. An ancient and sacred aura emanated from his body, and black-gray spiritual energy lingered around his body. Inside his body, the originally milky white spiritual liquid had transformed into a dark gray color. 2 drops of divine beast blood were suspended in his dantian, occupying the 2 sides of the dantian. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaoko slowly opened his eyes. What came into view was a pristine white ceiling and the worried gazes of his 3 sisters. Wang Siki immediately leaned in next to him and asked, "Little brother, how do you feel? Are you uncomfortable anywhere?" A refreshing fragrance wafted over, and Xiaoko stared blankly at Wang Siki. Perhaps due to not having rested for a long time, her eyes were bloodshot, and her complexion was quite haggard. The other 2 sisters were not much different, all anxiously watching him. A surge of warmth welled up in Xiaoko's heart, and he happily spoke to his 3 sisters, "Sisters, I'm fine, my body is great." With that, he sat up and jumped off the bed, flashing a sweet smile at the 3 of them. Seeing this scene, the 3 sisters finally let go of their suspended hearts. Ahem! A cold cough sounded from the doorway. It was Sure Yuehao. Xiaoko looked at his father with confusion, a sense of foreboding in his heart. Sure enough, Sure Yuehao took out a small wooden stick from behind and said with a gloomy expression, "You brat, how dare you come to such a dangerous place? You silently ran into the enemy's base to sleep. Aren't you afraid of being eaten by someone? Causing the whole family to worry like this. Today I'll teach you a lesson." He raised the wooden stick and walked toward Xiaoko step by step, his expression quite serious. "Tisk, they can't eat me," Xiaoko muttered softly, quickly hiding behind Wang Siki's skirt and tightly hugging her thigh. It must be said that his sister's legs were really fair, smooth, and soft. Seeing his father getting closer and seemingly wanting to beat him, he raised his head and pouted, acting pitifully towards his sister. "Sister, Xiaoko was wrong. Dad wants to beat me. I'm scared." Wang Xinru slightly raised the corner of her lips, then couldn't control her laughter. Wang Lele stood in front of her father and gently spoke, "All right, father, you know you can't bear to beat Xiaoko. He knows he made a mistake. Scaring him a bit is enough." Sure Yuehao awkwardly coughed twice, then put away the small wooden stick. He really couldn't bear to beat his precious son. Wang Siki picked up her clinging little brother and spoke discontentedly, "Why did you come here? Why didn't you answer sister's call?" Xiaoko, who was being held in the air, grinned and stammered in response, "I wanted to find second sister to play. Jiang Nan told me I could find her here." In a moment of desperation, he shifted the blame directly to Jiang Nan. Hearing Jiang Nan's name, Wang Siki secretly remembered it and planned to deal with her later. At this moment, Jiang Nan, who was currently in Modu Elementary School, couldn't help but sneeze, feeling like she was being targeted by something terrifying. Thinking of the second question, Xiaoko fumbled in his pocket and then took out a damaged version of the Fruit 14 Pro. The phone screen had completely shattered during his fight and couldn't be turned on now. Wang Siki furrowed her brows and curiously examined the phone. Suddenly, white smoke emerged from the charging port, and the back cover quickly heated up. Seeing this familiar scene, Xiaoko quickly threw the phone away. Bang! The phone that fell to the ground exploded, causing the 3 sisters' faces to pale. Wang Siki, who was holding her little brother, twitched her mouth and couldn't help but speculate. Was it because the quality of the fruit phone was poor, or was it because her brother used the phone too violently? How could it explode like this? She secretly decided to buy her brother a Huawei Mate 60 when she got back, to see if fruit phones were just too easy to break. Now that Xiaoko and Wang Ying had successfully returned to the base, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaoko was still concerned about the injuries of his second sister, so he tentatively asked the 7th sister where his second sister was. Wang Siki thought of the miserable state of her second sister and the horrifying scar, so she didn't answer her brother. Wang Lele pursed her lips. As far as she knew, her second sister should still be in the operating room. At night, it was time for dinner in the military district. In the room, although Sure Yuehao was still worried about Ariata's injury, his mood was much better than the previous 2 days. This time, not only did he find his daughter and son, but he also wiped out the enemy. The result of this battle is estimated to shock the whole country, and even the world, in no time. After dinner, Xiaoko was escorted by his 3 sisters to a delicate bedroom. The sisters patiently reminded him to rest well and return home tomorrow. Xiaoko obediently nodded and raised his chubby hand to make an okay gesture. This cute appearance is hard to associate with the killing god who recently leveled the military base. After his sister left, he walked lightly to the window like a thief and looked outside. The bedroom was on the second floor, about 4 meters above the ground. He directly climbed out of the window and jumped down from a height of 4 meters, landing steadily on the ground. He looked back at the second floor room, estimating that his father and sisters wouldn't notice him for a short time. He expanded his divine sense and was about to lock onto his second sister's location. Suddenly, he was surprised to find that his own strength had once again improved. Not only did the range of his divine sense increase, but the spiritual power in his body also multiplied. The originally milky white spiritual liquid transformed into black-gray spiritual liquid, and there were 2 light clusters suspended in his dantian. One was as bright as the sun, and the other was as elegant as the full moon, each occupying one side of the dantian. What was even more strange was that the 2 light clusters in his body kept emitting pure spiritual energy, allowing his cultivation speed to advance rapidly. Could it be from that strange palace? Xiaoko couldn't help but speculate, feeling that the mysterious palace was not simple. Shaking his head, although he didn't know what these light clusters were, the most urgent matter was to quickly treat his second sister. With his divine sense enveloping the base, he easily bypassed the patrolling soldiers and ran towards the military hospital. Those beasts actually injured General Shi so severely, the blood holes on his fingers looked terrifying. The scars on his face are also difficult to recover, and his teeth in his mouth must have been disfigured. It's a pity, General Shi, such a talented heroine, ended up like this. 5th floor of the military hospital, in the corridor. 2 female nurses whispered by the window, their voices filled with a hint of regret. They didn't know that at the corner of the stairs, a little boy quietly stuck his head out and observed the 2 of them. Only these 2 nurse sisters left. Xiaoko pursed his lips and walked quietly towards them. Nurse sisters? The 2 female nurses heard the movement and turned their heads in surprise, but found nothing. It wasn't until they lowered their heads that they saw a delicate and cute little boy waving at them. Wow, such a cute little guy, what's your name? One of the female nurses smiled and squatted down, gently rubbing the boy's head. His fair face was a bit chubby, and his chubby little round face was extremely charming to the 2 women. Xiaoko smiled and replied, "My name is Wang Xiaoko, I'm here to find my sister, Wang Ying." General Shi? The 2 exclaimed and glanced at each other. The other female nurse awkwardly told him, General Shi just finished surgery and needs to rest now. Hearing that his second sister had just undergone surgery, Xiaoko couldn't help but frown. The ghost eye of the netherworld. The 2 female nurses gradually became dazed, standing still in place. If someone looked from a distance, they would see several duty soldiers downstairs also standing still, with green light flickering in their pupils. "Where is my sister? Take me to her quickly." The 2 women nodded stiffly and then led him towards a high-level ward. Pushing open the door, he hurriedly ran to his second sister's bedside. Wang Ying was still unconscious, and her severe wounds had already been sutured after the surgery. The necrotic flesh had been removed, disinfected, and bandaged, but her mouth full of teeth, as well as the burns and small scars on her face, had not been treated yet. But these injuries were not difficult for Xiaoko, even cancer could be easily cured by him, let alone these scars. He took out a silver needle, closed the door, and drew the curtains. When everything was ready, Xiaoko began to remove his sister's hospital gown, while covering the private areas. It wasn't until her clothes were completely removed that the scars on her body were fully revealed. The dense wounds and bruises made people's scalps tingle. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Xiaoko snorted angrily, "You villains, you're lucky to be dead." Calming his mind, he took out a small jade bottle from his storage ring. Inside was a second-grade pill he refined in his spare time, the Vitality Pill. Its function was to regenerate flesh and bones, used to treat injuries to the flesh of cultivators. Originally in the enemy base, he temporarily protected his second sister's life with a top-grade chi replenishing pill and his internal spiritual power. Now, he wants his sister to fully recover. Gently opening his second sister's mouth, he directly stuffed the life-preserving pill into her mouth. The pill dissolved upon entering, and he quickly released his spiritual power to help his sister absorb the medicine's effects. Then, Xiaoko picked up a silver needle from the bedside and began acupuncture. Each needle was inserted accurately and quickly into the corresponding acupoints. A warm current appeared in Wang Ying's body, circulating along her meridians with the assistance of the medicine's power. If there were a master acupuncturist present, they would surely be amazed by this unique acupuncture technique. Xiaoko closed his eyes and continuously infused his sister's body with spiritual power. The medicine's effects were carried throughout her body by the spiritual energy, and her body began to react. First, small wounds began to scab over, followed by the healing of surgical incisions and the growth of new flesh in areas where bad tissue had been removed. The most significant change was in her teeth. The missing teeth regrew, neatly arranged in 2 rows. Xiaoke happily stood on a stool, bending down to observe the new teeth that had grown in his sister's mouth. Unexpectedly, the stool shook, causing him to accidentally fall forward. 2 soft flesh balls instantly enveloped him, and his unconscious second sister let out a light groan. Xiaoke was frightened and quickly used his small hands to support the edge of the bed and pull his head out. Greedily taking 2 breaths of fresh air, he couldn't help but complain, "Why do my sisters have these things on their chests? What's the use?" Shaking his head, he once again observed the silver teeth in his sister's mouth and nodded in satisfaction. She had recovered well, now only the burns on her face remained. On the left side of her face, there was a scar that was 5 centimeters long. Judging by the appearance of the scar, it seemed to have been branded with a red-hot iron. With the help of the life-preserving pill, most of the scar on her face had already healed. However, there were still remaining scars that looked shocking. After some thought, he took out a rejuvenating pill and stuffed it into his second sister's mouth. The pill dissolved upon entering, and its effects quickly began to take place. Wang Ying's skin became fair and tender, and the burns on her cheeks gradually disappeared, leaving her complexion smooth and white. After completing all of this, Xiaoke let out a slow breath. Now, all he had to do was sit by the bed and silently wait for his second sister to wake up. According to his estimation, she would be almost fully recovered by tomorrow morning and would probably wake up early. Sitting on the stool, Xiaoke boredly bent down and lay on the edge of the bed. He was prepared to guard his sister like this for the whole night to prevent any emergencies from occurring again. In the middle of the night, a strong drowsiness came over him. Xiaoke, who was lying by the bed, felt his eyelids becoming heavy, and slowly, he closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Feeling uncomfortable sleeping in that position, he sleepwalked his way up onto the bed. He then continued to wriggle his body and crawled into his second sister's blanket. Leaning against his second sister's embrace, he contentedly stopped moving. On the other side, in a certain room, Wang Siki was watching surveillance videos on her phone. The appearance of a man in a white robe in the footage made her unable to help but think of Xiaoke. Strange things had been happening around her younger brother recently, and many times she couldn't understand the reasons behind them. For example, during his exams, he was able to score full marks on such difficult papers. And then, his mysterious disappearance for a month, followed by his sudden reappearance. Not to mention the time when he was gambling on stones and continuously uncovered several top-grade jade materials. This time was even more unbelievable. Somehow, her brother managed to make the driver take him to the border. And according to their father, when they found him, he was sleeping in the enemy base. Also, recently, Xiaohe seemed to have become much smarter, not at all like an ordinary dog. All signs indicated that her brother was definitely hiding something. Wang Siki organized her thoughts and let out a sigh, her beautiful eyes gazing through the window at the night sky. The next morning, Wang Ying's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she suddenly opened her eyes, scanning the room. Military hospital, how did I end up here? Her voice was hoarse, and her whole body felt sore and weak. Suddenly, she felt something warm pressing against her chest. She frowned, lifted the blanket, and a small figure suddenly appeared in her eyes. She saw the boy with his mouth slightly open, holding his waist, with rosy lips and white teeth, and a round and delicate face. Wasn't this her long-awaited younger brother? Xiaoke felt the sunlight and couldn't help but cover her eyes, as if the light was uncomfortable. Wang Ying immediately covered the blanket and hugged Xiaoke tightly. At this moment, she doubted whether she was dead and if this was heaven. Xiaoke felt uncomfortable being suffocated and reached out with chubby hands to feel around. This touch made Wang Ying scream, and her cheeks instantly turned red. Ha! If this is heaven, why do I feel anything? Wang Ying realized something was wrong, sat up and looked around the room, and found that it was indeed the military hospital. If all of this was real, then the little boy in the bed was Xiaoke? Wang Ying lifted the blanket again and found that she was only left with her underwear, feeling a bit embarrassed. She grabbed the boy's clothes and lifted them up to examine him. Xiaoke, who was sleeping, was awakened by this action and blinked his watery eyes, looking at his second sister. Wang Ying also stared at Xiaoke with her beautiful eyes. Second sister, are you awake? A soft voice entered Wang Ying's ears, and she was surprised and pursed her lips. What did you call me? Xiaoke tilted his head in confusion. Didn't his second sister recognize him? He rubbed his eyes and answered again, my name is Wang Xiaoke, and you are my second sister. Hearing the boy's answer, Wang Ying trembled and hugged him tightly. Xiaoke didn't understand why his second sister's reaction was so intense. Creak! The door of the ward opened, and several military doctors entered the room with instruments. Hearing the footsteps at the door, Wang Ying frowned and said with an unquestionable tone, "Everyone, get out." This cold and stern statement frightened the doctors, and they hurriedly left the room. Among them, the old military doctor who was supposed to do a full-body examination for the general was particularly shocked. According to his analysis, it would take at least 3 days for the general to wake up. But now, it had only been one night, and the general had completely awakened, which he didn't expect. Inside the ward, Wang Ying gently placed her brother on the bed and looked at her own body in astonishment. Her skin was smooth and fair, even better than before, and the scars from the torture had disappeared. When she was imprisoned, she was conscious, and the blonde general had tortured her a lot. She had to endure various tortures every day. Having her teeth pulled out with pliers, her cheeks burned with a branding iron, but now everything was restored. It was truly miraculous. How did this happen? Wang Ying smiled and gently pinched Xiaoka's chubby face. "Little brother, why are you here?" Xiaoka opened his mouth, looking silly. "Me, 7th sister, 8th sister, 5th sister, and dad are all here." Hearing this, Wang Ying's eyes flashed with surprise, and she quickly put on her hospital gown. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking came, and several military doctors outside the door spoke respectfully. "General Shi, we need to examine your body now. Please let us in." Wang Ying's face was displeased, but she still responded to the door. "Come in." The door of the ward was pushed open again, and 4 military doctors walked carefully to the bedside. "What?" they exclaimed in surprise, looking at Wang Ying sitting on the bed. She furrowed her brows deeper, her face darkened. She usually disliked people shouting. If there were soldiers here, they would tell these doctors that the general was angry and they should be prepared for punishment. Realizing her own loss of composure, the 4 of them quickly bowed and apologized. "Sorry, General Shi, we were just surprised, so." "Enough!" Wang Ying interrupted them, impatiently ordering, "What do you need to examine? Hurry up." The doctors glanced at each other and approached her to conduct a full-body examination with instruments. Finally, several people looked at the test results in astonishment and found that General Shi not only had normal physical indicators, but also the scars left from yesterday's surgery had disappeared. Even his missing teeth had grown back, and all the small and large scars had scabbed and fallen off. Overnight, his severe injuries had healed, the scars had disappeared, and even the missing teeth had grown back. This situation was unheard of to them, leaving everyone confused. Wang Ying touched her face and asked in confusion, "Who treated me?" One of the military doctors hurriedly spoke up, "General, it was several foreign medical professors, and I heard that the lead surgeon was Professor Shen." "Professor Shen? Bring him to see me." Several military doctors quickly left and soon brought a middle-aged male doctor. As he was brought into the general's ward, he also had some doubts in his mind. When he saw the handsome and spirited woman sitting on the bed, he couldn't believe his eyes. Wang Ying looked up and examined the man, but didn't find anything special about him. With a light cough, she calmly spoke to the man, "Did you perform the surgery on me?" Professor Shin nodded, looking at her cheeks and mouth with astonishment and doubt. "Then, did you also treat and restore my scars and appearance?" Upon hearing this, Professor Shin also became confused. He didn't have the ability to quickly eliminate scars. But thinking that the person in front of him was a general, if he could gain the favor of the general, his career would soar. He bowed and spoke seriously, "General, I treated you." Seeing General Shi covered in wounds and his appearance destroyed, I couldn't bear it, so my colleagues and I fought for hours. After finishing his words, Xiaoka looked at the middle-aged man in astonishment, wondering how he had the audacity to say such things. It was clearly her who had healed her sister, so how did this man take credit for it? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Xiaoka poked her sister's back, wanting to tell her the truth. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the door rang out, and 3 beautiful and extraordinary girls entered the room. Noticing their arrival, Wang Ying instructed the people in the room, "Professor Shin, I will remember this favor for now. You all can leave." The middle-aged man almost burst out laughing and quickly exited the room, and the other 4 military doctors obediently left the room. After entering, Wang Siki looked at the bed and indeed saw her brother's figure. The 3 sisters had gone to wake up their brother early in the morning, but they didn't receive a response. Based on her guess, her brother had probably gone to find her second sister, so the 3 of them hurried to the military hospital. Beside her brother, her second sister was smiling and looking at her. "Second sister, how are you feeling?" Wang Siki raised an eyebrow and spoke, continuously scanning her sister's body, realizing that she had indeed returned to normal. Wang Xinru and Wang Lele were also shocked and couldn't find words to say. They still vividly remembered their second sister's miserable state from yesterday. Wang Ying smiled faintly and said to her 3 sisters, "I don't know how Professor Shin did it, but it's truly miraculous, and I feel that my physical condition has also improved a lot. Xiaoke stood up from the bed with a pout, about to speak, but was hugged by Wang Ying, preventing her from speaking. Wang Lele hesitated and asked the question that everyone was curious about, second sister, why did the E-army capture you? What happened in between? Wang Ying smiled confidently and looked up at the ceiling. Sisters, there are many ambitious people in this world, like the E-country, for example. There has been a long-standing grudge between Huaxia and them, and recently, the E-country's ruler has been considering going to war with Huaxia. The three sisters' expressions froze, listening in shock as their second sister recounted the events. Xiaoke, who was lying on the bed, also eavesdropped. Our ruler's time is running out, and we will soon enter a turbulent period. The several princes are vying for power and have no intention of sending troops to guard the border, so they captured me just to make me submit to the E-country, hoping that I would order the withdrawal of troops to make way for the E-army. If they step onto Huaxia's territory, it is likely that, just like in the past, a great war will break out. Upon hearing this, the hearts of the girls couldn't calm down for a long time. Several people sat together and talked about recent events, including the war with the E-army in the past 2 days. When they heard that the E-army base had been completely destroyed by a mysterious immortal, Wang Ying showed an expression of disbelief. How could there be immortals in the world? How could one person destroy the E-army base? It seemed that knowing that her second sister wouldn't believe it, Wang Xinru took out her prepared phone and played a video. It showed the E-army base turned into ruins, and a scene of a white-robed youth blocking a missile. What? One person blocking a Thunder 15 missile? Wang Ying's mind buzzed, finding it hard to believe that someone could do that. It was like someone telling you that ants can play basketball, and there is evidence to prove it. When she was unconscious, it seemed like someone saved her, and that presence was very warm. If the E-army base was destroyed by an immortal, then it was very likely that he was the one who saved her. She continued to ask, "Do you know who brought me back?" The three sisters shook their heads at the same time. They only knew that their father found their second sister on the way to the battlefield. Wang Siki suddenly thought of something and answered her second sister, "We don't know, but someone should know. When father found you, there was someone lying next to you." Xiaoke was a little nervous, not knowing whether to tell her directly that the person in the white clothes was herself. Would her sister believe her? Soon, the news of General Wang Ying waking up spread throughout the army. The soldiers shouted with joy, spreading the good news to more people. The entire military area was bustling, with the sound of gongs and drums echoing throughout the base. Shi Yuehao, who was busy with official duties, put down his burden and handed the work over to the deputy general, then hurried to the military hospital. Before leaving, he casually picked up Xiao He, who was sleeping on the ground. "Xiao He, I'm sleeping." After he arrived at the hospital and pushed open the door, the sisters were chatting and laughing, and Xiaoke was being held by Wang Ying. Noticing the smooth and tender skin of Yao Tu, he walked up in surprise to investigate. Yao Tu, what kind of elixir did you take? Xiaoke took advantage of the opportunity and struggled out of her second sister's arms, saying in a childish voice, "Second sister took my medicine to recover." Everyone's gaze shifted to the little cutie, leaving Xiaoke a little confused. Did he say something wrong? Wang Ying flicked his forehead with her finger, and Xiaoke quickly raised his chubby paw to protect his head, which amused the girls and made them laugh. "What kind of medicine did you make your sister take?" Wang Ying's eyebrows curved like a crescent moon hanging on a branch. Noticing her second sister's expression, Wang Siki thought to herself, "I've never seen my second sister smile from childhood to adulthood. It seems that she really likes her little brother." Xiaoke put his hands on his hips, his young face showing a bit of seriousness. "I'm telling the truth. Sister took the rejuvenation pill, and the scars on her face disappeared." Rejuvenation pill? Wang Ying looked at her sister in confusion, and saw Wang Siki and the others pondering. Even their father nodded at him. They had also taken the rejuvenation pill given by their little brother before, and their appearance, skin, and temperament had indeed improved a lot. Even Shi Yuehao and his wife looked several years younger, with their wrinkles smoothed out. If her face had returned to normal under the influence of the rejuvenation pill, the three sisters were half doubtful. Wang Siki looked at her brother with a complicated expression, and her doubts grew stronger. Noticing the little black dog in her father's arms, she snatched it away and said seriously to it, "Little Black, can you understand what I'm saying?" The family looked at Wang Siki in surprise, and Shi Yuehao even blushed and shouted, "Seventh sister, what are you doing? If it can understand, then it will become a spirit." Wang Siki frowned. She had noticed that Xiao He was extremely intelligent when they were at home, quite extraordinary. "If you can understand, nod your head, and I'll give you a chicken leg for lunch." Wang Xinru and Wang Ying had black lines on their faces, while Wang Lele was laughing on the side. "Woof! Upon hearing the mention of chicken legs, Xiaohei wagged his tail and nodded eagerly. He was truly a loyal follower. Ha! This time, the others were confused. The four of them looked at each other in astonishment and turned their gaze towards Xiaohei. Witnessing this scene, Wang Siki became even more convinced of her thoughts. She slowly took out her phone from her pocket and played the pre-saved video. In the video, the man in the white robe appeared in the surveillance footage. She used her fingers to slide on the screen, zooming in on the image, making the figure of the young man clearer. Xiaoka tilted his head, suddenly feeling a bit anxious. Could it be that his sister had discovered that he was a cultivator? Was his secret about to be exposed? Everyone approached to take a closer look, only to see the white-robed young man holding a white object in his left hand. The image continued to zoom in, and that white object turned out to be very similar to Xiaohei. Wang Siki gently spoke to Xiaohei, pointing at the man in the video. Is this white-clothed man Xiaoka? Boom! The members of the Wang family felt as if thunder had struck their heads. They never expected Wang Siki to ask such a question. In fact, Wang Siki wasn't sure either, but Xiaoka had never appeared in the surveillance footage, and the only person who had appeared was this white-robed man. And how could Xiaohei appear on the white-robed young man? Sure, Yuahao's mouth twitched as he spoke again. Good daughter, isn't this the mysterious immortal? Look at his height, how could he possibly be Xiaoka? Wang Lele and Wang Xinru also agreed. Yeah, they are clearly two different people. Xiaoka, lying on the sickbed, turned pale. He swallowed nervously and anxiously looked at his sister. Could it be true that he had been discovered? Was his acting so bad? He also wanted to tell his family the truth that he was a cultivator, but he felt that it would be too abrupt. Little Xiaohei, who was being held, glanced at his young master secretly. Xiaohei, should I say something? Sensing Xiaohei's gaze, Xiaoka immediately signaled with his eyes for it not to nod, and the two exchanged glances. Ahem! Wang Siki cleared her throat twice, leaned closer to Xiaohei with raised eyebrows, and spoke in a threatening tone. Xiaohei, if you answer correctly, you'll get meat to eat. But if you dare to deceive me, hee. Xiaohei's body stiffened in midair, fear evident in his eyes as he looked at Wang Siki. His brain quickly processed the situation, and he firmly shook his head. Compared to anything else, he was more afraid that his young master would slap him to death. Wang Siki sneered and leaned closer to Xiaohei's ear, tempting him. 2. Chicken legs. Xiaohei's ears immediately perked up, and he nodded frantically, like a woodpecker. Everyone's gaze shifted to Xiaoka, scrutinizing him. Wang Ying also looked at his younger brother in surprise. Besides being cute and having delicate features, what was so special about him? After putting down Xiaohei, Wang Siki walked and spoke at the same time. I've long noticed that my brother is smarter than other children. Not only does he have rare and peculiar elixirs, but he can also appear unnoticed at the border. He used to perform magic tricks, and now he can even disguise himself. My brother must be hiding some secrets. Am I right, little brother? After finishing her last sentence, Wang Siki smiled lightly at Xiaoka. After listening to her analysis, everyone indeed felt that Xiaoka was acting strange. Xiaoka's heart skipped a beat, and fine cold sweat appeared on his round forehead. Damn Xiaohei, I treated you like a brother, and you betrayed me for 2 chicken legs. Now that my sister has discovered it on her own, the instructions from my master no longer matter, right? As he thought this, Wang Ying pinched his face, seemingly checking if his little brother could change his appearance. Xiaoka pulled his head back, took a step back with a puffed-up chest, and boldly admitted in front of his family's gaze, that's right, I am actually a cultivator. Oh, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Xiaoka curiously looked at everyone, realizing that his family members showed no signs of shock. This scene disappointed him, as the imagined reaction of his sister's exclamation and suspicion did not happen. The Wang family looked puzzled. They had never heard of cultivators and didn't know what they did. But seeing their younger brother's proud look, the 3 sisters still cooperated and said, wow, amazing. Oh, sounds impressive. Xiaohei, awesome. Xiaoka cleared his throat and repeated it to his family, but the Wang family still had no reaction. Wang Siki touched her chin and asked her younger brother, Brother, what is this cultivation you're talking about? What is it for? Hearing this, Xiaoka finally realized that his family didn't know what cultivation was or what cultivators were. In order to demonstrate to his family, he slowly walked to the edge of the bed and jumped down. In midair, Wang Ying quickly caught him and gently placed him on the ground, as if worried that he would get hurt. Xiaoka pouted dissatisfiedly and said in a childish voice to everyone, I'm really amazing. Even if I fall from an airplane, it's fine. Sure, Yuehao burst into laughter. Unexpectedly, his son had the talent for bragging. He just didn't know who he inherited it from. Feeling underestimated, Xiaoka snorted and turned around to use his transformation technique. A cloud of smoke rose, and a young man in a white robe appeared in place. He had sharp eyebrows, sword-like eyes, lips as delicate as jade, long hair flowing behind him, fair complexion, and well-defined facial features. The whole family stared at Xiaoke dumbfoundedly, and Shi Yuehao still maintained his belly-laughing posture, as if frozen in place. Then, Xiaoke transformed into Wang Siqi's appearance. The well-proportioned figure was perfectly replicated, but the two had completely different temperaments. Wang Siqi had a cold temperament, while Xiaoke was pure and lovely. Then he returned to his original appearance and looked at his family with a smile. Now, Dad and the sisters should believe it, but I don't know if I scared my sister. After a while, Shi Yuehao lowered his voice and said, "Son, can you also transform into Xiao He?" Everyone was stunned, not knowing what their father was thinking. Wang Siqi interrupted him and then asked Xiaoke, "Are you the white-robed immortal that others talk about?" Xiaoke proudly nodded. Although the title white-robed immortal was quite imposing, his master had told him not to reveal it. So he just showed a little bit of his strength, not completely disappointing his master's instructions. Wang Siqi continued to ask him, "How did you block the Thunder 15 missile?" Xiaoke pondered for a moment and made up a lie on the spot. "My master gave me a powerful treasure that can block missiles, but it hurt a lot when it exploded. I'm still in pain here." Xiaoke pointed to his chest with a pitiful look, pretending to be weak. Wang Ying, who was sitting next to him, was in a mess. She didn't expect to be surprised by her brother as soon as she saw him, and didn't know how to speak. Xiaoke briefly described how he came to the base and rescued his sister. He omitted a lot of the battle process. Hearing his brother's story, Wang Ying was moved to tears and hugged him with a face full of tenderness. When his sister asked where he learned cultivation, he hesitated and replied, "My master taught me." The four of them knew that Xiaoke had an old Taoist master, so they didn't speculate further. Throughout the conversation, Xiaoke answered dozens of questions, which exhausted him. It wasn't until he started complaining about being hungry that the Wang family stopped asking. After Wang Ying changed her clothes, the family walked out of the ward and went downstairs. At the entrance of the hospital, dozens of soldiers with rifles stood in 2 rows, respectfully welcoming them into the car. Just as Wang Ying was about to get in the car, she heard a shout. Looking up, it was Professor Shen. At this moment, he wanted to use the excuse of checking the general's health to get closer to him. "General Shi, where are you going?" Wang Ying gave him a cold look and spoke displeasedly. "What does it have to do with you where I'm going?" Dr. Shen, know your place and don't overstep your boundaries. The middle-aged man trembled and unconsciously took 2 steps back. He didn't understand why the general didn't give him face, when he had just been polite to him. Xiaoke made a funny face at him and was happily carried into the car by Wang Xinru. The car started, and 3 military jeeps raised dust as they left the hospital. Professor Shen, who was standing next to them, got a mouthful of dust. At the dining table, Xiaoke held a hot chicken leg in one hand and a bowl of spare rib soup in the other. Wang Ying saw his little brother's mouth full of oil and took out a tissue to wipe it for him. While chewing with his mouth full, he silently thought to himself, "Immortals don't need to eat. If they don't eat such delicious food, is there still joy in life?" Wang Siqi picked up a chicken leg and put it in a bowl, then placed it in front of Xiao He. "Xiao He, just make him." The family was happy and harmonious, and Wang Ying occasionally looked at his little brother, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. After eating, Wang Ying remembered that Qi Mei had said there was a seriously injured enemy around when she was discovered. So, under Wang Ying's lead, they rushed to the base prison. While in the car, Wang Ying asked Xiaoke in confusion, "Little brother, did you injure him? Children shouldn't fight, don't hit people in the future." Listening to second sister's nagging, Xiaoke glanced resentfully at Xiao He. Wang Lei couldn't help but ask her little brother, "Xiaoke, can you still fly?" This question stumped Xiaoke. He could fly with a sword, but he couldn't fly freely in the air. That required reaching the Yuan condensation realm. He shook his head and told his sister that he still couldn't fly and needed special methods to do so. Shi Yuehao's eyes turned, recalling a scene on the battlefield. What realm did his son belong to in martial arts? He was probably already at the level of a martial arts grandmaster, right? Thinking that his 6-year-old son was a martial arts grandmaster, while he himself, in his 40s, was still just a dark energy warrior. The difference was like night and day, and Shi Yuehao took a deep breath. After thinking it over, he earnestly said to his son, "Xiaoke, don't reveal your identity as a cultivator casually, just let the family know." The other sisters also nodded in agreement. After all, this kind of thing was too strange. And Xiaoke was a public figure. If his identity as a cultivator was discovered, it would probably cause a lot of trouble. Hearing the instructions from his family, Xiaoke nodded seriously. He understood these principles as well. The military jeep stopped, and the group arrived at the underground prison. The soldier on duty saluted the group, and Wang Ying nodded slightly, instructing the soldier standing next to him. Led by the soldier, the group passed through layers of checkpoints and entered a long corridor. The surrounding area was full of cells holding enemy soldiers and deserters, and the gloomy atmosphere made people feel uncomfortable. Wang Siki held her little brother's hand and comforted Xiao Ke not to be afraid. As they continued deeper, they could see many enemy soldiers imprisoned in the cells. When they saw that it was Wang Ying who had come, they all burst out with foul language and insults. The soldier on duty shouted angrily, brandishing an iron rod to intimidate the prisoners, and the scene immediately quieted down. As they approached the end of the corridor, the soldier stopped by a cell and turned to tell General Shi that the enemy was here. Looking inside, they saw a man lying on the ground, barely alive. Bruce had long had his tendons bitten off by Xiao He, and now even the slightest movement was very difficult for him. Even eating and drinking water had to be fed by the guards, otherwise he would likely starve to death. Xiao He, held in Wang Leilei's arms, bared his teeth and had a smug smile on his face. Look, this is the consequence of going against Big Brother Dog. Opening the door, Wang Ying approached Bruce and spoke to him fluently in E language. Who are you, and which branch of the supernatural abilities do you belong to? Although Bruce was already a useless person, he still responded arrogantly. General of the Hua Nation, it was a mistake for you to choose to oppose our country. Wang Ying glanced at his family, and Wang Siki immediately understood, covering her little brother's eyes with her hand, and Wang Leilei also covered Xiao He's eyes. Xiao He, can't I see yet? Xiao Ku, sorry, I have divine consciousness. Afterwards, she pulled out a handgun and pressed it against Bruce's forehead, threatening him. If you give me information that won't get you killed, I might consider sparing you. Her cold words entered his ears, but he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Stupid Chinese, your royal family is in chaos. Our god has already awakened, we're just waiting for our army to invade. Haha, I advise you to surrender early, maybe there's still a way out for you, otherwise you'll all be buried with me. Wang Ying put away the handgun, got up and walked out of the cell. She didn't want to kill in front of her brother. After signaling to the soldiers, she led her family out of the dungeon. Xiao Ke muttered, God? Royal family? What are these things? Regardless, these things had nothing to do with him and didn't need his attention. Seeing the sunlight again, Wang Siki spoke lightly, it's time to go home. I'm sure mother is already anxious. Hearing her daughter's words, Shi Yuehao also nodded secretly. He missed his wife too. Wang Ying just looked at her brother calmly, then took out her phone to notify the high-ranking officials of the military district to gather for a meeting. After sending the notification, Wang's family, under her leadership, hurried to the base conference room. Not long after, more than 40 people gathered in the conference room one after another, each with a happy smile on their faces. Xiao Ke stared blankly at the crowd, recognizing a few familiar faces. Like those 4 old grandfathers, he remembered one of them even let him call him Little Hu. When almost everyone had arrived, Shi Yuehao and Wang Ying walked up to the stage with a faint smile. During their speeches, Wang Ying generously praised the high-ranking officials of each military district and also thanked the help of the Martial Artists Association. More than a dozen grandmasters all smiled and bowed. General Wang Ying, it is our honor to serve for Huaxia. Feng Xiaotian also smiled and spoke, General, you don't need to thank me. Just let me come to your house for drinks and meet later, ha. In the end, more than a dozen grandmasters left first, preparing to return by plane. The 100,000 soldiers from the northern border who came to support were also gradually being sent back to the northern border military district under Shi Yuehao's arrangement. The doctors and nurses who came to help would need some time to return. After all, the wounded in the military district were still waiting for their treatment. After the meeting adjourned, Wang Ying also went busy dealing with various matters and probably wouldn't have time for a while. Before she left, she squatted down and told her brother that she would come home after finishing her work. Hearing this news, although Xiao Ke was reluctant, he still nodded in agreement. After Wang Ying left, Feng Xiaotian came to the Wang family with a few people, smiling. The 3 Wang sisters politely greeted them, and Xiao Ke also imitated and greeted Uncle Feng in the same manner. Feng Xiaotian squatted down with a smile and looked at Xiao Ke, handing him a gift. It was a medal carefully crafted from gold and silver, with an eagle carved on the front. I've heard Wang Xiong mention his son before. He really is exquisite and cute. When he grows up, he will definitely be more handsome than Wang Xiong. Feng Xiaotian teased, and Shi Yuehao gave him a punch without good grace. Don't force me to bring up those old accounts in public. The 3 sisters covered their mouths and laughed, watching Feng Xiaotian and their father bickering like spectators. After leaving the conference room, Xiao Ke, who was playing with the medal, suddenly remembered Little Lu. He tugged at Wang Siki's finger and asked her, why is Little Lu here? Can we bring Little Lu home? Wang Siki was a little unfamiliar with this name and thought for a while before remembering. Over a month ago, she had sent that janitor here in a fit of anger. If it weren't for her brother's reminder, little Lu would probably have to stay in the military camp for a few more years before he could go back. She explained somewhat awkwardly to her brother, "There's too much work here," and little Lu came to help. "Do you want to bring him home, little brother?" Xiao Ke nodded. After all, little Lu had helped him, so he was considered an acquaintance. Hearing her brother's thoughts, Wang Siki nodded slightly. Since her brother wanted to take him away, they might as well bring him back home. After giving instructions over the phone, the family happily walked towards the Wang family helicopter. After a while, Xiao Lu, dressed in military uniform, ran up to the crowd. When he saw the young master, he almost couldn't hold back his tears. Life in the army was too hard, but the young master still cared for him and remembered to bring him home. Xiao Lu wanted to tell the young master loudly, "Do you know how I've been living this past month?" As they boarded the helicopter, Xiao Ke cheered happily, "Xiao Ke no. 2, take off." The propellers spun quickly, carrying the 6 of them into the sky, heading southeast, towards the capital city. A magnificent palace stood tall in the bustling center of the capital city. Everyone knew that this was the residence of the royal family and the place where the affairs of the country were conducted. Inside Changal Palace, a strange man dressed in brocade lazily leaned against the throne. Several scantily clad beauties danced gracefully in the hall, occasionally casting flirtatious glances at him. If they were lucky enough to catch the attention of the second prince, they would enjoy endless glory and wealth for the rest of their lives. "Ah, second brother, you have such refined taste." Accompanied by a soft and sinister voice, a man with long hair entered the hall. He had a faint smile on his face, but his disdainful gaze was not concealed in the slightest. He walked straight towards the strange man, but was stopped by 2 guards. The man sitting on the throne stretched lazily and beckoned to one of the girls. The girl ran up to him in excitement, and he embraced her waist, allowing her to lean against his chest. The ancient fragrance intoxicated the girl, and her face blushed slightly. "Third brother, I'm feeling a bit unwell, so you should leave," the third prince sneered and turned to leave the room. It was only after he walked out of the door that he muttered in disgust, "Moi is indeed a fool obsessed with tenderness. It's useless to win him over, but it's just as well. I'll have one less rival." Ha ha. With his hands behind his back, he laughed heartily as he left. On this day, major media outlets competed to report the news of the victory in the border war. As the leader of the military, Shi Yuehao naturally became the center of attention. Netizens dug up his previous military achievements and were curious about what rewards the monarch would give to this national hero. Internationally, the news of the annihilation of Army's 400,000 troops surprised various countries, causing them to re-evaluate the military strength of Huaxia. In the middle of the night, a black helicopter slowly approached the Wang family's helipad. 2 staff members picked up binoculars to observe and discovered that it was the young master's helicopter. They immediately notified the director, and a large group of staff quickly commanded the landing on the ground. After Xiao Ke no. 2 landed steadily, the director stood at the forefront. He immediately walked forward, lowered the gangway, and put on a flattering smile to welcome everyone, fearing that the young ladies would blame him. Shi Yuehao was the first to step out of the cabin. Xiao Ke, in his arms, seemed to be asleep, closing his eyes and lying obediently in his embrace. Xiao Lu was extremely excited and kept looking around after getting off the helicopter. Everyone was exhausted from the journey, and Wang Siki instructed the director to prepare a car. They got into the car, and the group left the helipad and returned to the Wang family estate. Watching everyone leave in the car, the director wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He secretly rejoiced that he wasn't held accountable by the young ladies for his previous responsibilities. Wang family villa. Aunt Lan was busy setting the table, while Chen Hui sat on the armchair drinking tea. Suddenly, the front door of the villa opened. Wang Siki stepped lightly into the hall, followed by Wan Xinru and Wan Lele. Chen Hui ran up to hug her daughter in excitement and then anxiously asked where her son was. Just as she finished speaking, Shi Yuehao also entered her sight. She happily walked up to embrace her husband, but was stopped by Shi Yuehao's voice. Upon closer inspection, her son was sleeping obediently in her husband's arms, with one foot mischievously sticking out. Seeing that the family was safe and sound, the dark cloud in her heart finally dissipated. Shi Yuehao carried Xiao Ke upstairs, gently placed him in bed, and covered him with a blanket before turning back to the hall. There is a fruit tray on the dining table, and the family gathers together to talk about what has happened during this time. Wang Siki also tells her mother about Xiao Ke's identity as a cultivator. Chen Hui looks confused, as she doesn't know what cultivation means. Everyone patiently explains to her, but they can't make sense of it either. They only know that Xiao Ke has all sorts of strange things and skills, but they don't really understand the specifics. Outside the villa, Xiao Lu was happily wandering around the estate, with a big smile on his face. It's a familiar environment, familiar streets, it's nice. In the early morning, the darkness that enveloped the city was illuminated by the sun. Through the window, the sunlight shines on Xiaoka's face, making it appear even more tender. Feeling the dazzling sunlight, Xiaoka stretches lazily with sleepy eyes, then gets up and walks out of the room. When he walks downstairs and sits at the dining table, he suddenly notices that the person sitting next to him seems to be his second sister. Thinking that he might be still half asleep, Xiaoka rubs his eyes and looks at the figure again. Second sister, you're back? He covers his mouth in surprise, bending his eyebrows and looking at his second sister. Wang Ying lifts Xiaoka with one hand and holds him in her arms, pinching his chubby face with affection all over her face. Wang Siki explains on the side, second sister rushed back home overnight, without even having time to deal with military affairs. Hearing this, Xiaoka tilts his head up and pecks his second sister's face lightly, making Wang Ying giggle. Wang Siki, I feel a bit sour. Wang Lele, what a coincidence. Wang Xinru, oh, you even kissed your second sister. TSK at this moment, thousands of miles away in the border military district, a well-built deputy general is deep in thought while facing a pile of documents. I am a military officer, not good at office work. Chen Hui and Shi Yuehao also come downstairs, and now there are 7 people in the house, making the atmosphere lively. Chen Hui looks at her second daughter with heartache. She heard yesterday that her precious daughter suffered a lot in the military. She walks up to her and holds her daughter's hand, carefully examining her, her eyes slightly reddening. Wang Ying smiles faintly and comforts Chen Hui, Mother, I'm fine now. Thanks to Xiaoka, my body has fully recovered. She looks at her brother with a gentle expression and pokes his chubby face. Aunt Lan leads the servants to bring breakfast and hands a gift box to Wang Siki. Everyone is immediately attracted by the gift box, and Wang Xinru teases with a smirk, What's this, seventh sister? Is it a gift from your boyfriend, huh? Wang Siki glares at her sister with annoyance, then opens the gift box in front of everyone. Didn't your brother's old phone break? This is the new phone I asked Aunt Lan to buy. Xiaoka blinks his big eyes and looks at the phone, feeling that this phone is different from the previous one. He curiously points to the phone and asks, Seventh sister, this is different from the one I used before, right? Wang Siki smiles and explains for her brother, all the previous fruit phones were broken, so I bought you a Huawei Mate 60 phone. I heard it's durable and not easy to break. Xiaoka studies the phone, comparing it to his own face. He didn't expect the screen to be so big, almost half the size of his face. Seeing the little guy playing with the phone, everyone laughs. Wang Ying can't help but stroke his round head. After eating, Wang Siki hurries to the company. These days, all the company's affairs have been handled by Xiaolian on her behalf. If she doesn't clean up this mess soon, Xiaolian might go crazy. Wang Xinru also leaves the estate by car, as she wants to personally select variety shows. She also plans to take her brother to record a variety show. Finally, Xiaoka sets off for school with the escort of his 8th sister and 2nd sister. This time, Wang Ying didn't let the bodyguards follow. Few people know that she is also a martial artist, and she is even a mid-level internal energy martial artist. Even if something happens, she can handle it herself. The Rolls-Royce Phantom drives out of the estate towards the direction of Modu Elementary School. Get on the car, Xiaoka opened Vibo, and as soon as he entered the interface, his phone started ringing like crazy. It had been a few days since he last logged in, and he already had 99 plus notifications and his number of followers had also increased significantly. Wang Ying curiously leaned over to take a look and asked Bame in confusion, our little brother has over 8 million followers? Wang Lele told her about the birthday party and mentioned the idea of the 5th sister taking their little brother to film variety shows. Unexpectedly, Wang Ying directly grabbed Xiaoku and said seriously to her little brother, Xiaoku, let's not film these useless things. I think you have amazing talent. When you grow up, you should join the army with Urji. Wang Lele was a bit stunned. Although she didn't dare to argue with her second sister, she still tried to dissuade her with a brave face. Second sister, it's too dangerous for our little brother to join the army. It's better to let him learn piano with me. I think he has great potential. Seeing the two sisters arguing non-stop, Xiaoku covered his ears and told them, Sisters, stop arguing. I'm still young. Let me decide when I grow up. The car finally quieted down, but Xiaoka still felt that his sisters hadn't really listened. The two sisters lowered their heads and scrolled through their phones. He secretly leaned over to take a look. The second sister was browsing children's military uniforms, and the 8th sister was picking a piano on an online store. Xiaoku, 6 arriving at the school gate, Xiaoku jumped out of the car like he was escaping and waved goodbye to his sisters inside the car. Then, under the gaze of the two sisters, he hopped and skipped into the campus and slowly disappeared from their sight. Wang Ying crossed her arms and smiled slightly. Since she saw her little brother, Her mood had improved a lot. The car started, and soon the Rolls-Royce disappeared from the spot. Back at school, Xiaoko hummed the tune of Pig Out as he walked to class 1 of grade 1. When he pushed open the classroom door, all the children looked at him in surprise. Duzimo exclaimed, "Wow, Kugo, you're finally back." Xiaoko returned to his seat and put down his school bag, then he was immediately pulled away by Duzimo to chat. "Kugo, what have you been doing these past few days?" I went to fight." Before they could say much, the English teacher entered the room and noticed that Xiaoko had returned to school. He smiled softly at him. Throughout the morning, Xiaoko studied World Geography Encyclopedia and Recent War Weapons Atlas. At noon, when class was over, Xiaoko closed his books and stared at the blackboard in a daze, seemingly pondering a difficult question. "Atomic bombs are so powerful, I wonder if it would hurt if I were hit by such a weapon." Shaking his head, he stopped his wild thoughts. After all, such weapons were prohibited internationally. Calming his thoughts, he pulled Duzimo and ran to the cafeteria to have lunch. Jiang Nan and the other two sat under the shade of a tree, their faces gloomy, keeping an eye on the young master's movements from a distance. They recently received news that General Wang Ying had been captured, and the young master had gone to the border military region alone. Although the young master had returned safely, it was still their negligence. With General's character, he would definitely investigate it, and they would inevitably face severe punishment. Just as they reached the entrance of the cafeteria, Xiaoko suddenly felt a tremor in his heart. His little face suddenly became serious, and he closed his eyes as if sensing something. Duzimo curiously called him twice, but Xiaoko didn't react at all. When he opened his eyes again, he urgently said to Duzimo, "You go eat, I have something to do, I'll go first." With that, he hurriedly left the cafeteria, looking quite anxious. Duzimo tilted his head in confusion and said, "Could it be that Xiaoko needs to use the bathroom?" Jiang Nan and the other two also noticed the young master's actions and quickly followed after him. Xiaoko ran into the school pavilion and muttered to himself, "Chijie is in danger, but I'm still at school. How can I get there?" He anxiously activated his spiritual awareness to observe the surroundings and found that there was no one nearby. He directly summoned the golden crow. "I don't care anymore, Chijie is the most important." With a light leap, Xiaoko stepped onto the sword and under his control, the flying sword quickly rose to a kilometer high. Swish! Xiaoko flew north on the sword, like a flash of light, and soon disappeared into the sky. Jiang Nan and his group arrived near the pavilion, but no matter how they searched, they couldn't find the young master's figure. Could it be that the young master is lost again? Inside the conference room of Gao Group, Wang Siki carefully read through a contract and finally placed it on the table. "General Gao, since you are willing to give such a discount, there must be some conditions. Just say it straight." Gao Jejun, sitting across from her, looked distracted and stared at the teacup beside Wang Siki. He had put a drug in her cup. Why hasn't she reacted yet after so long? "Haha, Wang, you are indeed smart. Since I am willing to give up 5 points, it means I am telling you with the utmost sincerity. Our Gao Group can be long-term partners." Wang Siki sneered, "In front of businessmen like them, there are only higher interests, no eternal friends. This kind of nonsense is better left to deceive 6-year-old children." Early this morning, Gao Jejun told himself that there was business to discuss, so she came to check it out, but she didn't know what he was up to. Bang! The conference room door was forcefully pushed open, and 4 men in black walked into the room, emitting a fierce aura. These men didn't look ordinary at all, each of them exuded a murderous aura, their eyes filled with cold malice. Xiao Lian, who was standing aside, was frightened and kept retreating, while Wang Siki frowned and asked Gao Jejun, "What does this mean, General Gao? Who are these 4 people?" Hearing this, he looked embarrassed and didn't explain. His task was just to invite Wang Siki out. What happened next had nothing to do with him. The leading man in black sneered and walked slowly towards Wang Siki. The Wang family in the Magic City is nothing more than a stray dog abandoned by the main family. He reached out to grab Wang Siki, but his hand was blocked by an invisible barrier just before touching her. The man in black looked at the woman in front of him in surprise, then increased his strength and tried again. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't touch Wang Siki. His palm couldn't move forward when it was 10 centimeters away from her. "Black Bear, Black Panther, Black Pig, come and help." The other 3 men in black quickly approached and reached out to grab her. Strangely, none of them could touch Wang Siki. When they got close to her, there was a mysterious force blocking them. Everyone, including Wang Siki, stood still, not knowing what to do. Feeling a warmth in her chest, she touched it in confusion. It was the jade pendant her brother gave her. Could it be because of the pendant? She didn't notice that the jade pendant under her clothes was emitting a blue light at the moment. The drug that Gao Jejun had put in earlier was neutralized by the spiritual power in the pendant, otherwise she would have already fallen into a coma. What's going on? The leader of the men in black exclaimed. All four of them were internal martial artists, but now they couldn't even catch a woman? Noticing Xiao Lian, who was dressed as a secretary, he instantly came up with an idea. He grabbed Xiao Lian by the neck and lifted her up, causing her to struggle desperately in mid-air, her face turning red. Wang Siki, if you listen to us and come with us, I won't kill her. Otherwise. Wang Siki clenched her fists, unable to bear seeing Xiao Lian in pain. Fine, let her go, I'll go with you. The man in black showed a sinister smile, as if throwing away garbage. He let go of Xiao Lian. The four of them took Wang Siki and walked out of the room. As they passed by Gao Jejun, Wang Siki coldly said, General Gao, have you considered the consequences? If your Gao family's century-old foundation collapses because of you, don't regret it then. After closing the door, Xiao Lian quickly ran out of the room to inform the president that Wang Siki had been captured. Inside the conference room, Gao Jejun sat slumped in his chair, feeling a chill on his back and a sense of unease in his heart. After a long time, he suppressed his inner anxiety, lit a cigarette, and took a few puffs. This time, he was working for the Wang family in Kyoto. Can the Wang family in the Magic City compare to the Wang family in Kyoto? One is a loach in the mud, the other is a dragon soaring in the sky. There is no need for comparison. Moreover, the other party has assured him that if he succeeds in this matter, the Gao family will be supported to become the #1 family in the Magic City. This kind of temptation, even the Ouyang family, the Li family, would most likely not be able to resist. He stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking into the distance, thinking about how to deal with the upcoming situation. Suddenly, he noticed a small black dot appearing in the sky, and that dot slowly grew larger, as if flying towards him. Gao Jejun paid no attention, exhaling smoke to block his view, then turned and walked towards the door. Bang! A loud shattering sound rang out, and glass shards from the entire conference room scattered on the ground, causing a strong gust of wind that made him sway. Gao Jejun turned around in astonishment to check, and the scene shocked him, leaving him speechless for a while. He saw a handsome man in a white robe standing on a black gold sword, suspended in mid-air in the conference room. The person who came was Xiao Ku. In order to avoid exposure, he had deliberately used his disguise technique on the way here. He couldn't help but think to himself, he really was a little genius. Looking around, Xiao Ku didn't see the trace of his seventh sister. It seemed that she had just left. Noticing Gao Jejun's dazed expression, Xiao Ku shouted at him, Hey, sorry for breaking your window. Have you seen my sister? Have you seen Wang Siki? Snapping back to reality, Gao Jejun immediately shook his head. He hadn't figured out the situation yet. How could this person in front of him fly? What did he want with Wang Siki? Xiao Ku once again felt the position of the jade pendant, his consciousness shifted, and the golden crow flying sword instantly disappeared from its original location. Gao Jejun looked in astonishment at the mess on the ground, and his heart was already in turmoil. That man just flew. He directly shattered the tempered glass. Inside a black Range Rover. Four men in black stared at Wang Siki, and the leader took out his phone and dialed a number. Soon, a cheerful voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello? Who is this? Master Wang, your daughter is in my hands. If you want her to live, hand over Wang Xiaoka obediently. How dare you? Are you sent by the Kyoto Wang family? Master Wang, if you hand over your son, we promise not to harm your Wang family. Don't think about provoking the authority of the main family. You're a smart person, so make your own choice. Tonight at 8 o'clock, the address is. The call ended, and the man in black put away his phone, revealing a smile, but that smile looked even more hideous in the eyes of others. Wang Siki remained calm, her beautiful eyes scanning the crowd, constantly observing the surrounding environment. How much will Kyoto offer you? I'm willing to pay double the price. She spoke lightly to the leader, but the man laughed even more arrogantly. Don't talk to us about making a deal, we're not assassins. You better be honest. The car sped up, and the surrounding vehicles and pedestrians gradually decreased, until finally the car drove towards an abandoned factory. Wang Siki's brows furrowed deeper as she pondered how to escape from this predicament. The drowsy driver yawned, and suddenly there was a flash of lightning in front of them, and the ground was instantly blasted into a deep pit. The driver immediately slammed on the brakes, and the powerful inertia caused the black bear to hit the seat. This sudden scene shocked the men in black. Could there be thunder on a sunny day? The driver stopped the car, then bypassed the deep pit and continued driving forward. Swish! A beam of light flashed, and a sword suddenly pierced into the ground in front of the car. The sword was black and gold, and even though it was several meters away from the crowd, its sharp intent could still be felt. This strange scene left everyone in the car dumbfounded, and the driver couldn't help but comment, is it not enough to have thunder and falling swords? Can it get any more absurd? Just as he finished speaking, a figure in a white robe descended from the sky and landed steadily on the hilt of the sword. It could be seen that this young man had a handsome face, as beautiful as peach blossoms, and a noble aura like a dragon, giving off an ethereal feeling. The person who came was Xiaoko, and he had already sensed that his sister was in the car and that her body was fine. Under the instructions of the leader in black, the black pig got out of the car and looked at him suspiciously. "Hey, what are you looking at, ugly freak?" Xiaoko pointed at the black pig in disgust, especially the last 3 words, deliberately shouting loudly. Wang Siki in the car looked at Xiaoko in surprise, with a hint of worry in her eyes. Although she knew her brother was a cultivator, she still felt that her brother couldn't match these 4 people. The black pig, who was called an ugly freak, looked angry and rushed towards him without thinking. "Young man, looking for a place to die, huh?" The black pig was a martial artist in the early stage of internal energy. If an ordinary person took a punch, they might die instantly. He attacked Xiaoko's temple with a powerful punch, which was awe-inspiring and astonishing. Wang Siki in the car clenched her hands nervously, afraid that her brother would get hurt. Snap! To the astonishment of everyone, Xiaoko slapped the black pig and sent him flying. He spun in the air twice and landed heavily on the ground. His face instantly swelled up, and he almost passed out. The other 3 men in black quickly got out of the car to check on their companions' injuries. The leader in black bowed to Xiaoko and said, "Hello, senior, I am Heihu." Black pig accidentally bumped into the senior, "Please forgive him. We, the 4 brothers, will be grateful." Heihu was smart enough to see that the white-robed person in front of him was extraordinary, possibly a grandmaster. Xiaoko couldn't help but chuckle and pointed at the fallen black pig, saying, "His name is Black Pig, so is he friends with Pig Big and Pig Second?" Upon hearing this, Heihu's face twitched. If he wasn't sure he could defeat this person, he would have already taught him a lesson. Senior is joking. We will leave now and not disturb the senior's peace. Heihu had his companions help the black pig up and turn to get back in the car. Unexpectedly, a voice came from behind him again. "Who allowed you to leave?" Heihu trembled and looked at Xiaoko in surprise. "Senior, what else do you want us to do? We are working for the Wang family in Kyoto and hope that the senior will give us face." Upon hearing the name Wang family in Kyoto, Xiaoko became curious and asked him, "Is the Wang family in Kyoto very powerful?" Heihu looked at Xiaoko as if he were looking at a fool. Did he really need to ask such a question? Senior should be a grandmaster, right? The Wang family in Kyoto has martial arts grandmasters. I believe you should know what a martial arts grandmaster represents. Oh, Xiaoko responded softly and continued, "I see, you can go, but I'm taking the people in the car with me." Upon hearing this, Heihu became alert and asked the white-robed youth behind him in a low voice. He crossed his arms and told Heihu in a very serious tone, "I don't care, hurry up and hand her over, don't force me to beat you up." If it weren't for the fact that the person in front of him looked like he was in his 20s, Heihu would have suspected that he was a child. Why did he sound so childish? Seeing that the other party was not responding, Xiaoko frowned and impatiently said, "Hurry up, I still have things to do." Heihu hesitated and then sighed. "Senior, you can take her away." Xiaoko smiled and gave him a thumbs up, thinking to himself, he's actually pretty good. He put away the golden crow and walked past the 4 men, gradually approaching the car. Suddenly, Wang Siki pushed open the car door and anxiously shouted at him, "Danger, run." Behind him, Heihu had already pulled out a gun and aimed it at his head. The distance between the two was only 2 meters. Even a grandmaster could accidentally lose their life at such a close range. As Wang Siki's shout ended, Heihu smirked and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and Wang Siki instantly turned pale, staring blankly at the white-robed youth. Did her brother get shot? Tisk Xiaoko sneered, turned around to face Heihu. The bullet mysteriously froze in mid-air, as if it had been paused. Protective chi? Martial arts grandmaster? Heihu exclaimed, seemingly unable to believe what he was seeing. You are not a grandmaster, you are a martial arts grandmaster. Xiaoko carefully recalled what Jiang Nan had said. He remembered that a martial arts grandmaster could achieve such abilities in the later stages of chi cultivation. So, he should be even more powerful than a martial arts grandmaster, right? Regaining his composure, a smile appeared on his lips as he slowly approached the 4 people. I never said I was a grandmaster. At this moment, Black Tiger didn't even have the courage to fight. The other party was a renowned martial arts grandmaster. Seeing the white-robed youth gradually approaching, he immediately knelt down. Since he was young, his mother had taught him that a real man should be able to bend and stretch. The other 2 also knelt down, bowing their heads in fear. Xiaoko helplessly shrugged his shoulders. It wasn't a good habit to kneel down at the slightest disagreement. He cleared his throat and spoke softly to Black Tiger. Why did you capture her, and who are you? In front of the martial arts grandmaster, Black Tiger no longer lied. He respectfully replied to Xiaoko, "Respected senior, the four of us are from the Kyoto Wang family. We were sent to capture the son of Shi Yuehao." Hearing that they wanted to capture him, Xiaoko became even more interested. "Why?" "Respected senior, you may not know, but more than 20 years ago, Shi Yuehao refused a marriage alliance and fell in love with an ordinary girl. When the family had found out, he was furious. Shi Yuehao is one of the four young masters of the Wang family. His status is extremely noble. But no matter what, he insisted on marrying this woman. Even the elders in the clan couldn't persuade him. In the end, he was expelled from the Wang family, and all his assets and power were taken back. Under the request of the family head, he swore in the ancestral shrine that he would never have any offspring. But 6 years ago, he broke his oath and had a son." Hearing so much explosive news in a row, Xiaoko suddenly felt overwhelmed. After sorting it out, he understood the whole story. His father was from the Kyoto Wang family, and he was the fourth young master of the Wang family, with a noble status. But in a big family like theirs, marriage alliances were highly valued, and his father chose to marry his mother, so he was expelled from the Wang family. But not allowing his father to have children, that was too heartless, right? At this moment, Wang Siki got out of the car and looked at Xiaoko in astonishment. She didn't expect her little brother to be fearless in the face of guns. Was this the power of a cultivator? It was simply unbelievable. Xiaoko's eyes turned, and he pondered whether he should go directly to the Kyoto Wang family and teach the family head a lesson. They not only kidnapped his sister but also wanted to capture him. They were truly despicable. "Respected senior, we will give you the person, can you let us go?" Black Tiger smiled awkwardly, looking at Xiaoko with hopeful eyes. Hearing Black Tiger's words, Xiaoko turned his head with a smile. "Alright, but you have to tell me the location of the Kyoto Wang family, don't lie to me, okay?" Wang Siki had a question mark in her mind. She didn't know what her brother was thinking. The four men in black quickly gave the address and then quickly got into the car. In no time, the car disappeared from the scene. Wang Siki walked forward in confusion and opened her mouth to speak. "Is it Xiaoko?" Hearing her seventh sister calling him, Xiaoko removed his disguise and jumped into her arms. "Sister, are you okay?" Xiaoko looked up, blinking his big eyes, and asked her. Wang Siki gently stroked her brother's head, smiled lightly, and replied, "I'm fine, but what about you, little brother? You're not afraid of guns, are you so powerful?" "Of course. Sister, do you want to practice cultivation with me? Then you won't be kidnapped anymore." Wang Siki chuckled, pinched his cheek, and then picked up her phone to make a call. Soon, 3 cars drove into the factory and parked beside them. Xiaolian hurriedly got out of the car and carefully checked Wang Siki. When she found out that the CEO was unharmed, she finally felt relieved. "CEO, are we going back now?" Wang Siki nodded, took Xiaoko's hand, and sat in the car. Xiaolian also noticed the young master's presence and asked in confusion, "What just happened? How did the young master end up here? What about those 4 men in black?" Wang Siki only gave perfunctory answers to these questions. Her brother's secret must not be revealed. The car first arrived at Modu Elementary School, where Xiaoko had to continue attending classes. He jumped off the car and smiled sweetly at his sister, then ran into the campus. "Wow, Wang's younger brother is so cute. I wish I had a younger brother too." Xiaolian covered her mouth and giggled, her gaze fixed on the small figure. "Let's go, back to the company. Starting from today, we officially engage in a business war with Gao's family. I want Gao Zhejun to witness the downfall of his family with his own eyes." Wang Siki supported her chin with her delicate hand, her beautiful eyes gazing into the distance. Returning to school, it was class time. Xiaoko pushed open the classroom door and awkwardly smiled at the teacher. The math teacher's face stiffened, but when he saw who it was, he put on a kind smile. "Go back to your seat first." Xiaoko, who was standing at the door, walked back to his seat and took out the Huaxia map to carefully examine it. Du Zimo curiously leaned over, and when he saw the complicated map, he whispered to him, "Hey, why are you looking at the map?" Xiaoko turned his head to face him and replied lightly, "I'm going to Kyoto, so I'm studying the map in advance." "Why are you going to Kyoto?" To meet my family." Du Zimo stared with round eyes, looking at Xiaoko's serious expression, and stopped bothering him. After class, Xiaoko confidently closed his book and took out his phone to open the navigation. Following the address provided by the man in black, he quickly located the Wang family in Kyoto. Leaving the classroom, Xiaoko sneaked towards the school pavilion. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived near the pavilion, he encountered Zhang Nan and 2 others. At this moment, the 3 of them were sitting on the steps with worried expressions. "What are you guys doing?" Xiaoko walked up to them and asked in confusion. Zhang Nan, who was squatting on the ground, sighed heavily, seeming very troubled. How could the young master suddenly disappear? Say Xiaoke tilted his head, thinking about what Jiang Nan said. When he came back to his senses, Jiang Nan suddenly looked up, surprised to see the boy in front of him. Young master? The three of them stood up with joy and surrounded him, asking questions. Young master, where did you just go? Why did you suddenly disappear? Well. Xiaoke scratched his head awkwardly, then blinked his eyes and asked them, do you see anything in my eyes? The three of them leaned in to take a look and found that the young master's pupils were indeed somewhat green. Yin and yang ghost eyes. A voice exclaimed, and the three of them instantly froze in place, their eyes glowing green. Sorry about that. Xiaoke stuck out his pink tongue and then summoned the golden crow again. With both feet on the flying sword, he moved his mind slightly and quickly ascended into the sky. The golden crow's sword body flickered and flew north at an extremely fast speed. When Jiang Nan and the others returned to normal, they all stared at each other in astonishment. Where's the young master? I don't know, he was just talking to us a moment ago. The young master disappeared again? Several hours later, Kyoto Wang family. The entire Wang family was like a city within a city. Its coverage area was extremely vast, with buildings, entertainment facilities, restaurants, everything you could imagine. Occupying such a large area in a place like Kyoto, where land was scarce and expensive, it was evident how powerful the Wang family was. In the air, Xiaoke expanded his divine sense and secretly landed in a corner where no one was around. To facilitate his actions, he put away the golden crow and once again used his disguise technique. Is this the Wang family in Kyoto, my father's former home? Xiaoke looked in astonishment at the magnificent villa complex in front of him. At the entrance, there was a giant stone tablet with the words Kyoto Wang family written in golden characters that danced like dragons and phoenixes. It had to be said that the Kyoto Wang family was indeed more grandiose than his own home. Xiaoke pursed his lips and walked straight towards the main gate of the Wang family. As he approached, 6 strong and sturdy gatekeepers coldly shouted, "The Wang family's territory, unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering." Xiaoke made a soft "oh" sound and then turned around to leave. After taking a few steps, he realized his mistake. He came here for revenge, so why should he listen to the gatekeepers? He got it wrong, let's try again. He walked up with a fierce momentum, slapping the stone tablet engraved with Kyoto Wang family with a single palm, shattering it. Stone monument, who did I provoke? Several guards stared at the newcomer, then glanced at the shattered stone monument. A stone monument weighing thousands of kilograms, and it was shattered with a single slap? What kind of strength is this? Hey, I'm going in, don't stop me, Xiaoke said with a stern face, then slowly walked towards the gate. Big brother, what should we do? A guard whispered to the man in the middle, who was the captain of the 6-man team. The captain of the guard cursed angrily. Cowards, I can't believe you're all external martial artists, let's attack together. With that, he directly pulled out an iron rod from behind and swung it towards the young man in white robe. The others also drew their iron rods. Crack! Just as the 5 were about to rush forward to help, they saw a figure flying back. The captain rolled in the air twice and then fell on the ground when he collided with the others. The 5 twitched their mouths and looked at the young man in white robe in astonishment. Xiaoke took a step forward, and the others took a step back. Until the guards had nowhere to retreat, he smiled and spoke. Who is the eldest of your Wang family? The 5 looked at the young man in white robe in confusion. They didn't expect him to ask such a question. Buzz Koenigsegg quickly approached, at least at a speed of 160 miles per hour. Xiaoke looked at the car in confusion. Did it want to knock him down? Hiss! The car made an emergency brake as it approached Xiaoke, leaving a long skid mark on the ground. What are you doing blocking our Wang family's entrance? The car door opened, and a hot and fashionable young girl got out of the car. Judging by her appearance, she was only 18 or 19 years old. Wang Lingwei took off her sunglasses and looked at the young man in white robe and the guards in surprise. Xiaoke looked around and realized that he was blocking the car's path. Wang Lingwei approached him with her arms crossed and then smiled. You look handsome, and your clothes have a classical style. What brings you here, handsome? The captain of the guard struggled to get up and pointed at Xiaoke, shouting, Miss Lingwei, he wants to forcefully enter our Wang family. She raised an eyebrow in surprise and looked at the young man in white robe. She had never heard of anyone daring to forcefully enter the Wang family since she was young. Was this guy crazy? Annoyed by the situation, Xiaoke just wanted to teach the Wang family in Kyoto a lesson. Today, they dared to kidnap his sister, tomorrow they would dare to bully his parents. The day after tomorrow, even if he encountered Xiao He, he would kick him. Thinking of this, he no longer paid attention to the others and walked directly into the Wang family. Wang Lingwei noticed his actions and raised her hand to throw the car keys to the guards. Park the car properly, I'll go check it out. She jogged to catch up with Xiaoke, wearing a smile she thought was sweet, and started talking to him. "Hey handsome, why did you come to our Wang family?" Xiaoko continued walking forward, his gaze scanning the villas on the side of the road. "Hey, are you stupid? I'm talking to you." Wang Lingwei walked up to him, blocking his way with her hands on her waist. "I want to find the leader of the Wang family. He bullied my sister, and I want to beat him up." Xiaoko answered seriously, but was soon mocked. "What leader of the Wang family? Are you an idiot?" Xiaoko bypassed her and continued forward, his spiritual sense covering the entire Wang family area. Instantly, he sensed dozens of fluctuations of spiritual power. Seeing that the young man in white robe ignored him, Wang Lingwei spoke again. "Are you talking about our family head when you mentioned the leader of the Wang family? Our family head lives there." She pointed in the direction she was referring to. Following her finger, Xiaoko saw a 6-story building. The tall building was located on a small hill in the center of the Wang family, and it had a tower-like structure. Inside the building, he could sense several strong spiritual power fluctuations, even stronger than a grandmaster. "You're quite interesting, Jinwoo." A dark golden longsword instantly appeared in Xiaoko's hand. Wang Lingwei was startled, and she curiously approached the sword, her beautiful eyes rippling. "You can do magic tricks too? What a cool sword, can you sell it to me?" Just as she wanted to touch the sword, Xiaoko lightly jumped onto the roof of a villa. "Listen to the wind sword technique." A low whisper sounded, and he slowly raised the golden crow flying sword. His robes fluttered without wind, and 3,000 black threads floated behind him. Third sword, break flame blade. The sword suddenly ignited purple flames, and a terrifying aura spread out. For a moment, all the martial arts masters of the Wang family opened their eyes. Slash! With a shout, Xiaoko swung his sword towards a building a kilometer away. A red sword light swiftly slashed through 6 floors of the building. In an instant, the towering tower-like structure collapsed with a loud crash. Wang Lingwei covered her mouth in astonishment, staring fixedly at that figure. What kind of spell was this? Was he a deity? The loud rumbling instantly attracted countless members of the Wang family to come out and investigate. When they saw the central building collapse, everyone was dumbfounded. What happened to the patriarch? As the smoke cleared, 4 figures ran out of the ruins, looking quite disheveled. One of them was holding an old man and seemed to be very respectful towards him. After the old man stood firm, the 3 of them all looked towards the distant figure in the white robe. The old man in the middle of the 3 trembled in his heart. Who could unleash such an attack? Late Qi refining stage spiritual power fluctuations, martial arts masters? Xiaoko murmured, scanning his gaze over the 3 individuals. They were all dressed in plain clothes, with silver hair covering their heads. Although their skin was wrinkled, their complexion was rosy and full of vitality. The 3 of them stood with their hands behind their backs and quickly jumped onto the roofs of the villa complex. With a light tap of their toes, they moved agilely through the roofs of various villas. On the other side, dozens of martial arts masters arrived upon hearing the news and quickly surrounded Xiaoko. Wang Lingwei was taken away by one of the martial arts masters, while the people around and the servants were quickly evacuated. When the 3 individuals arrived in front of Xiaoko, everyone was stunned. They had expected the enemy to be someone of the same age, but they didn't expect the young man in the white robe before them to be so young. The leading martial arts master stepped forward and spoke. "Who are you, and why did you attack my Wang family?" Xiaoko answered seriously, "I came to beat up the patriarch of the Wang family because he bullied my family." This statement made him somewhat suspicious. When did the Wang family provoke this powerful person? Could it be that the younger generation made mistakes outside and offended this mysterious young man? The martial arts master paused for a moment before speaking again. "I wonder what your plans are." Xiaoko pondered. He only came today to teach them a lesson. If a fight were to break out, it might result in loss of life, and he didn't want to go that far. With this in mind, a smile appeared on his face. "How about this? I came all the way here, so you should give me some compensation for my troubles." The other 2 martial arts masters looked cold. This person came to the Wang family to cause trouble and actually dared to demand compensation? Was this even human language? The 2 of them were about to use their true chi to attack, but were stopped by the old man in front of them. "Young friend, just say what you want, and I'll see if I can give it to you." Upon hearing this, Xiaoko began to think about what he wanted. Money? His family had plenty, so he didn't lack money. A car? His family had that too, and he couldn't drive until he turned 18. Suddenly, a bright idea flashed through his mind, and he said to the old man in front of him, "Then, pack me 100 fried chickens." What the F***ck? Everyone was rendered speechless by this statement. Xiaoko glanced at their expressions and wondered if he had asked for too little. "Then, pack me another 100 bottles of Coca-Cola, but it has to be Pepsi Cola. I don't drink knockoff cola." What the F***ck? Everyone was once again left speechless. The leading old man's mouth twitched, then he instructed the others, "Go, prepare," as he said. Shortly after, Xiaoko happily walked out of the Wang family carrying a bag full of fried chicken and Coca-Cola. He came to teach them a lesson, but also managed to get so much delicious food. Not bad at all. Seeing the young man in the white robe come out unscathed, the 6 gatekeepers were completely dumbfounded. In a deserted alley, Xiaoko stored the fried chicken and Coca-Cola in his storage ring. Summoning the golden crow, he directly flew into the sky on his sword and soon disappeared on the horizon. In front of the collapsed building of the Wang family, 2 martial arts masters stared at the other plainclothed old man, their faces darkening. Perceiving the emotions of the two, he sighed and said, "Old friends, I understand your thoughts, but we must compromise. The power to destroy a 6-story building from a kilometer away is beyond my capabilities. If we were to go to war, even if the 3 of us could capture him, I'm afraid the entire Wang family would be affected." The old man stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the horizon. The other party hasn't harmed the innocent, they just want to vent their anger. In the end, the conditions he asked for the fried chicken are just a way for both sides to save face. This person is highly intelligent and should not be provoked. Later, instruct the younger generation to investigate if they have caused any trouble recently. Mo-do Elementary School. Xiaoko held a chicken leg in one hand and an empty bottle of cola in the other, chewing on the food. It was already after school, and he could see a large number of classmates pouring out of the school gate through the mist. After putting away the food, Xiaoko descended vertically into a corner of the campus, without attracting anyone's attention. He removed his disguise and quickly ran back to the classroom to pick up his small backpack. When he arrived at the school gate, he stood on the side of the road and looked around. "Where are the sisters?" he muttered to himself. A roaring Maybach stopped beside Xiaoko. The car window rolled down, and Wang Xinru smiled faintly and waved at him. "Fifth sister, you're here to pick me up today, quack." Xiaoko jumped into the car and happily nestled into her arms. This caught Wang Xinru by surprise, and then she reached out and gently rubbed her brother's face. "Is my little brother so happy today because something good happened?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoko couldn't help but think of the 99 pieces of fried chicken and 99 bottles of cola in his storage ring. The storage ring also kept them fresh, so even if he took out the fried chicken later, it would still be hot. He smiled sweetly, and his eyebrows curved like a crescent moon. "Sister guessed right. Since sister guessed right, is there any reward for little brother?" Wang Xinru hinted, turning her face to the side, and Xiaoko lightly tapped it. The warm touch made her body tingle, and she suddenly had the thought of letting her brother kiss her twice. The man driving the car, Xiaoko had seen him before. He was the big brother who had recently taken him out to eat. The Maybach started and headed east. Xiaoko leaned on the car window and admired the scenery along the way. Suddenly, he realized that this was not the way home. "Sister, aren't we going home?" he asked in a childish voice, blinking his bright eyes. Wang Xinru reached out and rubbed his head, explaining softly, "We're not going home right away. I'm taking you to meet the director." "The director? What are we going to see him for?" "We're going to shoot a promotional video, otherwise no one will know that Xiaoko is doing variety shows." 30 minutes later, at the Mo-do Star Cloud Entertainment Company, Wang Xinru led Xiaoko to the 3rd floor in an elevator. They entered an empty room where several men and women were researching data on computers. Upon hearing the noise, a kind-looking middle-aged man approached Wang Xinru. He was in charge of this variety show and was also a famous director in the film and television industry. He had directed dozens of hit movies and popular variety shows. This was also why Wang Xinru chose to work with him. The others also put down their work and greeted the two with smiles. "Miss Wang, you finally came. Please have a seat." "Director Hua, you're too polite." After they sat down on the sofa, they began discussing the program's arrangements. Xiaoko obediently sat on the sofa, swinging his legs like paddles. The others carefully observed him and couldn't help but admire the boy's good looks. His delicate features, fair and cute face, deep blue eyes, and small, pink mouth. He was like a little fairy. "Miss Wang, our variety show will be set in the countryside, so the conditions may be a bit difficult. Basically, it will involve a sister or brother leading the child to do various tasks. There will also be elements of wilderness survival in the later stages." Upon hearing this, Wang Xinru frowned and spoke up. "Director Hua, it's not appropriate to send children to survive in the wild. If it's just ordinary rural life, she can accept it, but taking her brother to the wilderness to survive. It seems like her sister can see her dilemma, and Xiaoko confidently raises his paw. "Sister, we can do it." Wang Xinru smiled faintly and shook her head. She didn't dare to take her brother on an adventure. Seeing her like this, Director Hua hurriedly explained, "You can rest assured about safety, we have a dedicated medical team." Rural themes haven't been popular recently, wilderness survival is more interesting and has higher popularity. Xiaoke looked eagerly at his fifth sister, reaching out and tugging at her clothes. Sister, let's do this, wilderness survival, it must be fun. After hesitating for a while, Wang Xinru nodded and agreed to participate. The two of them officially signed a contract with the director's team. Director Hua was overjoyed. With the presence of the film and television superstar Wang Xinru, there was no need to worry about the show not being popular. It would probably cause a sensation as soon as it was released. The siblings were taken to shoot the promotional video and were busy until it was completely dark. Director Hua was very satisfied with the result and turned to hand it over to the staff for secondary editing. As they left the company, Xiaoke happily bounced around. Thinking about recording a variety show, he couldn't contain his excitement. Sister, how many more days until we can start recording the variety show? Wang Xinru got into the car and looked at her brother with a smile. Don't worry, we can start recording in 5 days. Ah, why is it still 5 days away? The car started again and drove back to the Wang family estate. Inside the villa, Wang Ying called 2 servants to carry clothes, all carefully selected military uniforms. There were also various children's weapons, such as pistols, grenades, automatic rifles, sniper rifles. On the other side, Wang Lele directed several male servants to carry a piano. It was a Meisenhanlin piano she had custom-made and specially airshipped from Country M. Xiao Lu was earnestly carrying it forward, completely unaware of the sleeping Xiao He on the ground. He lifted his foot, and the next second, he heavily stepped on the dog's head. Ouch! In an instant, Xiao He was in pain. Xiao Lu slipped and fell to the ground uncontrollably. The two of them looked at each other. Xiao He, who was awakened by the step, opened his eyes and saw Xiao Lu. Memories of the past were instantly awakened. He still remembered over a month ago when this man tied him to a tree and ate a delicious chicken leg in front of him. Xiao He's eyes burned with anger as he stood up and bared his teeth at him. Woof! Woof! Hey, doggy, don't bite me. Ouch! My butt, I'm sorry, doggy. In no time, Xiao Lu lay exhausted on the ground. His clothes were already torn with more than a dozen holes, and you could even see his pink underwear. Xiao He raised his head and moved to another spot to continue sleeping. Wang Lele looked awkwardly at this scene and walked towards Xiao Lu. She thought the young lady was concerned about her, so he quickly stood up, patted the dust off his clothes, and said he was fine. But Wang Lele just ignored him and carefully checked the piano leg that fell on the ground. Xiao Lu was petrified on the spot. Xiao Lu, are you polite? Fortunately, the piano was not damaged, and she continued to instruct the servants to carry it. After the piano was placed, the two women looked at each other, and there was a strong sense of tension in the hall. Second sister, Xiaoke definitely doesn't like military uniforms and weapons. He, you can't be sure about that, eighth sister. Kids don't have the patience to learn the piano. While the two were talking, Wang Xinru led Xiaoke into the room. Noticing the military uniforms, toys, and piano in the hall, she suddenly had a bad feeling. Xiaoke curiously looked around, not understanding what his sisters were up to. Come here, little brother. Xiaoke, come here to sister. The two women spoke at the same time, leaving him a little confused. Wang Ying walked up quickly and directly lifted Xiaoke with one hand. This made Wang Lele anxious, but she didn't dare to compete with her second sister. After all, she was born a few years later. Wang Ying walked to the pile of military uniforms and toys she had prepared and gently put Xiaoke down. Younger brother, do you like these things? He stared blankly at the weapons and military uniforms in front of him. Especially in the pile of weapons, there was even a giant Barrett rifle. Although he didn't like it, he still pretended to be happy and told his second sister. Xiaoke really likes it, this cannon is so cool. Like it? Okay, then come back to the military camp with me in a few days, I'll let you play every day. Wang Ying nodded with relief, unable to contain her happiness. Xiaoke's scalp instantly tingled, realizing that he might have said the wrong thing. Wang Lele ran forward and picked up her younger brother, moving him to a piano. She smiled and pointed to the piano. Does little brother like the piano? This was prepared by eighth sister. Looking at the familiar scene in front of him, Xiaoke looked to his fifth sister for help. Wang Xinru smiled and walked closer to the three of them. Second sister, eighth sister, Xiaoke will go with me to record a variety show in a few days. Two fierce gazes instantly turned to her. It felt like being stared at by a fierce beast. A strong sense of oppression came over. Wang Ying walked forward, staring at Wang Xinru with a gloomy expression. Fifth sister, are you kidding? Xiaoke is not suitable for your entertainment industry. The water there is too deep, he can't handle it. Wang Lele also agreed. Indeed, it's better for little brother to learn the piano with me. Little Ko, who was being fought over by the three sisters, showed a helpless expression. He actually didn't want to learn anything if he had this free time, he might as well go practice. At this time, Wang Siki also returned to the villa exhausted. Wang's parents came downstairs, and the three of them curiously observed the scene. What's going on here? The family sat on the sofa and discussed Xiaoke's participation in the variety show. When they heard that the post-production would involve survival in the wilderness, everyone expressed their opinions that little brother must not take risks. Xiaoke narrowed his eyes and raised a small chubby paw to propose. I can go with fifth sister. No! 5 voices sounded at the same time, instantly cancelling Xiaoke's proposal. Wang Xinru also felt a headache and kept explaining to her family. When they heard that there would be a dedicated medical team and security team, everyone's expressions eased slightly. Finally, with Wang Xinru's assurance, the others agreed to let Xiaoke participate in the variety show. Wang Ying looked at her younger brother and said seriously in front of everyone, in the next few days, don't go to school, little brother. I will give you professional training. Surviving in the wilderness is tough, you must learn some survival skills. Back in his room, Xiaoke immediately jumped onto the bed. He took out fried chicken and cola from his storage ring, and his little face instantly lit up. He couldn't help but daydream. He could go to the Wang family in Kyoto more often in the future. After all, his sisters wouldn't allow him to buy fried chicken. After eating and drinking his fill, he sat cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. At the same time, in the Wang family in Kyoto, several middle-aged men received a message and hurriedly returned to the family. When they saw the collapse of the central building, they were all shocked. In the meeting room, the air was filled with a heavy atmosphere, making it suffocating. Everyone had gloomy faces, their eyes coldly fixed on the table. The plan of the sixth brother failed. A mysterious person saved Wang Siki, and that mysterious person should be the same person who attacked the Wang family. The previous failure to capture Wang Xiaoke by Li Lao was most likely the work of this person. Wang Linfeng calmly spoke, his gaze falling on the middle-aged man in charge. Wang's second son, Wang Zhenghua, slammed the table in anger, lowering his voice. No matter who he is, if he dares to cause trouble in our Wang family, he must pay the price. At this time, the sixth brother of the Wang family, who was in the corner, interjected. This mysterious person is extraordinary, even the high priest couldn't capture him. I think we should give up this game and think of another way. Wang Zhenghua looked at his sixth brother in confusion and couldn't help but ask, do you have another plan? The sixth brother of the Wang family grinned coldly, and casually said, since that white-robed person is in the magic city, can he escape from Huaxia? Wang Linfeng looked at him with a puzzled expression, not knowing what this meant. Sure, Yuahao's daughter, Wang Wenyu, recently heard that she is attending a conference in Country M. Early morning. Xiaoke in the room exhaled a breath and slowly opened his eyes. My cultivation speed has increased a lot. Inside his dantian, 2 balls of light continuously emitted pure spiritual energy, which he could directly absorb and convert. At this cultivation speed, he could probably attempt to break through to the mid-stage of foundation building in about 2 months. He happily stood up and hurriedly went downstairs after tidying up. As soon as he arrived in the hall, he saw his seventh sister browsing the computer at the dining table. Driven by curiosity, Xiaoke walked lightly to his sister's side. A round head leaned towards the computer screen, only to see tiny characters filling the screen. Seventh sister, what are you doing? Wang Siki turned her head and gently explained to Xiaoke. This is our Wang Group's business plan. Soon, the other people in the house also came downstairs and sat at the table one after another. Today, Wang Ying was wearing a set of military green sportswear, which highlighted her heroic and spirited demeanor. Wang Xinru also held a set of small-sized sportswear with a helpless expression, seeming reluctant. Little brother, go change your clothes. Later, I'll take you all to training. Wang Ying's lips curled up as she spoke to Xiaoke with a smile. Training? He blankly took the small-sized sportswear handed to him by his fifth sister and obediently ran upstairs to change clothes. After a while, he changed his clothes and came in front of everyone. Looking at the energetic little boy in front of him, Wang Ying nodded in satisfaction. Aunt Lan brought breakfast, and the family quickly finished eating. Led by Wang Ying, the 3 of them walked out of the villa. Just as they stepped out of the gate, Xiaoke suddenly remembered something and turned back. Before long, he came to his sisters with a sleeping Xiuhei in his arms. Wang Xinru looked at Xiuhei in confusion, not knowing what her brother wanted to do. The group walked towards the backyard, and as soon as they arrived, the 2 sisters were dumbfounded. The entire backyard was in a mess, with broken stones and scattered plant debris everywhere. Wasn't anyone taking care of the backyard? The culprit at this moment was pouting, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, as if it had nothing to do with it. Wang Ying frowned and scanned the surroundings, immediately calling Aunt Lan. Before long, Aunt Lan led Xiao Lu and others to come and clean up the area. When she saw the scene in front of her, she was also surprised. The backyard usually didn't need much maintenance, occasionally someone would come to clean up the fallen leaves. How did so much debris accumulate during this time? The pressure instantly fell on our Wang Xiaoke. The servants quickly cleaned up the area, and when it was almost cleaned, Wang Ying began to give today's tasks. For future wilderness survival, I will give you strict training. From now on, obey my orders and start counting. Wang Xinru, 1. Xiaoke, 2. Milk voice. Xiaoke looked at the sleeping Shohei in his arms and threw him out. The dog's head hit the ground, making a crisp sound. Oh whoa! The two sisters touched their foreheads and glanced sympathetically at Shohei. Alright, now let's start the first task, run 3 kilometers. Wang Xinru widened her eyes and looked incredulously at her second sister. Begin! As she gave the command, Xiaoke started running around the backyard. The speed left the two sisters dumbfounded. It was probably faster than the world champion, right? Reluctantly, but since her brother had started running, Wang Xinru had to follow. Shohei was still standing in place, turning his head to meet Wang Ying's oppressive gaze. It trembled and started running towards its owner with its short legs. Shohei, what's going on, family? The two sisters and a dog ran in the backyard. Wang Ying nodded slightly, a smile in his eyes. It was already autumn, but the weather in Shanghai was still extremely hot. The scorching sun roasted the earth, and soon Wang Xinru was panting heavily from exhaustion. The couple Shi Yuehao and Wang Lele also came to the backyard to see Xiaoke. To their surprise, Xiaoke and Shohei were running swiftly in the yard, seemingly at ease. Meanwhile, Wang Xinru, as the older sister, was drenched in sweat, her sportswear soaked. Could it be that Xiaoke's good physical condition was because he was a cultivator? This thought crossed everyone's mind. The boy and the dog quickly finished running 3 kilometers, while Wang Xinru had just finished running 800 meters. Xiaoke returned to his family, and Wang Lele covered her mouth in astonishment. After running for so long, her brother hadn't even broken a sweat? Shi Yuehao picked him up and couldn't help but praise. My son is amazing, just like me back in the day, haha. After a long time, Wang Xinru finally finished running 3 kilometers. She arrived in front of everyone, her legs trembling. Sister, is it over now? Wang Ying smiled faintly and replied, rest for 15 minutes, then we'll move on to the next task. There's more? I can't do it anymore. She squatted on the ground, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Her brother's physical fitness was so good, this training was specifically for her, right? Although Chenhui felt a little sorry, she didn't stop her second sister's actions. After all, they would have to face wilderness survival in the future, and the current training was for their own good. The 15 minutes passed in an instant. Wang Ying looked at the two seriously and then spoke loudly, rest time is over, start counting. Wang Xinru, 1. Xiaoke, 2. Xiaohei, woof. Very good, now let's move on to wilderness knowledge training. Having said that, the servant on the side brought 3 books and respectfully placed them in front of the team. In the wild, there are definitely many foods, as well as many inedible things. This book records some of the more common wild foods and poisons. Now let's start studying. I will test you later, let's begin now. Looking at the books in front of her, Wang Xinru couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, secretly glad that this time it wasn't physical training. She picked up the book and carefully flipped through it, looking very interested. Xiaoke held the book and quickly flipped through the pages, seemingly only glancing at them before turning to the next page. On the other side, Xiaohei squatted on the ground, staring at the books placed in front of him, lost in thought. The Wang family members all turned their gaze to Xiaoku. Is he really reading? What kind of joke is this? 10 minutes later, he confidently closed the book, revealing a sweet smile. Wang Ying's face turned displeased as she slowly spoke to Xiaoku. Little brother, if you don't study seriously, you will easily eat the wrong things in the wild. Seeing her second sister talking incessantly, Xiaoku raised his hand to interrupt. Second sister, I've finished reading and I've also taken notes. Wang Ying suddenly froze, questioning her younger brother in surprise. You really took notes? She picked up the book and randomly flipped to a page. Then she covered the detailed explanation of the picture and asked him, can this mushroom be eaten? Xiaoku immediately blurted out, no, this is the green guild mushroom. If people eat it, their organ functions will fail. Wang Ying's expression turned serious, and she casually flipped to another page to test him. Can this be eaten? Yes, this is shepherd's purse, one of the edible wild vegetables. Now everyone was no longer calm, surprised that Xiaoku could accurately state the contents of the book. Could this also be related to cultivation? Seeing her younger brother exceed expectations, Wang Ying smiled approvingly and nodded. Little brother, go rest in the pavilion first, and let your fifth sister continue reading. Hearing this, Xiaoke happily ran to the pavilion and sat down. The couple Shi Yuehao and Wang Lele also followed Xiao Ke to the pavilion to rest. Xiao He seized the opportunity and quickly ran into the pavilion. Now only Wang Xinru was left reading alone. She gritted her teeth, continuing to study under the pressure of her second sister. In the pavilion, Xiao Ke took out his phone and opened Weibo. Then he noticed the trending topics on the hot search list. General Shi Yuehao's glorious achievements. Border war ends, 400,000 army completely wiped out. What reward will the Lord give General Shi? Predictions. After scanning the hot search list, he couldn't help but look at his father beside him. Then he continued scrolling, and at the end of the hot search list, a topic caught his attention. Director Hua's new variety show, Survival in the Wilderness, is about to be recorded. He curiously clicked to check, and unexpectedly, the top photo was of the uncle he saw today. And according to the description, he was the director of this variety show. As he scrolled down, he suddenly noticed a group of celebrities in the photos. Among them were a few people Xiao Ke had seen at his birthday party. One was Ji Luochuan, the national heartthrob with 40 million fans on Weibo. Another was Xia Chang'e, one of the 4 small flower actresses with 31 million fans on Weibo. Xiao Ke didn't recognize the other celebrities, but what they had in common was that each star was accompanied by a child in the promotional photos. Excited, he continued scrolling, hoping to find photos of his sister and himself. But even after scrolling to the bottom, he didn't see any promotional pictures of his sister and himself. For a moment, countless question marks popped up in his mind. Why is it like this? He clicked on the comments section and looked at the comments posted by netizens. Ji husband and little brother are going to film a new variety show. Support. Our Chang'e is here too. Quickly upvote me. Fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged, that's our white goddess. White's fans, quickly upvote me. The stars in the sky revolve, the stars in the human world are Goose fans are here. Xiao Ke sighed disappointedly. Wang Lele noticed her younger brother's unusual expression and curiously asked, "What's wrong, little brother? Are you unhappy?" He shook his head and looked up at his fifth sister in the distance. At this moment, he really wanted to run over and ask his sister why there were no pictures of himself. Little Black yawned and lay down to continue sleeping. Shi Yuehao and Chen Hui exchanged a glance and then whispered to each other. "Wife, do you think our son doesn't want to train? Maybe, otherwise. Should we let Wu Yata train by herself? Isn't that favoritism? I am biased. Do you want to sleep outside?" "Sorry, wife, I was wrong." Xiao Ke looked disdainfully at his father. He heard the conversation clearly. Indeed, Mom was the boss at home. Dad was too inferior. Wang Lele, who was sitting on the side, suddenly spoke up. "Little brother, can you show us your abilities as a cultivator?" After speaking, Shi Yuehao and his wife also turned their gaze towards him, curious about what superpowers their son had. Xiao Ke patted his little face and jumped off the seat. He thought about what he could perform for his family, and suddenly he had an idea. Under the gaze of the three, he ran to the nearby pond. The pond was filled with various colorful goldfish, and the water surface was adorned with some lotus leaves, giving it a peaceful and serene look. As they watched Xiao Ke standing by the pond, the three secretly speculated on what he was going to do. Could it be that he was going to perform a children's freestyle swimming? After Xiao Ke was ready, he leaped forward and jumped into the pond. "Son!" Shi Yuehao was frightened and quickly got up to rescue his son. But when everyone saw the figure on the pond clearly, they suddenly froze in place. A surprising scene unfolded. Xiao Ke stood steadily on the water surface after jumping in. The water was as calm as solid ground. Chen Hui was the most surprised. She widened her eyes and opened her mouth in astonishment. "Son, can he walk on water with lightness skill?" At this moment, Wang Ying also looked at his younger brother in a daze. Even Wang Xinru, who was studying, was the same. Xiao Ke slowly walked to the center of the pond, then squatted down and lightly tapped his toes. With a swoosh, he leaped directly into the air more than 10 meters high. The center of the pond seemed to have been hit by a huge stone, instantly causing ripples and dispersing the fish around it. In midair, Xiao Ke raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist. "Crimson flame 9 fists!" he shouted, and spiritual power condensed at his fist, emitting a red light. First fist, fire fist. A giant flame fist, several meters in size, appeared. Boom! The fire fist struck the pond, instantly creating huge waves and evaporating a large amount of water vapor with intense heat. After a while, the water surface returned to calm, and Xiao Ke landed back on the water. The pond looked like hot water that had been boiled, continuously emitting steam. A large number of goldfish floated belly up on the water surface. He walked step by step, surrounded by mist, giving off a divine aura. This scene was truly shocking. Everyone was dumbfounded, staring blankly as Xiao Ke walked towards them. It wasn't until he approached them that the family members reacted. This is the ability of a cultivator? It's amazing, right? Noticing the shocked expressions of his family, Xiaoke couldn't help but mutter to himself. Did I reveal too much of my strength? No way, I only used 10% of my power, right? Sure. Yuehao laughed awkwardly and praised his son as he picked him up. Son, you're amazing, catching up to your old man. Haha. Chenhui pinched him hard around her waist. Just you, if you can be half as amazing as my son, that's enough. The whole family laughed and looked dotingly at Xiaoku. An hour later, Wang Ying picked up a book and randomly selected several plants to test Wang Xinru, but she stammered and had no impression of any of them. In the end, she was punished to run 2 kilometers. Soon, they moved on to the next task, and the two of them, along with the dog, lined up neatly. Wang Ying scanned the two of them and then lightly opened her lips. The most important thing in wilderness survival is food. Next is shelter. It's dangerous to sleep in the wild. So the third task is to use the provided tools to build a shelter within the specified time. She clapped her hands, and a group of servants brought things in front of everyone. These are all branches, leaves, sticks, and mud. If it were in normal times, these would all be considered garbage by everyone, but in the wilderness, these are the only materials available. Wang Xinru looked at her second sister with a sense of grievance. It was so uncomfortable for her to touch this dirty mud. She immediately protested. However, her protest was ineffective. Xiaoke curiously lifted a stick and arranged it on the ground like a bamboo raft. Although she was reluctant, Wang Xinru had no choice but to start building a shelter. Half an hour later, the shelter for the two of them and the dog was completed. The Wang family also acted as judges and looked at the works on the open ground. The first shelter was a tent-shaped nest carefully made by Wang Xinru. Sticks served as the tent frame, leaves were laid inside as a bed, and a layer of mud was applied on the outside for protection. Overall, it looked pretty good, and Wang Ying praised her fifth sister for the first time. Looking at the second shelter, it was a work carefully assembled by Xiaoku. It looked like a bamboo raft, with several sticks put together as a bed. A layer of mud was applied on top, and with the addition of leaves, it became a simple bed. The only drawback was that this shelter did not provide any protection from wind and rain. Sleeping on it would probably result in getting soaked if it rained. Although it wasn't great, Wang Ying still praised her brother a few words. Continuing to look to the side, they saw that Xiao He also spent a lot of effort to make it work. It was a small nest built with small sticks and leaves, resembling a bird's nest. The Wang family was surprised as they looked at Xiao He, unexpectedly finding it so clever. Wang Lele couldn't help but recall what her brother had said. Could it be that Xiao He was really her brother's apprentice? Was this a dog that could cultivate immortality, so it was very spiritual? After a morning of training, everyone returned to the villa together. As soon as they entered, Xiaoke ran to his room and brought back a jade pendant. Wang Ying blankly accepted the jade pendant her brother gave her. As soon as it touched her palm, she felt that the jade pendant was extremely warm, indicating that it was valuable. Thank you, little brother, you're so good. She gently stroked Xiaoke's head, feeling a warmth in her heart that she had never felt on the battlefield. Lani sent someone to bring lunch, and the dining table was quickly filled with over a dozen dishes. While eating, Wang Ying kept putting food into her brother's bowl. Soon, his small bowl was filled to the brim. Even Sure Yuehao couldn't help but cover his forehead. Was the second sister crazy? Could her son finish eating all of that? Even if she loved her brother, she shouldn't feed him like a pig, right? After the meal, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Xiaoke ran to the study alone and found the Wilderness Survival Guide among the dozens of bookshelves. After getting the book, he quickly ran back to his room. The whole afternoon, he studied the techniques of wilderness survival. Not only that, he also specifically watched several episodes of Master Nyo's wilderness survival documentary on his phone. Although it was boring, he still insisted on watching it to the end. On the other hand, Wang Xinru lay comfortably on the bed, feeling relaxed without any physical training. Ding ding ding, her phone rang beside her, and she turned over to answer the call. Miss Wang, the production team wants to ask if you need wilderness survival training? Mainly because we're afraid that the guests won't have survival skills and won't be able to endure it. Wang Xinru frowned and replied unhappily, no need, we won't go for training. After hanging up the phone, she continued to lie on the bed and rest. After being tired for so long, she couldn't be bothered to participate in this so-called training. For the next 4 days, the two of them repeated Wang Ying's training every day. Although it was tiring, Wang Xinru's physical strength and wilderness survival abilities improved a lot. As for Xiaoke, he was even more energetic, as if his energy was endless. Even the accompanying training dog, Xiao He, was able to build a luxurious doghouse on its own. Xiao He, I've got it. The results of the two of them gradually satisfied Wang Ying, and they were waiting for the official recording of the program. At the same time, the online buzz about the recording of Survival in the Wilderness gradually increased. This variety show required celebrities to live in the wilderness. Not only that, each celebrity guest would also bring along their little brother or little sister to participate in the recording. This undoubtedly became a major selling point, instantly attracting countless attention. The production team announced that a mysterious group will also join the recording. The speculation is getting louder, and there are more and more puzzled voices. Could it be the other 4 young actresses? I think it should be Wang Yang. Don't forget he has a sister. Hey, his sister is already an adult. Do you think it's possible? I think it should be Huang Yinger. Her brother is only 9 years old. It must be my sister Kaigij. Stop guessing. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Xiaoke secretly opened the door and tiptoed out of the villa. Taking advantage of the fact that the family was all sound asleep, he quickly ran to the backyard. Golden Crow. As soon as he arrived in the backyard, he immediately summoned the Golden Crow. With a light leap, Xiaoke stood on the flying sword and soared into the sky. Early morning. Kyoto Wang family. The sky was just beginning to brighten, and the Wang family members started another busy day. The 6 gatekeepers and the night shift colleagues changed shifts and returned to guard the gate. The captain yawned. He had played Peaceful Warmth all night yesterday. When he changed shifts today, he was still very sleepy, with bloodshot eyes. The group of people stood at the gate, chatting quietly. Captain, how much money have you spent in the game recently? Not much, just bought 3 car skins, a few thousand yuan. Tisk TSK, take me for a ride. I don't have any car skins recently, and the girls don't want to talk to me. While they were talking, a white-robed young man came in front of them. He looked up and greeted the gatekeepers with a smile. Good morning, brothers. Good morning. Xiaoke walked past them and walked slowly towards the group of villas. One of the gatekeepers couldn't help but take a few more glances at him, then turned to the captain and asked, Captain, why do I feel like I've seen him before? That's nonsense. I feel like I've seen him too. Wait a minute. He turned his head and looked at Xiaoke's back, suddenly remembering the white-robed young man who had forcibly entered the Wang family not long ago. Damn! Before the others could react, Xiaoke took a few steps and instantly leaped onto the roof of a villa. Looking at the newly rebuilt central building, he grinned and revealed 2 rows of white teeth. Golden Crow. A 3-foot-long golden sword floated into his palm, and the violent spiritual power instantly spread out. Listening to the wind sword technique, Xiaoke exuded a terrifying aura, and a gust of wind blew out of nowhere. The nearby Wang family members looked in astonishment at the rooftop of the villa, feeling that the figure seemed familiar. Second sword, Moon Slash. With a roar, the sword quickly enveloped in a silver-white sword aura. With one swing of the sword, a hurricane swept within 100 meters, and the crescent-shaped sword light slashed towards the central building. Boom! The newly constructed building collapsed instantly, and the rumbling sound spread throughout the Wang family. In the smoke and dust, 3 martial arts masters carried the old patriarch and ran to an open space. Wang Qingshan coughed violently a few times, angrily staring at the ruins in front of him. Since the last building was destroyed, the Wang family had finally built a new main building with great difficulty. Unexpectedly, it was just completed and it was razed to the ground again. Go kill him. The first time the building collapsed could be forgiven, but this time it happened again. This is trampling on the dignity of the Wang family. The 3 martial arts masters' faces were gloomy, and they took a step forward, instantly appearing 10 meters away. 1 step, 10 meters. Soon they arrived in front of Xiaoke, and more than a dozen martial arts masters also rushed over. They evacuated the surrounding servants and jumped onto the roof, surrounding him tightly. Unlike before, this time everyone had an angry expression, their gaze locked onto the white-robed young man. The leading martial arts master took a step forward and said in a stern tone, "Have you gone too far? By violating the Martial Artists Association Treaty and attacking my Wang family, don't you think you should give an explanation?" Xiaoke looked confused. What treaty of the Martial Artists Association? He had never heard of it before. Seeing that the other party remained silent, he snorted and said, "I am Bu Jingtian, I challenge you to a martial arts battle, let's go." All the martial arts masters dispersed, even the other 2 martial arts masters silently stepped back. What does this mean? What is a martial arts battle? Xiaoke was about to ask, but he felt a wave of killing intent. Several small spiritual arrows shot towards his forehead. He quickly dodged this attack by tilting his head to the side. Bu Jingtian carried his hands on his back, lightly leaped in midair, and instantly transformed into dozens of ice spears. As he extended his palm, the ice spears shot towards Xiaoke. He quickly dodged back and forth on the nearby villa rooftops, easily resolving this attack. "Hey, I'm not here to fight." Xiaoke stabilized himself and shouted loudly at Bu Jingtian. Bu Jingtian landed on the rooftop and quickly rushed towards him. Although he was old, his body was exceptionally agile, and his speed was as fast as a bullet. "Can I still trust you? You've attacked our family twice in a row. Today, I will kill you." Bu Jingtian's right hand gathered a majestic true energy and blasted towards his chest. Xiaoke sighed helplessly and said, "I really didn't mean to." As Bu Jingtian's attack was about to hit his chest, a fair palm suddenly blocked the fierce blow. Everyone gasped in astonishment, looking at the scene before them. They saw him blocking Bu Jingtian's fist with one hand, without even taking a step back. The most surprised was Bu Jingtian himself. His full-force attack as a martial arts master was easily caught by the other party. Moreover, judging from his appearance, he seemed to have some strength left. Who exactly was this young martial arts expert? Bu Jingtian withdrew his fist and quickly retreated. "Arrogant brat, take this." He gathered his energy and his plain-colored robe automatically fluttered without wind, emitting a majestic aura. When his breath reached its peak, his hands were already covered in vigorous true energy. Cloud palm. A huge palm of true energy pressed down towards Xiaoke, its speed astonishing. When the giant palm approached Xiaoke, he casually swung his sword. The sword light flashed, and the true energy palm was instantly cut in half, dissipating in mid-air. Bu Jingtian's expression became serious. The opponent's strength was too strange, he couldn't see through it at all. "What exactly do you want?" Xiaoke looked at the old man in plain clothes with anticipation. "I want another 100 servings of fried chicken, 100 servings of cola, just like last time." "What the f***ck?" Everyone burst out cursing, unable to understand what he was thinking. "Oh, and I want 100 servings of hamburgers too. It would be even better if there were some fries." "What the f***ck?" Bu Jingtian regained his composure, his body trembling slightly with anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "You destroyed my Wang family's building just for these things?" "Yeah." Xiaoke pouted and muttered to himself in a low voice, "I need to stock up on food if I'm going to survive in the wilderness. If we can't find food, my sister will go hungry. I'm so smart." Quack. Bu Jingtian stomped on the villa tiles, blowing his mustache and glaring, "You treat my Wang family as a wishing well. If you want these things, couldn't you just ask? The cost of just one building could buy you hundreds of thousands of chickens." He was so angry that his eyes almost blacked out, nearly fainting. The surrounding martial arts masters all had black lines on their faces, not knowing how to describe their current feelings. "I was afraid I couldn't find you." Xiaoke scratched his head embarrassedly, then looked expectantly at the old man in plain clothes. At this moment, Bu Jingtian was also silently calculating in his mind. This mysterious expert in front of him was not someone he could easily provoke, and his strength was even beyond his comprehension. If he were to fight desperately, the losses to the Wang family. After a moment of hesitation, he turned around and ordered the crowd, "Go and do as he says." The dozen or so martial arts masters looked at each other and, following the orders of the grand offering, began to prepare the food. Xiaoke happily narrowed his eyes and waited for the food to be delivered to him. In his heart, he secretly thought, "Anyway, the Wang family in Kyoto are all bad guys. They kicked my dad out of the house and even kidnapped my sister. And I flew so far, it's not too much to ask for some food soon." 2 trucks loaded with food parked nearby. There was a lot of food this time, making it difficult to transport, so he can only store it in his storage ring for now. Although there were many people around, he had already used disguise techniques and was not afraid of being suspected again. Xiaoke lightly jumped and landed next to the truck. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, 2 piles of food suddenly disappeared into thin air. This strange scene instantly caused everyone's brains to freeze. Was this magic? Bu Jingtian's eyes widened in astonishment. He had no idea how this was done. The white-robed youth became more and more mysterious in his eyes. "Thank you all, you're really kind." Xiaoke wore a bright smile and left the Wang family with great swagger. The 6 gatekeepers looked at him in shock as he walked out of the gate, feeling a mix of emotions. In the City of Magic, at the Wang family villa, Wang Xinru was searching everywhere for Xiaoke's figure. Today, they were going to the countryside with the production team, so they needed to prepare in advance. In the morning, she went to her brother's room to wake him up, but to her surprise, he wasn't there. Just as Wang Xinru was about to inform the family, the villa's front door slowly opened. A small figure walked into the hall, smiling sweetly at her. Wasn't this her missing brother? "Little brother, where did you go?" Wang Xinru walked over and held his chubby little hand. He babbled and explained that he went to the backyard to run. At this time, the rest of the family also came downstairs, except for Wang Siki. Lately, she had been staying at the company, probably dealing with important matters. Lani prepared a large and small suitcase. Xiaoke used his spiritual sense to investigate and found that they were filled with clothes for him and his sister to change into. Wang Xinru explained to him, "We're going to the filming location, let's go now." Upon hearing this, Xiaoko hurriedly ran upstairs with the suitcase. Lonnie couldn't help but sigh, remarking on how strong the young master was. Mr. Yuehao and his wife looked worried, unsure if their son could handle the challenges of wilderness survival. After a while, Xiaoko returned downstairs. All right, sister, let's go. He smiled at Wang Xinru, and the bulging suitcase beside him attracted attention. Two servants came to carry the suitcases and followed the two of them out of the villa. There was already a Maybach parked next to the villa's entrance. After loading the luggage, the two got into the car. Under the reluctant gaze of their family, the car slowly left the Wang family villa. Mr. Yuehao let out a sigh and spoke softly, maybe we should have someone watch over our son. Once they leave, who knows how they'll fare. Wang Ying, standing by, responded calmly with her hands behind her back. Father, rest assured, I've already sent someone. If my little brother isn't happy, I'll personally bring him back home. Wang Lele smiled leisurely, confident that her sister would follow through. After all, everyone in the family knew that her sister had a stubborn temperament. At this moment, a Korean car secretly followed behind the Maybach. Inside the car were Jiang Nan and two others, along with various ingredients and pots. Jiang Nan had a dark expression the whole way. It was bad enough that he had to monitor the young master, but now he also had to work as a chef. It was too much. Several hours later, the Maybach arrived at a remote village in the countryside. The car parked next to a guest house in the village. There were a large group of staff members busy at the entrance. When they saw Wang Xinru get out of the car, the crowd immediately erupted in exclamations. She was used to this by now, after all, her fans were spread across various industries. With over 60 million Vlog followers, she was undoubtedly the hottest female star in China. No one but Wang Xinru deserved this title. Xiaoko jumped out of the car and looked around with joy. This was an environment he had never seen before. There was no hustle and bustle of the city, no lights and revelry of the downtown area. Here, there was only the fragrance of flowers, soil, and the sound of chickens and ducks. Guided by the staff, the two of them entered a guest room on the second floor of the guest house. As soon as they put down their luggage, four staff members approached them. Miss Wang, as requested by the production team, we need to conduct a routine inspection of your luggage, mainly to check for food and any prohibited items. Wang Xinru frowned slightly, feeling some resistance, but she didn't refuse. However, Xiaoko, who was beside her, exploded like a madman upon hearing this. He clung to the small suitcase like an octopus, refusing to let go. Even Wang Xinru was stunned for a moment, unable to understand what her little brother was afraid of. He looked like a little tiger protecting his food. Xiaoko, be obedient and cooperate with your older brothers and sisters for the inspection. When he heard his fifth sister speak, he reluctantly let go of his suitcase with a face full of grievances. Wang Xinru's suitcase was checked by two female staff members and was quickly finished. Finally, it was Xiaoko's turn. Just as the two staff members unzipped the suitcase, a large pile of snacks burst out like a flood. Everyone was stunned, looking in astonishment at the floor covered in spicy strips, potato chips, cola, all the snacks Xiaoko loved to eat at school. Little brother, why did you bring all this junk food? Embarrassed, he scratched his head, his face turning red. Since he wasn't allowed to bring food, Xiaoko could only watch as his precious snacks were confiscated. After the inspection, the two suitcases were neatly organized and put back in place. The staff members then left the room with a large bag of snacks. Since the official recording wouldn't start until tomorrow, the two of them would rest in the guest house for the night. Wang Xinru lay on the bed, her gaze directed towards where her little brother was. She revealed a mischievous smile and softly called out to him, "Little brother, come over here. Sister has something nice for you." Xiaoko was still immersed in the pain of losing his snacks. When he heard his sister calling him, he walked towards his fifth sister. Suddenly, without any warning, he was embraced by a pair of jade-like hands. Before he could react, a pair of red lips crazily kissed his cheek. Mua mua mua. When he finally came to his senses, he immediately struggled to escape from his sister's embrace. Ha, little brother is so cute, sister couldn't resist. Seeing Xiaoko's bewildered expression, Wang Xinru couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. After all, her little brother belonged to her alone now, and no one could stop her. The other sisters would probably be jealous. Xiaoko stayed in the room all morning and didn't go anywhere. Although he was bored, fortunately, there was a large TV in the room. With the help of his fifth sister, they started watching Happy Wolf and Grey Sheep on TV. He watched the TV attentively, his two little feet gently swaying at the end of the bed. Wang Xinru looked at her little brother lying in her arms with gentle eyes, her mouth forming a crescent moon smile. At the same time, a Korean car drove into the village. After Jiang Nan and the other two got off the car, they strolled around the village, observing the surrounding environment. In the end, the three of them rented a house and temporarily stayed there. Soon, it was noon. The staff knocked on the door and asked the two of them to come downstairs for lunch. Wang Xinru turned off the TV, took her little brother's hand, and walked out of the room. In the lobby on the first floor, 6 people were sitting around a round dining table. They were the stars and children participating in the recording of the program. As the two of them walked downstairs, they instantly attracted the attention of the 6 people. The girl had a pure and innocent temperament, with fair skin like beautiful jade and lips as red as cherries. Her pair of snow-white legs were casually matched with a short skirt, making her look even more enchanting and charming. Her stunning face made people couldn't help but exclaim. She was truly a fairy who could overturn a country. She held the hand of a little boy, who was also extremely delicate. His eyes sparkled like stars, and his fair face still had some baby fat. Moreover, there seemed to be a hint of fairy aura around him, giving off a cute and lively feeling. When the two of them stood together, their looks were simply outstanding. Wow, Xinru's sister is here? Xia Qiangya stood up and greeted her. She was also one of the invited guests. Hello, Wang Xinru. A handsome man stood up and greeted her. His name was Gu Xinghe, also a film and television star with 21 million followers on Vblog. The last man also stood up and greeted her. Wang Xinru, I didn't expect you to be here. He was one of the national heartthrobs that Xiaoku had met at the birthday banquet, Ji Luoxuan. Wang Xinru smiled and nodded, politely responding to everyone. Xiaoku looked up in surprise at his 5th sister. He didn't expect all these people to know his sister, and they seemed to respect her a lot. The two of them sat at the dining table, and Wang Xinru quickly blended in and started chatting with the other 3. It was the first time Xiaoku had dinner with so many strangers, so he seemed a bit reserved. Will they provide tools for the later stage of wilderness survival? I heard from the production team that they won't. By the way, who is the little kid you brought with you? Introduce them. Ji Luochuan spoke first. This is my younger brother, Ji Zichuan, he's 10 years old this year. Gu Xinghe also answered. This is my younger brother, Gu Xinghai, he's 8 years old. Xia Qiangya spoke softly. This is my sister, Xia Yue, she's also 8 years old. The 3 children, 2 boys and 1 girl, were all slightly older than Xiaoku. Xia Yue had a gentle and elegant temperament, similar to her sister. Gu Xinghai was lively and active, with mischievous eyes that made him look clever. Ji Zichuan was also like his older brother, with a gentlemanly demeanor at such a young age. After everyone finished introducing themselves, it was Wang Xinru's turn, but before she could speak, her younger brother answered instead. Hello everyone, I'm Wang Xiaoke, I'm 6 years old. The 3 of them looked at Wang Xiaoke, and the other children curiously sized him up. Ha, Xinru's brother is different. I heard that Wang Xiaoke has 8 million fans on Vblog, amazing. He's also very cute. I want a younger brother too. Xia Qiangya gently gazed at Xiaoke. Gu Xinghe couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. After a few casual chats, everyone started eating. At the same time, a huge wave was stirred up on the internet. 2 major news quickly topped the trending list. The first news was that the country's leader conferred the title of Marshal on Si Yuehao. The official conferment ceremony would be held in the capital 2.5 months later. The second news was that the queen of Huaxia's film and television industry, Wang Xinru, would be recording the variety show Survival in the Wilderness with her younger brother. It should be noted that Wang Xinru had never recorded any variety show before this. If it weren't for her brother's interest, she wouldn't have agreed to participate in this kind of program at all. Fans flooded the official account of Survival in the Wilderness, cheering for Wang Xinru. The official comments section was quickly filled with comments like Wang Xinru is the best. With her own efforts alone, she overshadowed all the other celebrities. The popularity of the show skyrocketed even before it was officially recorded, making it to the trending list. This is the dominant position of Wang Xinru in the entertainment industry. Terrifying M Country, International Education Research Center. Wang Wenyao was browsing the information on the trending list, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a faint light. My brother is filming a variety show. Sigh, I really want to go home earlier. On the other side, M Country's Financial and Trade Street. The blonde beauty sitting at the desk put down her phone. She was dignified and elegant, her eyes sharp, giving off an unchanging aura even in the face of Mount Tai collapsing. Even when she sat quietly, she could make people feel an inexplicable sense of pressure. She was the queen of Huaxia's business world, ranked 3rd on the Forbes rich list. Wang Xiaoke's eldest sister, Wang Jiqiu. Wuyo is really making a fuss, actually taking her brother to film a variety show. Chen Lao. The office door was pushed open, and a bespectacled old man entered. He respectfully approached Wang Jiqiu and spoke with a puzzled expression. Miss, what are your orders? She looked up and stared out the window, as if contemplating something. Speed up the acquisition of the lurk group. Get rid of the flies that need to be cleaned up. Yes. The old man respectfully bowed and left. If Xiaoke were here, he would surely notice. This old man was actually a grandmaster. After the old man left, Wang Jiqiu looked at the photo of Xiaoke and Wang Xinru on her phone screen. A faint ripple finally appeared on her indifferent face. Little brother, we'll be meeting soon. Inside the homestay, after dinner, everyone returned to their rooms. Xiaoke stayed in his room and watched Happy Wolf and Gray Sheep. Wang Xinru lay on the bed and took a nap. In the afternoon, another celebrity couple moved into the homestay. Xiaoke scanned them with his divine sense and then ignored them. Time slowly passed, and the sun gradually set behind the western mountains. It was dinner time, and the staff specially delivered dinner to their door. At the same time, a reminder was given to each guest group. Starting tomorrow, the photographer will be recording everyone all day. After eating, Xiaoke bounced around excitedly. He was looking forward to what would happen tomorrow and what fun things there would be. When he went to bed at night, Xiaoke suddenly realized something was wrong. There was only one bed in the whole room. How was he supposed to sleep? Little did he know, this was intentionally arranged by Wang Xinru. She had asked the production team to remove one bed so that she could sleep in the same bed as her younger brother. Hey, little brother, come up and go to sleep. Wang Xinru gently called her brother while patting the bedsheet. Xiaoke was unmoved, looking at his sister with a skeptical gaze. Just now, he had sensed that every room had two beds. Xiaoke, something's not right in the end. Amidst Wang Xinru's satisfied laughter, Xiaoke obediently lay down on the bed. Secretly, she was overjoyed. Asterisk caret omega caret asterisk, as they slept, he was tightly embraced by his fifth sister. The two small hills almost buried his head. Wang Xinru gently stroked her brother's back, and soon they fell into a deep sleep. The rising sun illuminated the dark village. A rooster flapped its wings and flew onto the roof of Jiang Nan's house. It cleared its throat and let out a sharp crow. Cock-a-doodle-doo, the sound of the rooster's crow echoed in the village for a long time. Jiang Nan lifted his pillow and covered his head, finally getting impatient and sitting up. Already in a bad mood, he was extremely annoyed. Where did this rooster come from? Damn it, I'll catch you and make soup. With that, he put on his clothes and went out. Following the sound, he found the rooster on the roof and quickly climbed up. Just as Jiang Nan was about to grab it aggressively, the rooster immediately flapped its wings and flew off the roof. The two of them began to chase each other in the yard. Rooster, brother Nan, I'm sorry. Xiaoke, still half asleep, crawled out of his sister's arms and sat dumbfounded on the bed. He just noticed that he was in a guesthouse room. At that moment, he suddenly wanted to go home. At home, there were not only his mom and dad, but also his three sisters. And Xiao Hei, Xiao Lu. Wang Xinru also sat up, still half asleep. As soon as she woke up, she pounced on her brother and gave him a kiss on his milky face. Wiping off the saliva from his face, Xiaoke couldn't help but feel suspicious. Could this be a trap set by his fifth sister, just to kiss him every day? He had already been kissed dozens of times by his fifth sister. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked, and a staff member called for the two of them to get ready downstairs. Wang Xinru got up first to wash up, while Xiaoke hopped and ran to open the door. He tiptoed and turned the doorknob, and the door slowly opened. Immediately, Xiaoke was targeted by two black cameras. Two photographers and a staff member stood outside the door. Everyone was stunned, and the staff member thought it would be Wang Xinru opening the door. Unexpectedly, it was this cute little kid in front of them. Wang Xinru quickly stopped washing up and talked to the few people, then closed the door. After washing up, the two of them went downstairs and gathered at the guest house. At this time, the entrance was crowded with staff members, and Director Hua was among them. Dozens of cameras were aimed at Ji Luochuan and other celebrities. Next to Xia Qiangu, there was another sibling duo, obviously the guests who arrived yesterday afternoon. As soon as the two of them stepped out, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. Wow, hello, Xinru's sister, a sweet and coquettish voice came. Bai Qianlan greeted Wang Xinru with a faint smile. In front of the cameras, she deliberately twisted her body and walked towards the two of them. This reminded Xiaoku of the snake demon in Hulu Saves His Father. The snake demon also walked like this, twisting her buttocks. In the end, she was suppressed under Wuji Mountain by the golden hooped rod. Due to her revealing attire, her two white legs were particularly eye-catching under the sun. Xiaoke looked at his sister in confusion. Could this woman be his sister's friend? In fact, the two of them had only met a few times at large banquets. If you were to say they were friends, they couldn't really be considered as such. Out of politeness, Wang Xinru exchanged a few words with her. Her name was Bai Qianlan, and she had 24 million followers on Vblog. The little boy standing next to her is her 9-year-old brother, Bai Xiaofei. The 5-star groups are now assembled. Director Hua cleared his throat and picked up the microphone. Welcome, guests, to the recording site of the program Survival in the Wilderness. After speaking, there was a burst of applause from the crowd. Xiaoko also smiled and looked expectantly at the director. For the next 5 days, each group will have 2 photographers following them for filming. During these 5 days, the groups need to complete various competitions to earn points. These points can be exchanged for items in the wilderness survival later on. 3 days later, the program will officially air. During the wilderness survival, it will be broadcasted live. And every 3 days, a video episode will be edited and aired. As the director explained the rules, everyone understood the general idea. It means that each group will compete for these 5 days. The points earned can be exchanged for items during the wilderness survival. It sounds simple. Director Hua paused and continued, to motivate each group, the competition results will also determine their living conditions. Some people were confused, and Director Hua continued to explain. Every day, the team with the highest points will have better living conditions. Next, each group please come up with a group name. Xiaoko was still in a daze, holding his sister's hand and looking around. Gu Xinghe smiled lightly at the camera and said, "My brother and I will be called the Double Star Group." Xiao Chang'e and her sister discussed for a while, then spoke to the crowd. "Our group will be called the Qianyu Group." Ji Luochuan and his brother Ji Zichuan's group name is Zichuan Group. Bai Qianlan and her brother Bai Xiaofei's group is called Feifei Group. Seeing that everyone had already chosen a group name, Xiaoko anxiously tugged at his sister's finger. Wang Xinru rubbed his head and then walked forward and whispered, "My brother and I. Let's call our group the Pangko Group." "Ha!" Xiaoko pouted and said, "I'm not fat, sister, you're not very good at naming, I'm better." Hearing this, Wang Xinru couldn't help but think of the name Xiaohei. What a talented name. She squatted down and pinched her brother's cheek, jokingly saying, "Isn't this fat? It's chubby." After all 5 groups had chosen their names, Director Hua gestured to the staff with his eyes. 6 commercial vehicles drove from a distance and parked next to the crowd. Next, each group please start today's competition. Now, please get on the cars and arrive at the competition venue. The 10 people each got on one of the 5 cars and quickly left the village. In the houses on the east side of the village, Jiang Nan let out a sinister laugh as he walked into the room with a bowl of steaming chicken soup in his hands. "Hey, don't sleep. Here's the chicken soup, drink it while it's hot." The 2 men took the chicken soup with confusion and hesitated to drink it. "Jiang Nan, where did this chicken come from?" "I don't know, it was making noise in the morning and gave me a headache, so I stewed it." 6. Behind the small mountain village, there is a small river with countless fish swimming in it. Occasionally, you can even see big fish surfacing and blowing bubbles. The program cruise convoy parked by the road, and the group was led to the riverside. Xiaoko happily ran towards the river, but was grabbed by Wang Xinru. "Little brother, follow me and don't run around, the riverbank is dangerous." Oh. When they arrived at the riverside, they saw fishing rods and fish baskets neatly arranged by the river. Director Hua also began to explain the rules of the competition. "Today, we will have a fishing competition. 1 pound of fish counts as 1 point. The group with the highest score will be the first place. 3 hours limit, let's start now." Bai Qianlan pouted at the camera and complained, "Oh, I don't know how to fish, what should I do?" Gu Xingchen's throat itched, and he couldn't help but laugh. He didn't know that Bai Qianlan was so pretentious. It felt like a slipper stuck in his throat. Ji Zichuan was excited and jumping around, shouting, "Wow, my brother often goes fishing at home. Hee, we're going to be the first." Xiaoko glanced at his 5th sister and asked softly, "5th sister, do you know how to fish?" Wang Xinru shook her head, a hint of helplessness appearing on her delicate face. When it came to acting, she could easily play any role. But when it came to fishing, it was indeed a bit difficult for her. Does being a queen of film and television have anything to do with being a fishing expert? There were a total of 10 fishing rods, 5 big ones and 5 small ones. The small fishing rods were obviously prepared for children. When everyone was ready, the competition officially began. The production team had already prepared bait for each group, eliminating a lot of trouble. Ji Luochuan taught his younger brother how to operate while casting his fishing rod. His calm operation and skilled technique were far superior to others. Soon, Gu Xinghe and his younger brother also cast their fishing rods. The rest of the people also hung bait and started fishing. Looking at the Fatco group, Wang Xinru hurriedly hung the bait. As soon as she cast the fishing rod, the hook got caught on Xiaoko's clothes. She exerted force and almost threw her brother into the river. Fortunately, Xiaoko had some cultivation and wasn't thrown by his sister. Wang Xinru smiled and quickly took the hook off her brother. "It's okay, once sister gets familiar, we'll be able to catch fish." She comforted her brother and then cast the fishing rod again, feeling dissatisfied. The hook drew a semicircle in the air and accurately hooked Xiaoku. He pouted, not knowing how to describe his feelings. Fifth sister was a bit disappointing. After a lot of effort, Wang Xinru finally cast the fishing hook into the river. At this time, Ji Luochuan next to her had already caught a 2-pound grass carp. Xiaoku also started playing with the small fishing rod. Following others' actions, he grabbed the bait and hung it on the hook. With a light swing of his small hand, the hook drew a beautiful parabola and fell into the water. "What's so difficult about this?" Xiaoku muttered to himself. Wang Xinru next to him was amazed. She didn't expect her brother to be more skilled than herself. A cameraman filmed Xiaoku. At first, he wasn't used to it, but he gradually adapted. Time passed bit by bit. Ji Luochuan next door had already caught 7 or 8 fish, and even Ji Zichuan caught a small silver carp. Roughly estimating, their group had already caught over 10 kilograms of fish. The other groups also started catching fish one after another. Even Bai Qianlan caught a small fish weighing 8 taels. On the other hand, there was no movement from Xiaoku's side after an hour. "Sister, why can't I catch any fish?" Xiaoku had lost his patience, and his eyebrows were furrowed like a twist. Wang Xinru just smiled and reassured him that he would catch fish soon. Another half an hour passed. Xiaoku angrily reeled in his fishing rod, only to find that the bait had been eaten. This bad fish was eating for free and not biting the hook. Xiaoku cast the fishing hook again. During this time, he immediately activated his spiritual sense and released his spiritual power into the water. Under the riverbed, 2 big fish were swimming happily. Suddenly, a small fishing hook slowly descended from the water's surface, floating in front of them. There was no bait on the hook, and one of the big fish wagged its tail, wanting to leave. Instantly, an invisible force tightly bound it. "Fish, Uncle 2, save me." Under the control of spiritual power, the big fish was pulled towards the fishing hook and took a bite. "Bad fish, you don't listen," Xiaoku muttered, then pulled the fishing rod. Ripples appeared on the surface of the river, causing quite a commotion. Wang Xinru was greatly surprised. She didn't expect her brother to actually catch a fish. The small fishing rod bent into a semicircle during the pulling process. It was hard to imagine how heavy this fish was to bend the fishing rod like that. This scene instantly attracted everyone's attention, and the cameraman quickly aimed the camera at the fishing rod. Ji Zichuan pointed at Wang Xiaoku in astonishment and shouted to his brother, "Brother, look! Wang Xiaoku seems to have caught a big fish." Hearing this, Ji Luochuan, who was focused on fishing, turned his gaze to the small figure. Wang Xinru stood up and wanted to help her younger brother. She had just taken the fishing rod from her brother's hand when she stumbled and almost got dragged into the river. Xiaoku covered his face, unable to bear watching. Fifth sister is really incompetent. While Wang Xinru was still struggling to pull the fishing rod, he used his spiritual power to pull up a big fish. A green golden giant grass carp flew out of the river into the air. In the sunlight, the fish scales shimmered with a faint yellow light. The grass carp was over half a meter long and probably weighed more than 10 kilograms. The big fish landed on the shore, still flapping its body. He pounced on the big fish like a little tiger pouncing on its prey. It had a feeling of a cute baby fighting a giant beast. He was wearing a light yellow tiger head coat chosen by seventh sister, paired with black pants. He looked particularly agile and cute in front of the camera. Now, that cute appearance added a touch of fierceness. Everyone looked confused, unbelievably watching the scene in front of them. Who would believe that a little child could catch such a big fish? Wow, such a big shark. Will it bite people? Gu Xinghai squatted on the ground, staring at the big fish with some fear. Gu Xinghai, as his older brother, slapped him on the head. "Little brother, if you don't speak, no one will think you're a fool." He looked at Wang Xiaoka, then looked at his younger brother with disdain. Why can't his own 8-year-old brother do what a 6-year-old kid can do? Ji Luochuan, an experienced fisherman, was also shocked. When everyone reacted, the big fish had already been put into the fish basket by Xiaoka. The 3 children looked at him with admiration. Bai Xiaofei looked disdainful and muttered to himself, "Isn't it just luck to catch a fish? What's so impressive about it?" Bai Qianlan looked at their fish basket with envy and pouted. Wang Xinru picked up her younger brother and praised him happily. "My little brother is amazing, so great." Xiaoka, in the arms of fifth sister, sighed lightly. It seems that he can only rely on himself to bring his sister up. There is still an hour and a half left until the end of the competition, and Xiaoka can only speed up. His goal is to be the first. The little incident quickly passed, and the others refocused their attention on fishing. Xiaoka lifted the fishing rod to swing, but was stopped by Wang Xinru raising her hand. She carefully examined the fishing rod and then pointed at the hook. "Little brother, did you forget to put bait?" He scratched his head and pretended to hang the bait on the hook. With a wave of his small hand, the hook slowly fell into the small river. Before long, the small fishing rod bent again. "Ah, caught another fish?" Everyone fell into a state of stupor, not knowing how to express their feelings. "It's just too exaggerated." Xiaoka exerted a little force, and the fishing rod quickly lifted up. A more than 10 kilograms carp was thrown to Wang Xinru's feet. She was instantly frightened, opening her mouth and letting out a scream. Xiaoka calmly picked up the carp and put it into the fish basket. He looked at fifth sister in confusion. Could it be that she is afraid of fish? The photographer zoomed in, perfectly capturing this scene. After Wang Xinru took a few deep breaths, she slowly calmed down her excitement. She is not afraid of fish, but when such a big fish suddenly flew in front of her, it was indeed quite scary. Ji Luochuan looked serious. How could a little child have such strength? The more skilled one is, the more they understand the difficulty of catching big fish. It is not only related to technique but also to personal physical strength. To catch a fish weighing more than 10 kilograms, you need to have an arm strength of about 60 kilograms. His own 10-year-old brother can't even lift a 30-kilogram dumbbell. In his impression, Wang Xiaoka has just turned 6 years old. Do 6-year-old children have such great strength? The fishing competition continued, and Xiaoka kept catching big fish. The people next to them were already numb with shock. This cute little kid kept lifting the rod and casting, making it difficult for others to concentrate on fishing. The fatty team's fish basket gradually filled up, already weighing over 70 kilograms. The fish basket was also lively, with several big fish flapping around. "Big fish, hey, second uncle, why are you here?" "Second uncle fish, your aunt and I both came." "Fish second aunt, you really don't say, let me tell you." All these fish were caught by Xiaoku alone. The whole process, Wang Xinru has become transparent. She can only watch her brother catch fish and then lie down. Anyway, the fish caught by her brother also belongs to their group. She just needs to be a freeloader. Xiaoku was fishing with great enthusiasm when suddenly a little girl ran up to him. Perplexed, he asked, "What's the matter, Sister Yua?" The little girl smiled sweetly at him and shook her head, saying, "My sister and I can't catch any fish. Let me see how you're fishing. I'll learn from you." Xiaoku lowered his head embarrassedly and muttered, "I have spiritual power, something you can't learn." He put down his fishing rod and ran to the fish basket of Xia Chang's group to check. There was only one small fish in their basket, estimated to weigh only half a catty. It was small and cute. Xiaoku remembered that Xia Chang'a had given him blessings at his birthday party before. Thinking of this, he secretly decided to help the Qianyu group. Turning around, Xiaoku ran to his own fish basket and picked up a big fish. To the astonishment of everyone, he put the big fish into Xia's sister's fish basket. Director Hua pursed his lips, wanting to speak up. After all, there was no rule in the competition about giving fish to other groups. But when he met Wang Xinru's sharp gaze, he swallowed his words. Forget it, she has connections. Can't afford to offend her. Bai Qianlan stared at Wang Xiaoka in a daze, then smirked. "Little Ko, can you give sister a fish too? Can you give sister one?" Gu Xingha, who had been silent all along, raised his eyes and looked at Bai Qianlan strangely. Fishing is all about individual skills. How could she have the audacity to ask for it? The thoughts of others were surprisingly unanimous. Xiaoku looked at the two of them in confusion, then replied with a smile, "Sister, we still have to compete. I can't give you the fish." Bai Xiaofei was surprised that Wang Xiaoka directly refused his sister. Why is Wang Xiaoka so stingy? Even though she was unhappy, Bai Qianlan still smiled faintly and spoke up. "Then why did little Ko give the fish to Xia Jie instead of me? Could it be that you don't like me, sister?" This question was very tricky. No matter how it was answered, it would be wrong. If it were to be broadcast later, it would definitely cause a fan war. Wang Xinru's beautiful eyes grew colder, and she was already getting angry. After thinking for a moment, Xiaoku sweetly smiled and explained to her, "Sister Xia helped me. And the fish I caught, I can give it to anyone, right?" Bai Qianlan had nothing to say in response to being questioned. If someone caught the fish with their own skills, they could give it to anyone they wanted, and she indeed had no right to interfere. She cursed silently in her heart and could only turn her head to continue fishing. Wang Xinru looked satisfied as she looked at her brother, secretly praising him. If Bai Qianlan had targeted her brother again just now, she wouldn't mind kicking her out of the show. With her strength, it would be easy to blacklist Bai Qianlan in the entertainment industry. 3 hours quickly passed, and the production team timely called an end to the competition. Everyone packed up their fishing rods, relieved. The staff members came forward to collect the fish baskets of each group. When it was the turn of the Fat Cook group, one staff member struggled to lift it. Director Hua called another staff member to help before they could carry it away. Next was the moment of weighing and ranking. It also determined the living conditions of each group today. Everyone was particularly nervous, praying for a higher ranking. After Director Hua received the weighing results, he loudly announced to everyone, 5th place, Feifei Group, 3 caddies. 4th place, Double Star Group, 7 caddies. Gu Xinghai smiled faintly, at least he and his brother were not last. Upon hearing the ranking, Bai Qianlan clenched her hands tightly, resentfully glancing at Wang Xiaoke. She blamed Wang Xinru and herself for their low ranking. 3rd place, Xianyu Group, 18 caddies. Xia Yua happily gives a high five and gratefully looks at Xiao Ku. If it weren't for the fish Xiaoke brought, they might have been in 5th place. 2nd place, Zichuan Team, 43 caddies. Hearing the weight of the fish, everyone showed envy in their eyes. Ji Luoxuan furrowed his brows and curiously looked at Wang Xinru. He was curious about their results and wondered how much higher they would be compared to him. 1st place, Fat Ku Team, 89 caddies. Even the filming staff were shocked. 89 caddies of fish, it was simply too impressive. Xia Yuha blinked her big eyes, surprised with her mouth wide open. Wang Xinru happily rubbed her brother's head and whispered some praise in his ear. 1 pound of fish is 1 point, and the Fat Ku team now has a total of 89 points. I'm afraid the production team didn't expect any group to catch so many fish. After the rankings were announced, some were happy and some were worried. After everyone packed up, they boarded the production team's car and returned to the mountain village. Sitting in the car, Xiaoke curiously looked at the cameraman. The two stared at each other with wide eyes all the way. He was curious about what kind of video the cameraman would capture. He just didn't feel comfortable asking. The car stopped at the entrance of the inn. As soon as everyone got off the car, they were stunned. They saw dozens of suitcases neatly arranged at the entrance. These were all the luggage brought by the guests, but it was unclear why they were taken out. At this moment, Hua Dao got off the car and reminded them, according to the rules of the competition, everyone's accommodations will be reassigned. The living conditions will be determined by the competition rankings. After saying that, he waved his hand to the staff. Everyone looked at each other and picked up their suitcases, waiting for further instructions. Congratulations to Wang Xinru and Wang Xiaoke for staying in the luxurious mountain village villa. Xiaoke excitedly hugged his sister's thigh, showing a bright smile. A luxurious mountain village villa, just the name sounds impressive. Congratulations to the Zichuan team for staying in the elegant courtyard, no air conditioning though. Ji Zichuan frowned and looked at Xiaoke with envy. Congratulations to the Qianyu team for staying in the rustic courtyard, no air conditioning, TV, or washing machine. Xia Qianyu and her sister were a bit dissatisfied, but they could only accept this reality. Congratulations to the Xuanxing team for staying in the caring courtyard. Due to not supporting high-power electricity, no appliances are provided, only light bulbs for lighting. Gu Xing's face darkened. He didn't expect the production team to be so cunning. This was making him and his brother suffer. Finally, congratulations to the Feifei team for staying in the leisurely room, no facilities. Bai Qianlan's heart skipped a beat, unable to believe it. She looked at the director. No facilities, yet they gave it such a fancy name? Hua Dao cleared his throat. The Analects of Confucius once mentioned a phrase. This is a humble room, but my virtue is fragrant. I believe Miss Bai can overcome this difficulty and have a pleasant rest. Just a reminder, each team needs to figure out their own food. Everyone was stunned, finding it hard to believe. Gu Xinghai pouted and curiously asked, Director, where do we find food? Food? It's the fish you caught today, you have to cook it yourselves. With that, I wish each team a good rest and prepare well for tomorrow's competition. Wang Xinru's mouth twitched, suddenly feeling that the production team was a bit cunning. Each team followed the guidance of 2 staff members and headed towards their new accommodations. Soon, Xiaoke and his sister arrived in front of a 2-story villa. As soon as they entered the villa, the exquisite room layout impressed them. The interior was clean and tidy, with all kinds of appliances available. There were even a kitchen, bathroom, bedroom, living room. Wang Xinru glanced around and realized that this villa had much better living conditions than the inn. Xiaoke was secretly delighted. The new house had 2 bedrooms, and he could finally sleep alone. On the other side, the Qianyu team, Xuanxing team, and Zichuan team moved into 3 small tile-roofed houses. The 3 houses were not big. Ji Luochuan inspected his room. It was found that apart from the lack of air conditioning, other necessary facilities were not lacking. Although the conditions were average, they were still acceptable. Xia Chang'e and her sister toured their house and felt that it was passable. Gu Xinghai jumped up and down as soon as he entered the house, muttering non-stop. Brother, there's no TV. I know. Brother, there's no washing machine, no air conditioning. I know. Brother, there's no bathroom, no kitchen. I know. What? Gu Xinghao widened his eyes and walked around the house. At that moment, he felt like the sky was falling. How could he go to the bathroom without a bathroom? And how could he cook without a kitchen? The production team was digging their own grave. Looking at his dumbfounded brother, he couldn't help but feel angry. They were both brothers, both children. Why couldn't his brother be as capable as Wang Xiaoke? Bai Qianlan and her brother Bai Xiufei followed the staff, turning left and right. Finally, they entered a dilapidated small house. The walls had become dilapidated from long-term exposure to wind and rain. The roof was likely to leak on rainy days. This is the peaceful little house? Bai Qianlan's face turned green with anger, almost bursting out in anger. How could this be considered a place to live? At a glance, the whole room only had 2 beds. There was no bathroom, no color TV, no air conditioning. There was nothing. She was really on the verge of a breakdown. It would be more comfortable to stay in her own doghouse. Sister, how are we going to cook? The 2 staff members also felt awkward and quickly turned away after bringing them to the place. Bai Qianlan clenched her hands tightly, her nails digging into her palms. Since the cameraman was recording on the side, she couldn't lose her temper. Sister, why don't we go to the neighbor's house to borrow some food? Bai Qianlan stroked her chin and looked at the surrounding houses. The village chief in the mountain village had known that a big star was filming in the village for a long time, so he ordered the villagers not to approach and watch. She nodded secretly. As a big star, she would go to the villagers' homes to eat. Although it was a bit embarrassing, they shouldn't refuse, right? It had to be said that Bai Xiaofei's brain was quite clever. Soon, the staff of the production team delivered the fish caught by each group to their respective accommodations. Ji Luochuan took the fish basket and walked into the kitchen to cook, with the camera recording. In no time, he returned to the room with 2 steaming plates of fish. A male star with millions of fans, not only had good looks but also knew how to cook. He was simply irresistible. Xia Chang'e also carefully stewed a pot of fish soup with the big fish given by Xiaoke. On the other side, the Gu brothers sat at the dining table. Although there was fish next to them, there was no kitchen in the house. It was like giving you a bottle of cola when you were thirsty. The key was that you couldn't open it. Gu Xinghai's stomach growled, and his face became increasingly ugly. Wow, his eyes turned red, and he couldn't help but burst into tears. Crystal tears slid down his round face. His small mouth pouted high, as if he had suffered a great grievance. Gu Xinghao was shocked by this scene and panicked, quickly getting up to comfort his brother. Don't cry, little brother, I'll cook for you. Hearing this, Gu Xinghai slowly stopped crying, but he continued to hiccup. He was a big star with millions of fans. Now he was worried because he had no food to eat. It was too pathetic. After thinking it over, he decided to take the fish and go to Wang Xinru's place. He wanted to borrow her kitchen, and she probably wouldn't mind. In the luxurious villa in the mountain village, Wang Xiaoke was leaning in front of the fish basket, looking at the several big fish he had caught. Wang Xinru stood by, her face looking a bit unpleasant. Sister Wu, let's cook quickly. He turned his head and pointed to one of the fish, smiling mischievously. I want to eat this fish, it's big. Fish second uncle, alright, I'll go first. Wang Xinru smiled awkwardly and quietly explained to her brother. Sister doesn't know how to cook. As a spoiled daughter of heaven, she had always been served by servants since she was young and had never cooked herself. Moreover, before cooking, she has to kill the fish, but she doesn't dare to do it herself. Xiaoke's eyes dimmed, then he looked at the cameraman beside him. He softly asked, Uncle, can you cook? This sudden question caught the cameraman off guard. Because they were filming, he could only silently shake his head. Suddenly, Xiaoke had a bright idea. He quickly ran forward and tugged at his sister's clothes, mysteriously saying to her, Sister Wu, I'll take you somewhere. Ha! Wang Xinru was taken aback and was led into the room by her brother. The cameraman hurriedly followed them with the camera. Just as he was about to enter the room, the door slammed shut. The cameraman was dumbfounded. What does this mean? Sorry, cameraman uncle. We're going to sleep. Xiaoke's milky voice came from inside the room, sounding quite excited. The cameraman twitched his mouth and turned to look out the window. It was clearly noon now, and this little kid wanted to take a nap? There was nothing he could do but leave in frustration. Sister, are you hungry? Inside the room, Xiaoke looked at Sister Wu with a smile in his eyes. Wang Xinru was puzzled, but still made a soft sound of agreement. She hadn't eaten since early morning and had been fishing for half a day. Now she was really hungry. Xiaoke playfully asked Sister Wu to close her eyes. Wang Xinru indulgently pinched her brother's cheek and obediently closed her eyes. Taking this opportunity, Xiaoke took out some food from the storage ring. Sister, you can open your eyes now. Just as she slowly opened her beautiful eyes, she suddenly noticed several bottles of cola on the bed. Not only that, her brother was holding a piece of fried chicken. Sister, try it. Xiaoke squinted his eyes and smiled as he spoke. Where did you get this? Wang Xinru asked in surprise. I secretly brought it. Sister, please eat. The fried chicken was still steaming hot for some reason. The delicious aroma filled the room. Wang Xinru frowned suddenly and lectured Xiaoku. Little brother, we've talked about this several times, no eating fried chicken. It affects intelligence, it affects growth. Xiaoku disappointedly took back the fried chicken, tears welling up in his eyes. His big eyes were watery, seemingly very sad. Seeing his pitiful appearance, her heart ached. Alright, you can eat it once. Xiaoku immediately returned to normal, tiptoed and handed the fried chicken to his sister. Under her brother's expectant gaze, Wang Xinru picked up a small piece of chicken and put it in her mouth. After chewing a few times, her eyes lit up. Perhaps it was because she had been hungry for a long time. The fried chicken that she usually didn't care to taste actually tasted pretty good today. The crispy and fragrant chicken burst with flavor on her taste buds. The chicken was tender and slightly chewy, but there was too much oil. Xiaoke tore off a chicken leg and happily handed it to Sister Wu. She wanted to refuse, but for some reason, her hand involuntarily took the chicken leg. Half an hour later, the two walked out of the room. The cameraman immediately resumed his position, lifting the camera to record. Why is there a smell of fried chicken? He looked at the two in confusion, but found nothing. Xiaoke wiped his mouth with his sleeve and let out a satisfied burp. The strong aroma of fried chicken spread. This unique smell instantly caught the cameraman's attention. Wang Xinru, standing next to her brother, blushed. She had just secretly eaten a chicken leg too. If her sisters found out, they would definitely tease her. Especially her seventh sister. She hated fried food the most. Sister Wu, I want to go out and play. Just as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door of the villa. The little cutie bounced over to open the door. When he opened the door, he saw two figures standing outside, as well as two cameramen. The man was dressed in all black, looking mature and steady. The slightly taller boy next to him was wearing a blue cartoon jacket, and he was a bit chubby. To be precise, he was a bit fat. There was a fish basket at their feet, with two fish lying quietly inside. Gu Xinghe showed a warm smile and spoke to him. Wang Xiaoke, where is your sister? My sister is inside. Is there something wrong, brother? Xiaoke, who was blocked at the door, sweetly responded. As he spoke, the little boy next to Gu Xinghe exclaimed, Wow, the fried chicken smells so good. Wang Xiaoke, did you steal the fried chicken? Can I have a taste too? Gu Xinghe excitedly leaned over and sniffed him, but didn't find any fried chicken. Since it's not on him, it must be in the room. After being hungry for so long, he couldn't wait to eat. He stood in place, taking small steps like a racehorse ready to go. Seeing his excited appearance, Gu Xinghe couldn't help but cover his forehead and feel regretful for bringing his brother to the variety show. If this were to be broadcasted, it would be embarrassing. Wang Xinru walked towards them with a steady pace. When she saw the newcomer, she raised her eyebrows and asked in confusion, Gu Xinghe, what's going on? Seeing Wang Xinru, Gu Xinghe seemed to have found a savior. Well, we don't have a kitchen. Can we borrow your kitchen to cook a meal? In front of the queen of film and television, he felt a little nervous. If the other party refused to lend it, they could only leave dejectedly. Gu Xinghe, who was beside him, looked at his big sister with anticipation. Today, Wang Xinru was wearing a white casual jacket and khaki pants. Her graceful figure made her look even more delicate and lively. Gu Xinghe stared at her dumbfoundedly and muttered softly, What a beautiful big sister. Hearing Gu Xinghe's request, Wang Xinru generously let the two of them in. Anyway, she didn't know how to cook and didn't need the kitchen, so she let them use it. The two entered the villa and were instantly amazed. Although they were both houses, the difference was too big. Compared to this, their own house was simply rubbish. After finding the kitchen, Gu Xinghe picked up two big fish and started cooking. In no time, he brought out 2 plates of braised fish with a smile on his face. Xiaoke looked at the fish with longing eyes and secretly criticized his sister. It would be great if Wu Jiejie could cook too. Wang Xinru, who was leaning on the sofa, sneezed. She didn't know who was talking behind her back. Come and eat, there's plenty of food. Hearing Gu Xinghe's invitation, Xiaoke sat down at the dining table without hesitation. The delicious food made him drool. Wang Xinru smiled and looked at her brother, then sat down at the table as well. She lifted her chin and gently touched her cheek, her beautiful eyes filled with tenderness. Xiaoke, eat well and grow up quickly. Xiaoke, who was busy eating meat, heard his sister's words. He raised his head and said with a smile, Okay, I want to grow as tall as my sister. This made Wang Xinru chuckle. She reached out and gently stroked her brother's round head. Eat more, you'll grow taller than your sister. Xiaoka tilted his head. What's the use of growing taller? The bodyguards are all over 1.9 meters tall, but they still can't beat him. Xiaoka said he could beat 100 bodyguards. No, 1,000. After a satisfying lunch, the four of them went out for a stroll together. They were all interested in this new and unfamiliar environment. On the country road, the air was filled with the fragrance of flowers and plants. Being so close to nature, Wang Xinru's soul seemed to be baptized. Occasionally, she heard the sound of chickens and dogs, which brought her back to reality. Wang Xinru, I heard that the box office of your latest film Peach Blossom Fairy reached 9 billion, so enviable. It's not bad, I believe you can achieve it too. Hey, I'll be satisfied if my box office can exceed 1 billion. Gu Xinghai chatted with Wang Xinru side by side on the road. Gu Xinghai approached Xiaoka from behind and whispered, covering his mouth. Hey, Wang Xiaoka, my brother and your sister are such a perfect match. If my brother marries your sister, then I'll have a sister. No, it seems like she would be my sister-in-law. Upon hearing this, Xiaoka's face turned pale. He frowned and stopped in his tracks, thinking to himself, although this brother cooks well, he is not worthy of his sister. There was no reason, he just wasn't worthy. Beside him, Gu Xinghai continued to talk incessantly, completely oblivious to the change in Xiaoka's expression. A cold voice suddenly reached his ears. If you dare to speak out of turn again, I'll beat you until you're a big pig. He instantly froze, following the sound to look at Wang Xiaoka. He saw his pair of deep blue eyes shimmering with a cold light, like a monster ready to devour someone. This frightened him, and his face turned pale in an instant. Wang Xinru, who was walking ahead with him, and the others did not notice anything amiss. Xiaoka no longer paid any attention to him and continued to keep up with his sister's pace. Gu Xinghai swallowed his saliva and quickly hid behind his brother, sensing his brother's fear. Gu Xinghai glanced at him in confusion. The group continued to walk along the winding country road. Looking into the distance, they could vaguely see the figures of villagers toiling in the fields. There were also several newly cultivated plots nearby, presumably for growing vegetables. There were many houses on both sides of the road, and dozens of villagers stood on the path. They all knew that a big star had come to the village to film a show. Although the village chief forbade everyone from crowding around, curiosity got the better of them. After all, everyone wanted to get a close look at what the star looked like. Oh my, it's Wang Xinru, even more beautiful than on TV. I watched her movie yesterday. It seemed that someone recognized the fifth sister, and Xiaoka curiously looked towards the crowd. A group of villagers gathered not far away, waving their fingers and discussing animatedly. The crowd included old people, children, and even some young adults. The atmosphere in the entire village gradually became lively, filled with exclamations. The mountain village was not big to begin with. The commotion quickly attracted more villagers to come out and see what was happening. Coincidentally, Zhang Nan and the others also appeared in the crowd. They were all dressed in black robes, with a pair of sunglasses hanging on their noses. When they noticed the young master, they immediately hid in a corner. But all of this couldn't escape Xiaoka's detection. As long as he spread out his spiritual awareness, he could sense every little movement in the entire mountain village. Huh, Zhang Nan and the others are here too? Strange, why are they hiding from us? Xiaoka muttered to himself. Zhang Nan and the others had been wandering around the village since early morning. From yesterday until now, General Wang had made dozens of phone calls, all inquiring about the young master's condition. They had been searching for the young master's figure in the mountain village since early morning, but they couldn't find him no matter what. Every time General Wang called, Zhang Nan's heart would tremble. After all, he still hadn't found the young master. Unexpectedly, they ran into the young master and the others when they were strolling here. As Xiaoka and the others approached, the villagers excitedly took out their phones to take pictures. Wow, I really saw Wang Xinru. Quickly take a picture so my sisters can see. Xinru, can we take a group photo? That's Gu Xinghai. My sister has watched his TV drama. Wang Xiaoka, let mama hold you. I'm your mama fan. The villagers surrounded the group, warmly greeting them. Wang Xinru and Gu Xinghai were busy responding. At this moment, Xiaoka, who was lost in thought, was gently picked up by an auntie. She was the woman who claimed to be Xiaoka's mama fan. This startled Wang Xinru. She exclaimed and quickly pushed through the crowd to snatch her brother from the woman's arms. The scene became chaotic for a moment. An old man with white hair walked over from the intersection, leaning on a cane. This old man was Li Yushan, the village chief of the small mountain village. He was wearing a military green coat and walked slowly towards the crowd. He lightly tapped his cane a few times, and the scene immediately quieted down. The villagers dispersed, each person looking at the village chief with utmost respect. Li Yushan cleared his throat and shouted at the villagers, "Is this how you want to scare away our honored guests? Go wherever it's cooler. Upon hearing the village chief's command, the villagers quickly dispersed in place. At this moment, he showed a kind smile and explained to Xiao Ku and the others, esteemed guests, we villagers in the mountains are not familiar with etiquette. If we say something wrong, please don't mind. My name is Li Yushan, I am the village chief of this village. If you have any difficulties, feel free to tell me. Wang Xinru gently put down Xiao Ku and took a deep breath. Just now, that woman almost took her brother away right in front of her. Thinking about it now still gives her a shiver. Xiao Ku smiled, his eyes curved. Village chief grandpa, can you find us a cook? My sister can't cook, I'm afraid she'll starve. Upon hearing Xiao Mengua's words, everyone was stunned, then burst into laughter. Wang Xinru's cheeks turned red as she squatted down and lightly patted her brother's head. It was embarrassing to have such an ugly incident exposed by her own brother. Gu Xinghe, who was on the side, chuckled. So Wang Xinru can't cook, no wonder there are no signs of the kitchen being used. Li Yushan hunched his body and looked at the little Manhwa in front of him. Dressed in a yellow coat and black overalls, he looked like a little elf. You must be Wang Xiaoku, such a cute child. Xiaoku tilted his head and asked in a childish voice, oh, village chief grandpa, do you know me? Li Yushan burst into laughter and couldn't help but cough twice. Child, don't you know that you're famous? Your birthday banquet was so lively, even an old man like me heard about it. Xiaoku blinked his big eyes. He didn't expect his sister's birthday party to be so grand. Even in such a remote village, people knew about it. No wonder there were his fans here. Wang Xinru just smiled lightly without explaining. The magical city birthday banquet and the Wang family reunion were definitely well-known events. Only her silly brother couldn't understand. After a few words with the village chief, the group continued to stroll around the village. Jiang Nan, who was hiding in the corner, peeked out and noticed that the young master had left. He turned his head and gestured to the other two. The three of them nodded in agreement and secretly followed the young master and his group. On the other side, Bai Qianlan and Bai Xiufei knocked on their neighbor's door while carrying fish. After a while, a burly man opened the door. He looked at them fiercely and glanced at the cameraman. Before Bai Qianlan could speak, the man impatiently waved his hand and said, go film your variety show somewhere else, don't bother me. Bang! The door was heavily closed, and the two of them were left empty-handed. The loud sound echoed in Bai Qianlan's mind. Her cheeks felt like they had been slapped, burning with pain. Bai Xiufei tugged at her sleeve and said in a low voice, full of grievances, sister, let's try again somewhere else. And so, the siblings knocked on another door. This time, they waited for a long time. An old lady with white hair opened the door, her trembling hand hanging in the air. Seeing Bai Qianlan and Bai Xiufei, her hoarse voice asked, what are you doing? After a pause, Bai Qianlan forced a strained smile and said, Grandma, can we have a meal at your place? The old lady seemed to have trouble hearing and asked the two again, what? Do you need to use the bathroom? Bai Qianlan's mouth twitched, and she raised her voice a few degrees. Grandma, can we have a meal at your place? Bathroom? Go ahead and use it. No, I mean, can we have a meal at your place? Eat? Why would you eat in the bathroom? This scene made even the cameraman couldn't help but laugh. Bai Qianlan was so angry that smoke seemed to be coming out of her 7 orifices as she shouted, Grandma, can we have a meal at your place? The old lady with white hair frowned and replied displeasedly, why are you shouting so loudly? I'm not deaf. You still have such a temper when begging for food. Leave now, I don't have any food here. Bang! The door was closed again, and Bai Qianlan was almost driven crazy by anger. She was a big star, and she didn't know how many people wanted to invite her for a meal. But here, the villagers treated her like a beggar. It was really humiliating. Was it her fault? It was clearly the fault of the program crew. The given room doesn't even have a kitchen, and they don't provide any food at all. Are they trying to starve us? Bai Xiufei lowered his head in frustration. He was still just a child, and the two failures had made him feel so upset that his eyes turned red. Crystal tears swirled in his eyes, as if they would burst out in the next second. Bai Qianlan, his older sister, didn't go to comfort him. She turned her head and coldly said, why are you crying? What's there to cry about? Look at Wang Xiuke, he can catch fish, why can't you? Bai Qianlan impatiently shouted at her brother, her face twisted in anger. Hearing his sister criticize him, he burst into tears, as if he had been greatly wronged. Bai Xiaofei's voice was not loud, but it had a penetrating power that made Bai Qianlan's ears ache. Stop, try crying again. Her words instantly stopped Bai Xiufei from crying, and he tried his best to hold back his tears. But he kept hiccuping. Led by Bai Qianlan, the two of them continued to try nearby. In the end, their efforts paid off. In a woman's house, the siblings finally had a hot meal. Soon, all the groups returned to their accommodations to rest. The afternoon passed in a flash. At night, the darkness swallowed up the remaining light. Perhaps the production team felt guilty. Hua Dao gathered all the guests in the homestay for dinner. The slightly dim light illuminated the whole room. There were more than a dozen colorful and delicious dishes on the table. Bai Xiaofei wolfed down the food as if he had been hungry for a long time. The others also had a good appetite, clearly having increased their food intake. While eating, Wang Xinru remained as elegant as ever. Her beautiful figure seemed like a princess from a fairy tale. She picked up some food from the table and gently put it in her brother's bowl. Xiaoka had eaten a lot for lunch and wasn't very hungry now. He smiled and picked up an orange, peeling it himself. "Sister, have an orange." Everyone looked over and saw a cute little child smiling sweetly. He held the peeled orange in his hands and handed it to Wang Xinru. In everyone's eyes, he was really well behaved and adorable. Wang Xinru took the orange and put it in her mouth, a smile appearing on her delicate face. "You're such a good little brother. I'll give you a kiss as a reward." With that, she cupped her brother's face and gave him a kiss. Xia Chang'e looked at her own sister and couldn't help but sigh. At that moment, she felt a bit envious of Wang Xinru. Gu Xing had gently patted his brother's head and pointed at the orange, saying, "You should learn from Xiaoka more, be more sensible." Gu Xinghai pouted and replied unhappily, "But you're not a beautiful sister, I don't want to peel it for you." Good brother, say that again." So, under his brother's gaze, he awkwardly started peeling the orange. It seemed like a chain reaction had occurred, and Ji Luochuan also looked at his brother. Soon, the two brothers peeled the oranges and handed them to their older brothers. Xia Yue didn't wait for her sister to speak and handed her a peeled orange. The three of them praised their younger siblings happily. Bai Xiaofei picked up an orange and looked at his sister. When he handed it to her after peeling it, he only received a cold snort. After finishing their meal, Bai Chenlan put down her chopsticks and looked dissatisfiedly at the director. "Director Hua, the living conditions for my brother and me are too poor. Can we change rooms?" Director Hua forced a smile and shrugged helplessly. "If your ranking is high in tomorrow's competition, then you can change rooms. It's decided based on the competition results." Bai Xiaofei immediately deflated, pouting in frustration. Not far away, Zhang Nan stood on a tree branch in black clothes. He took several photos with his Huawei Mate 60, zoomed them in, and sent them to Jiang Jun. "Hey, Zhang Nan, do we still need to cook for the young master?" Two figures under the tree spoke softly. "Yes, of course we do. Let's deliver the chicken soup to the young master and miss early." Zhang Nan deliberately lowered his voice to avoid making any noise. Three people quickly rushed to their residence to cook chicken soup. At the same time, Wang Ying, sitting in the Rolls-Royce Phantom, received a photo. Her furrowed brow, which had been wrinkled all day, finally relaxed. Zhang Nan and the other two were too inefficient in their work, and she had already become impatient. Wang Manor. Wang Siki, exhausted from a long day, pushed open the door and rubbed her tired eyes. Recently, Wang Group officially launched a business war with Gao Group. As the CEO, she had the most pressure. Fortunately, Wang Group had the advantage. She had already acquired 8% of Gao Group's shares. She believed that soon, the Gao family would come begging her to stop. She scanned the hall but did not see her parents, second sister, or eighth sister. She walked into the hall with confusion and asked Lan Yi, who was busy, "Lan Yi, has my father not come downstairs?" Upon hearing this, Lan Yi turned around and respectfully replied, "Miss, the master and mistress have been away from home for half a day." Wang Siki raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked, "What about my second sister?" Lan Yi continued to reply, "Second miss also left home 2 hours ago. Where is my eighth sister? Eighth miss also left the manor an hour ago." This completely confused Wang Siki. Why did they all leave one by one? She looked around the hall, puzzled, and looked towards the dog's kennel. Where is Xiao Hei? Miss Xiao Hei was also taken away by eighth miss. Now, the entire Wang family was left with just her? As if she had thought of something, she paused and asked in surprise, "Did they go to find the young master?" Lani nodded and smiled, saying, "Yes." Wang Siki was completely speechless. Was her whole family so insular? They all secretly went to her brother's place while she was not at home. They didn't even inform her and took her along. She took out her phone and asked her eighth sister for the location, then instructed the servant, "Prepare the car, I'm going out too." In the small mountain village, as it was getting late, each group returned to their residence to rest. In the elegant courtyard, Ji Luochuan and his younger brother quickly tidied up and lay down on the bed. Perhaps due to exhaustion, the two quickly fell into a deep sleep. In the countryside-style courtyard, the Xia sisters were not accustomed to the new environment of their residence. The two beds in the room were small, and the mattresses were too hard, causing Xia Chang a lot of distress. After making the beds, the two changed into fluffy pajamas and tried to sleep. But they couldn't fall asleep for a while. In the loving courtyard, as soon as the Gu brothers entered the room, Gu Xinghai jumped onto the bed to sleep. He had been yawning non-stop on the way back, clearly feeling sleepy. Not even 3 minutes later, a slight snoring sound came from the chubby little boy. Gu Xinghai sighed helplessly, looking somewhat resigned. Since their room only had one large bed, he had to squeeze in with his younger brother. In the serene cottage, Bai Qianlun clenched her teeth, scanning the room with disgust. The entire small adobe house only had 2 small beds and nothing else. Even sleeping under a bridge would be better, right? At least the space would be bigger than this. This small adobe house was probably only 20 square meters. Just standing inside made one feel suffocated and extremely uncomfortable. I must come in first tomorrow. Sleep. She silently made up her mind that she must live in a villa tomorrow. The two of them quickly lay down on the bed, but they couldn't fall asleep no matter what. On the other side, in the luxurious countryside villa, Xiaoke rubbed his round belly and smiled mischievously at Wang Xinru, saying, Sister 5, which room are you going to sleep in? The small villa had 2 bedrooms. He pointed with his little finger at the 2 rooms, waiting for his sister to choose. But Wang Xinru didn't follow the usual routine. She smiled faintly and leaned close to Xiaoke's ear, saying, It's the first time sister is sleeping in the mountain village, and I'm a little scared. How about sister sleeps with you, then I won't be afraid. Xiaoke tilted his head, looking at Sister 5 with confusion. This kind of lie could only deceive a 5-year-old, and he was already 6. Due to his cultivation, his intelligence was far higher than that of his peers. Sister's trick is too low-end in front of him. Let's rest early, we still have a competition tomorrow, Wang Xinru said, holding her little brother's chubby hand and entering the room. As soon as they entered, a fragrant smell hit them. Somehow, there was suddenly a rice cooker on the table. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be chicken soup made from half a chicken. The golden soup surface was floating with black fungus and mushrooms, emitting a fragrant aroma. This strange scene puzzled the two of them. Xiaoke immediately activated his spiritual consciousness. In an instant, he discovered Jiang Nan and 2 others near the villa. He murmured softly, Is this chicken soup sent by brother Jiang Nan? Wang Xinru frowned and secretly speculated. Could it be that the director specially sent the chicken soup? She was about to take out her phone to ask the director when she was startled by the scene in front of her. Xiaoke raised his little hand and the chicken soup rose from the rice cooker into the air. Flying chicken soup? Xiaoke waved his chubby little hand and the chicken soup autonomously flew into the bowl. She swallowed her saliva and looked at her brother in astonishment. Can cultivators make things fly? Regaining her senses, she saw her brother holding the small bowl and happily drinking the chicken soup. Wang Xinru pursed her lips and couldn't help but ask, Little brother? Xiaoke put down the bowl and showed a curious expression. Can you make things fly? After thinking for a moment, he nodded at his sister. When he was still in the late stage of qi refining, he could already fetch things from a distance. With the answer, Wang Xinru opened her mouth wide and thought to herself, Are cultivators really this amazing? Will my little brother become a real immortal in the future? After a pause, she reminded her brother, Xiaoke, don't rush to drink it. The origin of this chicken soup is unknown, and we don't know if it's safe to drink. Let me ask the production team first. She took out her phone and was about to make a call, but was interrupted by her brother's voice. Sister, this was sent by brother Jiang Nan. Sister, do you want to taste it? Wang Xinru's jade-like hand froze in midair, her eyes filled with confusion. Noticing her sister's expression, the little cutie explained in a milky voice, I saw brother Jiang Nan today, and he also came along. This chicken soup is from him. This series of information made Wang Xinru lost in thought. She knew that Jiang Nan was second sister's person, probably sent to take care of her little brother. Sending chicken soup so late at night must be because they were afraid that her brother would go hungry. Understanding the reason, a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. It seems that second sister has been paying attention to her little brother all along. In no time, Xiaoke finished the whole bowl of chicken soup. Wang Xinru rummaged through the suitcase and took out pajamas. She turned around and changed into a pure white bunny pajama, then she dressed her brother in a brown bear pajama. After everything was settled, the two of them comfortably lay on the bed. Xiaoke pouted and sighed softly. Sleeping with fifth sister today, he couldn't concentrate on cultivating. Wang Xinru turned off the light and happily hugged her brother. The milky fragrance unique to Xiaoke lingered in her nose, making her slightly intoxicated. Soon, Wang Xinru fell into a deep sleep, and Xiaoke also quickly fell asleep, snuggling in his sister's arms. The night was unusually cold. At midnight, a Rolls-Royce Phantom drove into the small mountain village. The car arrived at the inn, and 2 bodyguards and Wang Ying got out of the car. Wang Ying deliberately wore a black coat, paired with camouflage pants and black boots, making her look heroic. Jiang Nan and the other two seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. When they saw the general, they immediately stepped forward to greet him. "General!" The three of them saluted in unison. Wang Ying glanced at them, nodded slightly, and then walked into the inn. After arranging the rooms, she turned around and instructed Jiang Nan, "You stay here and wait to welcome my family." "Yes." Wang Ying withdrew her gaze and walked alone to the second-floor guest room. Jiang Nan led the other two to continue waiting at the door. Moonlight spilled down, casting a blurry shadow of the three. An hour passed, and in the distance, an Audi S6 arrived. From the license plate, it was clear that this was a high-ranking military official. The car parked next to the inn, and Shi Yuehao led Chen Hui out of the car. He had a deep gaze and was wearing a black coat. In the dark night, his figure was unclear. Chen Hui was a bit cold, so she wore a thick milky white down jacket. Jiang Nan respectfully walked up and reminded the two to rest in the inn. Chen Hui nodded and followed Shi Yuehao into the inn. Shortly after they left, another Rolls-Royce Cullinan parked at the inn. The car door was pushed open, and Wang Lele, wearing a cashmere coat, got out of the car. Behind her was a cute little white dog. After getting out of the car, the little black dog curiously looked around, wondering about something. "Little Black, I'm here." Jiang Nan led Miss Ba into the inn. After checking in, Wang Lele picked up Little Black and went upstairs. Just as Jiang Nan was about to go back to sleep, Wang Lele turned around and reminded him, "Wait here for my seventh sister, she's coming too." Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan and the other two took a cold breath. The missus and the head of the family all came over? The young master was just filming a variety show. Was it necessary to make such a big fuss? Jiang Nan expressed his confusion. There was nothing they could do but continue to wait. Looking at the time, it was already 2:30 in the morning. They probably wouldn't be able to get a good night's sleep today. At around 3 o'clock, a yellow-green Maserati roared into the mountain village. Because of the high speed, a large cloud of smoke rose from the back of the car. Jiang Nan and the others were stunned. When it arrived near the inn, the Maserati gradually slowed down and finally stopped steadily at the door. The driver and bodyguards got out of the car first and respectfully opened the back door. A delicate and aloof beauty stepped out of the car. It was Wang Siki. Because she had rushed over, she hadn't had time to change out of her office attire. The cold wind blew, and her beautiful eyes wrinkled deeply. The bodyguard respectfully handed her a gradually golden fur coat. Led by Jiang Nan, Wang Siki walked up the steps to the second floor. When she was far away, Jiang Nan and the other two stretched lazily and prepared to go back to rest. The production team had booked all the rooms on the first floor. Now the Wang family took over the second floor as well. Following Wang Lele's instructions, Wang Siki pushed open one of the guest rooms. As soon as she entered, the Wang family members in the room all looked at her. "Seventh sister, please have a seat," Wang Lele greeted Wang Siki with a smile. After she sat down, her gaze swept over everyone. "You all came over. Why didn't you say anything?" she asked her family members with a hint of resentment in her tone. Shi Yuehao couldn't help but burst into laughter. Wang Siki turned her head and continued, "Father, your injury has long been healed, and now you are about to be appointed as a general by the Lord of the State. What about Uncle Gu Biao and the others who are still guarding the northern border? How should we handle it?" The conversation took a turn, and Shi Yuehao stopped laughing, coughed twice, and his face turned slightly red. When he found out that his son had been found, he and his wife were anxious to go home and hug their son. But the military district couldn't be without a general for a day. So he pretended to be seriously injured and took this opportunity to go home to recuperate. He just ended up tricking his brothers. He laughed awkwardly and answered, "No rush, I have my own way." Thousands of miles away in the northern border military camp, Gu Biao and the others who were sleeping all sneezed at the same time. The Wang family chatted for a while and then went back to their rooms to rest. The moon set in the western mountains. The entire mountain village was extremely quiet, appearing peaceful and harmonious. In the early morning, several roosters crowed in the small village. The villagers got up early to work in the fields, facing the morning sun. When passing by the inn, a few sharp-eyed villagers exclaimed, "Oh my God, a Rolls-Royce Phantom, Maserati, Cullinan, and an Audi S6 with a military license plate." The cries attracted many villagers to stop and watch, discussing these luxury cars. "I've only seen these cars in TV dramas. How much money does it take to buy these cars? 500,000 yuan. 500,000 yuan can't even buy half a car door. Wow, who's the rich person? You idiot, are you blind? Isn't that a Shanghai license plate?" The staff of the production team also gradually gathered outside the door. As soon as Hua Dao stepped out of the inn, he noticed the crowd watching. Looking ahead, I saw a row of luxury cars neatly parked at the entrance. The most eye-catching one was an Audi S6 with the license plate number 00003. Without a doubt, it belonged to a high-ranking military officer. With so many luxury cars gathering in this small village, even the experienced director Hua was amazed. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. For some reason, that yellow-green Maserati looked familiar. He felt like he had seen it somewhere before, but couldn't remember. Could it be that some wealthy person from the city came to the village for vacation? Although this place is remote, the scenery is good and suitable for a holiday. Director Hua regained his composure, took out his phone, and checked the time. Then he quickly gave instructions to the staff. Upon receiving the director's orders, the 10 cameramen brought breakfast and headed to the accommodations of each group. The rest of the staff evacuated the villagers. The small villas in the mountains were luxurious. Xiaoke was still sound asleep, but he was having a strange dream. In the dream, Xiaohe kept licking his face, but he couldn't get rid of it. Knock, knock, knock. The villa door was knocked, and Xiaoke grumbled and woke up. Feeling something sticky on his face, he instinctively raised his hand to touch it. Startled, he immediately opened his eyes and met Wang Xinru's gaze. Sister Xiaoke called out to Wang Xinru in a milky voice, then sat up dazedly. Did sister steal a kiss from me? It's so sticky. He pouted and wrinkled his nose. Hearing her brother's words, her expression became uncertain. No, how could I possibly steal a kiss from my brother? It must be your drool, it dripped onto my face. Wang Xinru's explanation had many loopholes in Xiaoke's eyes. How could drool make both sides of his face sticky? Sister must be lying to him. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking on the door sounded again. Wang Xinru, wearing a white rabbit pajamas, got out of bed and shouted outside the door, "Wait a moment, we still need to freshen up." After speaking, she led Xiaoke to wash up and get dressed. Before long, the villa door opened. Xiaoke put on the green coat carefully selected by his sister, and wore simple black sports pants. Wang Xinru changed into a coffee-colored shirt and white casual pants. The two entered the site of the cameraman. They received notice from the production team that each group needed to go to the designated venue for today's competition. Wang Xinru held her brother's hand and walked out of the villa. At this time, the production team's cars were parked at the entrance. On the way, Xiaoke was eating meat buns in the car. It was the breakfast prepared by the production team, only buns and soy milk. Wang Xinru didn't have an appetite, she just quietly watched her brother. No one noticed that there were 2 Rolls-Royces following them from behind. Inside the car sat Wang Siki and others. Early in the morning, Wang Ying called and sent Jiang Nan to keep an eye on the young master's movements. When they learned that their younger brother had left, they hurriedly followed. The vehicles drove on the winding country road and soon arrived at an orchard. Several cars were parked near the entrance of the orchard. At the entrance, more than a dozen staff members gathered around Director Hua, seemingly discussing something. The car parked near the orchard, and Wang Xinru led her brother out of the car. The other 4 groups of guests had been waiting at the entrance for a long time. Xiaoke looked around in surprise. Through the fence, he could see many apple trees. Could today's competition be related to apples? When Xiaoke arrived, Xia Yua greeted him with a sweet smile and took the initiative to say hello. Gu Xinghai also approached Xiaoke to chat. Children seem to have short memories and completely forgot about yesterday's unpleasantness. Wang Xiaoke, guess what we're going to compete in today? I think it should be a competition to see who can eat the most apples. Gu Xinghai put his hands on his waist, very confident in his guess. Xiaoke gave him a disdainful look. How did this chubby brother know it was about eating? A big hand patted Gu Xinghai's head, and when he looked up, it turned out to be his own brother. Gu Xinghai obviously didn't sleep well, and he still had faint dark circles under his eyes. My good little brother, if you don't speak, no one will think you're a little fool. Gu Xinghai deliberately emphasized the words good little brother, with a hint of resentment in his heart. Oblivious Gu Xinghai didn't notice anything wrong with his older brother. Bai Qianlan, standing on the left, looked a bit haggard. Even though she had put on heavy makeup, it was difficult to conceal. She hadn't done anything to her hair. After all, there were no facilities in the small cottage. Just after one day of living there, she was already feeling extremely uncomfortable. Seeing Wang Xiaoke again at this moment made her even more irritated. If Wang Xiaoke had been willing to give her a fish yesterday, her living conditions would have definitely improved. Why was it that Wang Xinru could live in a villa while she could only live in a cottage? The 2 brothers from the Ji family seemed to be in good condition. It looked like they had rested well last night. All the guests had arrived at the scene, and Director Hua picked up the microphone and announced, "Everyone, today we will have the second round of the competition. In the autumn season, the apples on the trees have already ripened. You can see the orchard in front of you, and today's competition is called Brave Fruit. The rules are simple. Each group has to collect apples within the specified time and put them in their respective large baskets. We will rank the groups according to the number of apples. 3 hours limit, children, be careful not to get hit by apples. After explaining the rules, the staff brought out 5 pairs of long scissors, 10 safety helmets, and 10 fruit baskets. The 5 large baskets were labeled with the names of each group and were quietly placed in the orchard. Wang Xinru took a small safety helmet and put it on Wang Xiaoka's head. The small safety helmet was yellow-green and had cartoon patterns on it. Everyone put on their safety helmets and picked up their small fruit baskets. The sharp scissors were only allowed to be used by the older brothers and sisters, to prevent the children from accidentally hurting themselves. With everything ready, Director Hua officially announced the start of the competition. Accompanied by the laughter of the children, the 5 teams rushed into the orchard, and the cameramen quickly took their positions. Wang Xiaoka followed closely behind his sister, carrying a small fruit basket. Director Hua smiled. Suddenly, he felt a hand resting on his shoulder. He turned around and came face to face with 2 burly men. The 2 men had a strong and courageous temperament, like sharp swords out of their sheaths, clearly not ordinary people. Who are you? Director Hua asked in panic. The nearby staff immediately crowded around. Just as everyone was puzzled, the 2 men dispersed. They had blocked Director Hua's line of sight earlier, but now he could see a group of people walking towards him. When they approached him, Director Hua lost his composure. He couldn't believe his eyes as he rubbed them. Standing in the middle of the crowd was none other than Shi Yuehao. The recent events about the border war had caused a sensation throughout the country. Shi Yuehao had annihilated 400,000 troops from Country E with his 450,000 troops, with casualties of less than 50,000. He had become a national hero in the eyes of the Chinese people. What an impressive record! Such a national hero was, in his eyes, 1,000,000 times greater than any so-called celebrity. General Shi? Director Hua's legs trembled with excitement, and his brain felt a lack of oxygen, causing dizziness. He looked towards the people beside him, and when he saw a beautiful and aloof woman, he suddenly froze. Wang Group, President, Wang Siki? Suddenly, he remembered the Maserati. No wonder he felt familiar, it was the car of the president of the Wang Group. As he continued to look at the others, his mouth formed an O shape. Genius pianist, Wang Lele. As a top director in the entertainment industry, he naturally knew about Wang Lele's achievements. At just 19 years old, she had gained millions of fans with her melodious and beautiful piano compositions. What was even more terrifying was that her fans were spread all over the world, with immense influence. He never expected her to appear in front of him. Director Hua's trembling legs became even more intense, and he couldn't hold back any longer. Thump! Everyone was stunned. Shi Yuehao looked at the director in surprise, then turned to his daughters and said, "This guy is too polite. He's already giving such a big gift upon first meeting. I can't accept this." Chen Hui lightly slapped him on the waist and sarcastically said, Why don't you kneel down too, as a return gift?" Shi Yuehao smiled brightly, walked forward, and pulled the director up, while also patting the dust off his body. The staff brought a few stools. The Wang family and Director Hua sat together and chatted. In the conversation, it was learned that Shi Yuehao was Wang Xiaoka's father, and the elegant and beautiful woman next to him turned out to be a general in the border military district. A family of 2 generals. Director Hua felt his head buzzing and had trouble catching his breath. Previously, he thought Wang Xiaoka only had 4 extraordinary sisters. He didn't expect his father to be Shi Yuehao. Now that he thinks about it, with 4 sisters with powerful backgrounds, his father should indeed not be an unknown person. At the Wang family's helipad at this time, a helicopter slowly landed. The cabin door opened, and a fashionable, fair-skinned, and beautiful young woman stepped onto the gangway. She had a standard melon seed face, with rosy lips, white teeth, and lively and clear beautiful eyes. Her light red long hair hung like a waterfall behind her, and her fair skin seemed to be able to squeeze out water. She wore a pure white long dress that cascaded down, and her coat was also snow white, highlighting her delicacy and purity. Under the escort of the staff, the managing director hurriedly arrived. When he ran to the helicopter, he immediately bowed respectfully to the woman and spoke. "Miss San, welcome home." Her name was Wang Yingying, also known as the International Fashion Queen. 5 years ago, she founded the FD clothing brand alone in Country Y. With its unique design, FD quickly occupied the entire clothing market in Country Y. Nowadays, there are FD subsidiaries all over the world, and the annual total revenue is as high as billions. FD is also known as the trendsetter in the fashion industry. 2 old men in mysterious robes also walked out of the helicopter and stood behind her, one on the left and one on the right. An inexplicable sense of pressure emanated from these 2 people. One of the old men with a hooked nose looked around, his gaze sharp as lightning. Just by his arrogant aura, one could tell that this person was extraordinary. prepare the car, let's go home. Wang Yingying spoke lightly, her eyes full of excitement. The managing director immediately prepared the vehicle and respectfully sent the young lady into the car. Soon, the car sped into the estate. In the middle of the road, Xiao Lu was leisurely sweeping the floor, humming a cheerful tune. Smart, brave, and clever, I really envy. Ding ding ding. An urgent car horn sounded behind Xiao Lu. Before he could turn around, the car whizzed past him. The speed was simply too fast. The gust of wind caused by the car blew away the pile of leaves he had just swept, scattering them everywhere. Seeing this scene, Xiao Lu suddenly became furious. He picked up the broom and slammed it on the ground, cursing angrily at the car. After venting, he had to pick up the broom and start sweeping again. At the Wang family villa, Aunt Lan had nothing to do, so she picked up a cloth and started wiping the dog's kennel. Suddenly, the villa door was pushed open. Wang Yingying stepped into the hall, scanning the room with a slightly unfamiliar gaze. Noticing Aunt Lan in the corner, she softly called out, "Aunt Lan, what are you busy with?" Hearing the crisp female voice, Aunt Lan paused and looked towards the sound. Seeing the beautiful figure standing at the door, she covered her mouth and nose in surprise. "Miss San is back?" Regaining her composure, Aunt Lan stopped her actions and responded. "I saw that the dog's kennel was dusty, so I cleaned it up. Why didn't Miss San inform us in advance that she was coming home? I will go clean up the room for Miss San now." Wang Yingying led the two old men to Aunt Lan and spoke to her. "I want to give my little brother a surprise." Then, she asked with a puzzled expression, "Aunt Lan, where are my family members? And where is my precious little brother?" After hearing this, Aunt Lan sighed and said, "The master and madam left home yesterday. Miss Air, Miss Chi, and Miss Ba have also left the estate to find the young master." Wang Yingying was somewhat surprised, as she didn't know that her second sister was also at home. She had wanted to give everyone a surprise, but it turned out that she was the only one left at home. She wrinkled her nose and continued to ask, "Where did the young master go?" Nanny Lan thought for a moment and then told the third miss, "The young master was taken by the fifth miss to record a variety show. It seems to be in the mountain village." Wang Yingying furrowed her brows tightly and complained unhappily, "Nonsense, it's bad enough that the fifth sister doesn't focus on her work, but she also wants to drag her brother onto her thief ship. Did mom, dad, and second sister let her do as she pleases?" she said, taking out her phone from her pocket and quickly editing a message to send to the sisters group. "Wang Yingying, where are you and our brother? Send your location quickly. Wang Siki, I'm at the company. Wang Lele, has the third sister returned home? I'm on a plane heading to Linjiang for a performance. Wang Ying, the signal is bad here." Wang Wenyao, even with a bad signal, the second sister can still send messages? Wang Wenyao, I can't stop laughing. My family seeing the replies from her sisters, she gritted her teeth in frustration. This group of people really wants to monopolize their brother and deceive her. And there's even the ridiculous excuse of bad signal. Is this the legendary plastic sisters flower falling into my house? Wang Yingying searched through her contacts and then called several people. Wang Siki, refused the call. Wang Lele, refused the call. Wang Ying, phone is off. Wang Xinru, no one answered. Sure Yue Hao, no response at the moment. Chen Hui, no response at the moment. Each call was like throwing a stone into the ocean, with no response at all. Wang Yingying stomped her foot in anger, but there was nothing she could do. At the entrance of the orchard, the Wang family members put away their phones with smiles on their faces. Director Hua was a bit puzzled. Could it be that something good happened at home, so they were all so happy? Wang Ying cleared her throat and slowly walked into the orchard. Director Hua was about to remind her, but he noticed that Wang Ying was just observing from a distance and didn't affect the recording. He breathed a sigh of relief. If this female general really wanted to join in, he wouldn't dare to stop her. Inside the orchard, each group was immersed in the joy of picking apples, and the scene was very lively. At first, the members of each group didn't cooperate and just competed to see who had the fastest hand speed. Double star group. Gu Xinghe used scissors to cut the apples one by one and let them fall to the ground. When the number of fallen apples was about the same, he led his brother to pick them up. Just 10 minutes later, more than half of the apples in their basket were already picked. They counted and found that there were about 30. On the other side, Ji Luochuan quickly cut the apples from the branches, and Ji Zichuan followed behind to pick up the fallen fruits. The two brothers cooperated with each other and looked very tacit. But soon, they encountered a problem. As the little Zichuan's basket became fuller and heavier, his small hands couldn't lift it anymore. Ji Luochuan had to take the basket and pour the apples into the Zichuan group basket one by one, which slowed down their progress. All the groups were busy and bustling. Wang Xinru, as a girl, was already at a disadvantage. Coupled with her lack of experience in farm work, she was much slower in picking apples compared to the other groups. Xiaoke covered his face and sighed helplessly. The fifth sister is really tricky at this rate, they might end up in last place. There were cameramen around, so he didn't dare to use his abilities easily. This made him anxious. Suddenly, he had a clever idea and a good plan popped into his head. He picked up a small fruit basket and called out in a childish voice to Wang Xinru, "Sister, I want to go over there and take a look." Wang Xinru stopped her actions and turned around to respond to him. "No, you just stay with your sister and pick apples, don't go anywhere." After saying that, she raised the scissors and continued to cut apples with all her might. Half an hour passed. The Pangke group had only a small pile of apples in their basket. Xiaoke sighed secretly. This time, he couldn't rely on his sister, otherwise they would really be in last place. He looked around and a cunning light flashed in his eyes. Taking advantage of his sister's inattention, Xiaoke lifted his feet and ran towards a distance. When a cameraman saw this, he immediately got up and chased after him. A big and a small person shuttle through the fruit tree forest and quickly arrive at a corner of the orchard. When Xiaoke stops, the cameraman is already panting from exhaustion. He can't help but complain in his heart. Is this kid's legs a perpetual motion machine? How can he pedal so fast? Xiaoke turns around and sweetly asks him in a soft voice, "Uncle cameraman, is there something in my eyes?" The cameraman's expression freezes, then carefully examines Xiaoke's eyes. He sees his deep blue pupils clear and pure like gemstones. Ghostly eyes. The cameraman suddenly notices a hint of green light appearing in Xiaoke's pupils. Immediately, he stands still, his consciousness swallowed by endless darkness. Xiaoke grins, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Stepping out of the camera's range, Xiaoke shouts, "Golden Crow!" A golden sword instantly appears in mid-air. With a slight thought, the flying sword turns into a stream of light flashing around. Thump thump thump. In an instant, an apple rain starts falling under the surrounding fruit trees, creating a spectacular scene. Xiaoke opens his hands. Dozens of apples are levitated by spiritual power and neatly fly into the fruit basket. "Hee, I'm really a little genius," Xiaoke says. "Five sister can just lie down, I'll take care of it." He picks up the small fruit basket and quickly runs towards the Fatka group fruit basket. When Xiaoke pours the apples into the basket, Wang Yingyang, who is watching from a distance, bursts into a radiant smile. 5 minutes pass. Xiaoke, like a diligent little bee, has already run back and forth several times, and the number of apples in the big basket gradually surpasses the other groups. On the other side, Wang Xinru's arms are sore from fatigue. She turns around and asks Xiaoke, "Little brother, why aren't you picking apples?" "Ha? Where is he?" She scans the surroundings, but there is no sign of her little brother nearby. Wang Xinru hurriedly searches for her brother in the orchard, with the cameraman following closely behind her. Soon, she finds Xiaoke picking apples in a corner of the orchard. There are hundreds of apples scattered on the ground. This scene instantly leaves her stunned, and her eyes become strange. The cameraman is also confused and curious about the situation. In her heart, Wang Xinru secretly thinks that her brother must have used the spells of a cultivator. Otherwise, how could there be so many apples? Seeing his sister coming, Xiaoke awkwardly scratches his head. Wang Xinru doesn't ask her brother for the reason. After all, they are still being filmed, and she can't expose her brother's identity as a cultivator. She bends down and picks up the apples on the ground together with her brother. The two of them transport them back and forth, quickly filling the fruit basket. During the process, they encounter the Gu brothers. Gu Xinghe looks at the basket in Xiaoke's hand in astonishment. It's full of apples, probably weighing 20 caddies. Can Wang Xiaoke really carry it? Is he the reincarnation of Lu Zhishan, naturally strong? He even amuses himself with this thought. After exchanging greetings, the 4 of them separate. Just as Xiaoke and his sister are about to go back to pick apples, Bai Qianlan walks towards the group's fruit basket with Bai Xiaofei. She notices the Fatka group fruit basket out of the corner of her eye. The apples are already piled up like a mountain and about to overflow. On the other hand, their own basket is only half full. She frowns and observes the surroundings. Noticing that there is no one nearby, she reveals a mischievous smile. "Cameraman, can you help me get some medicine? I have a headache and it hurts. Do you have any painkillers?" Bai Qianlan covers her head and squats on the ground, weakly asking the cameraman. Seeing Bai Qianlan in this state, the cameraman also panics and quickly goes to the director's team to get medicine. The plan is successful. As soon as he leaves, Bai Qianlan quickly gets up and runs to the Fatka group fruit basket. She quickly picks up apples and puts them into the Fei group basket. After a while, when it's almost full, Bai Qianlan sneers. "Wang Xinru, you really have to thank me today, hee. Bai Xiaofei looks at his sister dumbfoundedly and mutters softly, "Sister, what we're doing is not right." Bai Qianlan glances impatiently at her brother. He immediately shuts his mouth and dares not say anything more. When the cameraman returns with the medicine, Bai Qianlan immediately squats on the ground. She pretends to tremble as she gets up. After taking the medicine, the cameraman kindly reminded her to sit down and rest. At this moment, Wang Xinru and her younger brother came with a fruit basket. When they reached the basket, Xiaoke was stunned. The pile of apples that were just sticking out a moment ago was now only half a basket. Xiaoke noticed Bai Qianlan standing nearby and gave her a strange look. He remembered that the Feifei group only had half a basket of apples a moment ago, but now it was almost full. This strange change made it hard not to suspect her. Wang Xinru also noticed that something was wrong. She looked serious and walked slowly towards Bai Qianlan. Why did you steal the apples from our group? Because your group is slow, so you chose to take shortcuts? These words instantly angered Bai Qianlan, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Wang Xinru, I respect you, but that doesn't mean you can accuse me at will. Which eye of yours saw me stealing your group's apples? Don't make baseless accusations, everything should be based on evidence. Bai Xiaofei on the side was a little scared, hiding behind his sister and not daring to look up. Xiaoke frowned angrily, thinking to himself, this woman is really bad. Wang Xinru was really angry with these words. She instructed the cameraman next to Bai Qianlan, play back the video from earlier. The cameraman obediently picked up the camera and played back the video. In the video, Bai Qianlan said she had a headache. Then the video jumped to after she took the medicine. It was clear that a part of the video was missing. Wang Xinru frowned. It was estimated that during this time, Bai Qianlan secretly moved the apples. But no matter how she questioned her, Bai Qianlan denied it. And she really had no evidence. This made Wang Xinru very angry. Just as the two of them were arguing, a tall figure walked towards them from a distance. She had a cold temperament and a natural sense of nobility. Every move she made showed her heroic and elegant demeanor. Xiaoke excitedly shouted at her, second sister, why are you here? Hearing this, everyone looked at the woman. Wang Xinru was also surprised by the appearance of her second sister. Wang Ying stared at Bai Qianlan without blinking, her steps steady and powerful. When she approached, she raised her hand and slapped her. Smack! The crisp sound of the slap echoed in the orchard. This slap left Bai Qianlan dumbfounded, her cheek quickly swelling. After reacting, she felt both embarrassed and angry. How dare you hit me? Smack! Another loud slap, the other half of her face also swelled up. Bai Qianlan completely lost her composure and pounced on Wang Ying with her teeth and claws. Smack! Wang Ying, who was already an internal martial artist, used a little force and directly slapped her to the ground. You have no shame, you deserve to be hit. As a member of the Wang family, how dare you provoke me? Xiaoke raised his thumb and praised his second sister, his eyes full of admiration. The director and other staff quickly arrived at the scene. Looking at the disheveled Bai Qianlan, Director Hua was somewhat at a loss. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. Stop filming. Director Hua communicated with the various departments and instructed all the teams to stop the competition. Wang Ying ignored everyone and turned around to pick up her younger brother. Her cold face turned into a gentle smile. Little brother, do you miss your sister? Xiaoke sweetly smiled and nodded repeatedly. At this time, Wang Siki and the others also came to Xiaoke's side. It was only then that Xiaoke realized that his sisters had come. He hadn't expanded his spiritual consciousness before, so he didn't know that his sisters had come. The whole family surrounded Xiaoke, all with smiles on their faces. Little brother, seventh sister came all the way to find you. Shouldn't you reward her? Wang Siki raised her hand and pointed to her own cheek, as if hinting at something. On the side, Shi Yuehao stood in front of his daughter and said to his son, baby boy, daddy came all the way here. Shouldn't you also reward daddy with a kiss? No. Xiaoke shook his head like a tambourine. Wang Lele covered her mouth and laughed, suddenly realizing that her usually dignified and serious father had become much more childish. The whole family was happy, and no one paid attention to Bai Qianlan lying on the ground. Seeing her sister being hit, Bai Xiaofei burst into tears. Instantly attracted everyone's attention. Hua Dao sent someone to help Bai Qianlan, and then asked about the reason. Who knew she shook off the staff's hand and angrily pointed at the Wang family. You guys attacked me for no reason, I'm going to call the police. Wang Ying turned her head, and then she took out her phone and played a video for everyone. It was a bit blurry due to the distance, but everyone could still see Bai Qianlan's actions after the cameraman left. In the video, she put the apple from Wang Xinru's group into her own group. Wang Ying crossed her arms and said indifferently, as public figures, we should restrain our behavior even more. This video is also evidence of your theft. If you want to call the police, you can, it was me who used force. This made Hua Dao even more uneasy. Why did Bai Qianlan provoke them for no reason? If these big shots lift a finger, your entertainment career will be over. Wang Siki turned her head first, her beautiful eyes revealing a coldness. Facing her gaze, Bai Qianlan felt a chill down her spine. Wang Xinru stepped forward to stop her sisters, and then took out her phone to make a call. Soon, a surprised voice came from the other end of the phone. Xinru, why did you think of calling me? I saw that you went to the Magic City recently, and now. Wang Xinru interrupted him. Mr. Zhang, is Bai Qianlan one of your artists? Cancel Yaoxing Culture Entertainment Company's rights and resources for her. The man on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned, and then asked in confusion, did she provoke you? Okay, I understand. Click, the phone hung up, and Bai Qianlan and the director and others were dumbfounded. Yaoxing Culture Entertainment Company is Bai Qianlan's signing company. It is said that their company's boss is surnamed Zhang. Could it be that Wang Xinru contacted their company's boss? If a popular actress is exposed with negative information, the consequences would be unimaginable. If she loses her resources, her entertainment career will truly come to an end. This leading actress seems to be serious. Bai Qianlan felt like she had fallen into an ice cellar, her previous anger turning into fear. She wanted to rank higher, and had no intention of provoking Wang Xinru, but she seemed to have gone too far. But just because of this small dispute, was it necessary to suppress her? Before she could even recover, her phone in her pocket suddenly rang. It was a call from her agent. She tremblingly answered the phone, and a loud female voice entered her ears. Bai Qianlan, what have you done? The boss found me and said he wants to cancel all resources for you. Come back to me quickly. Click, the phone was hung up, and she looked dazed, her eyes completely dim. Hua Dao, I'm quitting the program recording. Bai Qianlan said weakly. The others gasped in disbelief, unable to believe this result. A phone call from Wang Xinru made the popular actress Bai Qianlan voluntarily quit the program. How terrifying is the power behind her? Hua Dao, as an industry insider, naturally knew that she had a lot of influence in the entertainment industry. But he underestimated Wang Xinru. He didn't expect her to be able to contact the CEO of Yaoxing. The other groups came to the scene with confusion. Looking at the listless Bai Qianlan and the Wang family, they were puzzled. Hua Dao respectfully came to Shi Yuehao's side and whispered, General Shi, please step aside, we need to record the competition results. The Wang family nodded slightly and walked out of the orchard together. Bai Qianlan hung her head, her nails deeply embedded in her palms. Deep regret filled her heart. Hua Dao cleared his throat and spoke to everyone. The competition is over, now let's evaluate the results of each group. The staff came forward to count the number of apples in each group's basket. After a while, Hua Dao announced, the Feifei group violated the rules and took the apples from the Ponca group without permission. So the Feifei group will deduct 100 apples, and the Ponca group will add 100 apples. Every 10 apples count as 1 point. 5th place, Xianyu group, 182 apples. 4th place, Feifei group, 196 apples. 3rd place, Team Zichuan, with 248 points. 2nd place, Team Xuanxing, with 270 points. 1st place, Team Ponca, with 388 points. The announcement of the results brought both joy and worry to the participants. Especially Xia Chang'e, who looked extremely desolate upon learning that her team was in last place. Hua Dao and the director's team gathered together, seemingly discussing something. With one team missing, how will the next competition proceed? Our plans have been disrupted, we'll have to find other guests, but it might take some time. We have 2 days of footage now, why don't we? Finally, Hua Dao looked at everyone with a complex expression and let out a long sigh. He turned around and faced the teams. Due to special circumstances, Team Feifei will temporarily withdraw from the program. The original plan was to record for 5 days, but due to the lack of guests, we will end it earlier. After editing the footage, it will be broadcasted as usual. Once the new guests arrive, we will proceed with the recording of the wilderness survival. After saying that, everyone was stunned, especially the members of the late arriving team, who had no idea what had happened. Everything was fine just now, why did Team Feifei suddenly announce their withdrawal? Xiaoke blinked her eyes, her mouth slightly open. Sister, can we go home now? Wang Xinru gently rubbed her brother's head and replied with a faint smile. Of course, the director said so himself. We can go home. But in a week, we still have to go and record the wilderness survival. This was only the first episode. Xiaoke narrowed her eyes and said cheerfully, okay. Since the recording was over, there was no need for them to stay here. Wang Xinru held her brother's hand and walked towards the exit. Halfway there, Bai Qianlan quickly blocked their path. Perhaps she was too excited, her body trembled slightly. Her eyes instantly turned red, tears flowing freely as if they were free. This scene puzzled the uninformed few even more. Thump. Bai Qianlan knelt down, enduring the waves of sourness that came from her nose, and said with tears streaming down her face, Wang Xinru, I'm sorry, please spare me. If I lose the company's resources, my entertainment career will be over, my life will be over. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Everyone stared at that figure, and Hua Dao helplessly uttered, if only I had known, why did you have to act like a demon? The other celebrity guests looked at the scene in astonishment, feeling that it was somewhat unreal. Could someone tell them what had happened? This was too sudden, right? Seeing her pitiful appearance, Xiaoke couldn't bear it. He tugged at Wang Xinru's clothes and said, Fifth sister, she's so pitiful. Although she did something wrong, she didn't harm us. Let's spare her this time. Wang Xinru looked at Bai Qianlan in front of her, stroked her cheek, and pondered for a moment. After a long time, she gently opened her lips. Get up. You should be grateful that my little brother is kind-hearted. Bai Qianlan suddenly looked up, revealing a face full of tear stains. Wang Xinru, you're willing to forgive me? She seemed to see a glimmer of hope, and her disgust towards Wang Xiaoke completely disappeared. Wang Xinru shook her head and responded calmly, I can take back my command, but you were in the wrong first, so you must be punished. Her heart skipped a beat. In these 2 minutes, Bai Qianlan's mood was like riding a roller coaster. You have to apologize publicly on Vlog and apologize to my little brother. Bai Qianlan's face stiffened. She had 20 million fans, and if she apologized to Wang Xiaoke in front of so many fans, it would definitely cause controversy. Not only that, her reputation would also suffer a huge blow, and the haters wouldn't miss this opportunity. Hearing her silence, Wang Xinru's eyes gradually turned cold. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? Afraid of losing face? Upon hearing these words, Bai Qianlan seemed to have made up her mind and nodded heavily. I'm willing to apologize publicly. Thank you, Xinru, for forgiving me. What's the point of losing face? What's more important than her own stardom? Wang Xinru waved her hand and responded perfunctorily. Don't thank me. If it weren't for my younger brother's plea, even if you kneel for a lifetime, it would be useless. From now on, put away your bad intentions, or I can ruin your reputation at any time, understand? Her voice was not loud, but it shook her to the core. Bai Qianlan looked at Xiaoke with a softer gaze, filled with genuine gratitude. She forced herself to stand up and led Bai Xiaofei to leave the orchard slowly. At this moment, the other guests finally reacted. Xia Chang'e secretly rejoiced that the recording had stopped, so she didn't have to stay in a rundown house anymore. Was this a blessing in disguise? The production team cleaned up the venue, and the guests from each group followed the program team to leave the place. Wang Xinru and her brother were preparing to return home in their own car. As they walked out of the orchard, Xiaoke and his sister joined their family. Sure Yuehao happily picked up his son and asked curiously, Son, is recording variety shows fun? After thinking for a moment, Xiaoke replied in a childish voice, It's fun, but fifth sister always drags me down during the competitions. And fifth sister can't cook, we almost starved. Chen Hui, who was standing nearby, frowned and sternly reprimanded Wang Xinru. After you come back this time, go learn cooking from Aunt Lan, cook for yourself. You brought Xiaoke to record a variety show, and you want to starve your younger brother? Sure Yuehao burst into laughter, and the other sisters couldn't hide their amusement. Wang Siki and Wang Lele sarcastically said, Oh, fifth sister can't cook? Really, making your younger brother suffer with you. Wang Xinru raised her fist in anger and threatened the cute baby in her father's arms. Little brother, how dare you expose your sister's secrets? Watch how I deal with you. Hearing fifth sister's threat, Xiaoke didn't take it seriously and deliberately stuck out his tongue at her. The family got into the car and hurriedly drove back to the small village. Arriving at the guest house, the sisters looked at each other. They were all going home now, but they all wanted to ride in the same car as their younger brother. With so many people in the Wang family, one car wouldn't be enough. After discussing, Xiaoke, his parents, second sister, and fifth sister rode in one car. Wang Siki reluctantly sat in the Maserati, secretly thinking to herself, if her younger brother hadn't notified the family when he came back, then he would belong to her alone. She rubbed her forehead and felt regretful. Why didn't she think of it earlier? Several cars started at the same time, and there was a burst of noise near the guest house. Nearby villagers came out to see what was happening, only to see the luxury cars gradually leaving the village. A sturdy woman asked the villagers, Has anyone seen my rooster from my house? I walked around the village twice and couldn't find it. Looking out of the car window, Xiaoke glanced at the scenery along the road. Suddenly, a fluffy thing crawled onto his head. Sure Yuehao frowned and lifted the little black thing off his son's head. Woof! Little Black had been sleeping soundly in the trunk all the way, and it probably just woke up. It could sleep for 20 hours out of the 24 hours in a day. If it didn't look like a dog, everyone would suspect it was a pig. Can a normal dog sleep for such a long time? Little Black, Captain Lao Bai, I advise you to put me down quickly. Sure Yuehao smiled faintly and casually threw Little Black back into the trunk. Second Lieutenant, what the F***ck are you doing in Italy? A deep male voice sounded, surprisingly sure Yuehao's exclusive ringtone. He took out his phone in confusion. When he saw the Kyoto number on the screen, he became serious and solemn. Xiaoke curiously looked at his father, not knowing what had happened. After lowering the volume of the phone, Sure Yuehao put it to his ear and answered the call. General Sure Yuehao. A faint female voice came from the phone, like a mosquito. The volume was very low, but with Xiaoke's keen senses, he could still hear it clearly. After a pause, the woman on the other end of the phone continued, I am Chiu Tong. His Royal Highness the Third Prince wants to invite you and General Wang Ying to meet in Kyoto. Sure Yuehao's eyebrows furrowed. Are you from the Third Prince's side? Tell them that Wang and I will go to the capital tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, he sighed deeply, his eyes filled with complex emotions. If the Third Prince wanted to see him, it must be to win him over. With several princes vying for the throne, the royal family is in chaos. Even the troubled border regions are not being properly controlled. In addition, he is about to be appointed as a general, so he will definitely be persuaded to take a side. Xiaoke's pupils flickered with determination. He had read modern history books and naturally knew who the prince was. He was the son of the ruler of Huaxia. But why would such a powerful person want to see his father and second sister? Putting aside his thoughts, Xiaoke stopped thinking about it. As long as it doesn't affect him and his family, it has nothing to do with him. Xiao He jumped onto Xiaoke's head from the trunk again, then jumped into his arms. It would take several hours to reach the Magic City by car. During the journey, Xiaoke fell asleep in his mother's arms. Xiao He was dozing off on his master's body when suddenly a big hand lifted it into the air. Sure Yuehao casually threw it, and Xiao He flew back into the trunk. The group continued on their way to the Magic City. In the Imperial Palace of Kyoto. Inside the Jile Palace, an elegant woman approached the Third Prince and respectfully reported, Third Prince, Sure Yuehao and Wang Ying will come to see you tomorrow. The handsome man sitting on the palace chair smiled faintly, then looked at the photo on the table. It was a young man in white robes, with a handsome appearance and an otherworldly temperament, like an immortal. If I can win over these two, the chances of succeeding to the throne will be greater. Unfortunately, there is no news of this mysterious person. If I had his assistance, what can Mo Yi and Mo Lanchan do to compete with me? He stared at the photo on the table, his veins popping on his wrist. How is it on my father's side? Xiu Tong bowed and answered, things are progressing smoothly on the ruler's side. It can probably last for another 3 months. There is news that Mo Yi will take the little princess to M country to attend an international conference tomorrow. Hearing this, a sinister smile appeared on the man's face. The position of the ruler is within his grasp. As for Mo Yi, he is just a waste. On the other side, the top international assassination organization, Black Robe, received a commission. Kidnap Wang Wenya. The mission fee is as high as 2 billion. The high-level officials who received the mission immediately gathered information about Wang Wenya and sent assassins secretly to M country. The Black Robe organization dispatches assassins according to the commission provided. If the assassin dies, it is considered a mission failure, and the client needs to compensate double the amount. Previously, when the mission to assassinate Wang Xiaoke was issued, the Kyoto Wang family only offered a commission of 10 million, and the assassin sent out that time was an internal martial artist. This time, the Wang family offered a commission that was 20 times higher. The Magic City, a charming metropolis. The lanes were bustling with traffic, and the streets were filled with people. Looking into the distance, skyscrapers stood tall, exuding prosperity from every corner. Wang family mansion. The gatekeeper noticed a convoy of luxury cars approaching and quickly stood up to look. When he realized it was the Wang family's vehicles, he immediately opened the mansion gate. In the middle of the road, Xiao Lu was diligently sweeping the pavement. He swept the fallen leaves into a pile, and then heard the sound of cars approaching. Just as he looked up, several cars whizzed past him, scaring him into quickly stepping aside. After the cars passed, he looked at the scattered leaves on the ground and fell into deep thought. The convoy parked at the entrance of the villa, and the Wang family members got out of the cars one by one. At this time, Xiaoke was obediently sleeping in Sure Yuehao's arms, with one little foot restlessly sticking out. The women walked up to open the door, and Sure Yuehao walked lightly, afraid of waking his son. Creak! Just as they pushed open the villa door, they saw Wang Ying sitting on the seat in the hall. The women's faces showed an awkward smile as they walked into the hall. Wang Ying's face was as cold as water, and when she stood up, she angrily said to the women, "My dear sisters, why did you all come back together?" She first looked at Wang Lele. Eighth sister, weren't you supposed to go to Linjiang for a performance? You're so young, but you're quite good at telling lies. Under the gaze of third sister, Wang Lele felt a little embarrassed and lowered her head. Then, she walked towards Wang Xinru. Why are you taking your brother to film variety shows? Entering the entertainment industry means becoming a public figure and losing your freedom. You don't even dare to show your face casually, and you want your brother to be like you? Wang Xinru blushed and dared not respond, only nodding repeatedly. Wang Yingying continued walking towards Wang Siki, completely ignoring Wang Ying in the middle. She was angry, but she didn't dare to confront her second sister. Seventh sister said she was at the company, but does this outfit look like something you would wear at the company? A white base hoodie and a bright red jacket, is this your professional attire? Wang Siki thought to herself that things were not looking good. She didn't expect her third sister to observe so carefully, and she had been careless. Sure Yuehao walked into the hall carrying Xiaoke, followed closely by Chen Hui. Wang Yingying leaned forward and immediately noticed the small figure in her father's arms. She was both excited and moved, quickly walking up to her father to confirm, is he my little brother? Sure Yuehao and Chen Hui exchanged smiles and nodded at her. Wang Yingying approached to take a look. The little boy in her father's arms was wearing a green cartoon jacket and simple black sweatpants. He was chubby, with a small and delicate mouth, and his fair skin was as smooth as jade. He looked like a porcelain doll when he slept with his eyes closed. Especially the baby fat on his face, it made people want to pinch it. Little brother is so cute, let me hold him. Sure Yuehao carefully handed his son to Wang Yingying, with very gentle movements. After receiving her brother, she looked at him with a doting expression, feeling extremely happy. Even though her arms were sore from holding her brother, she couldn't bear to let go. Perhaps sensing something, Xiaoke made a soft hum and rubbed against her chest. The tingling sensation spread throughout her body, instantly making Wang Yingying's cheeks turn red. The fragrance of orchids lingered around Xiaoke's nose. He wriggled his body, raised his chubby little hand to rub his eyes, as if he had just woken up. When Xiaoke opened his eyes, he saw a beautiful sister in front of him. The two of them, one big and one small, looked at each other without saying a word. Xiaoke blinked his eyes, feeling puzzled. He didn't recognize the beautiful sister in front of him, so how did he end up in her arms? Regaining his senses, he poked his head out and looked around. Noticing the familiar villa hall, he realized that he was already home. Wang Yingying, with a doting expression, softly asked him, Xiaoke, do you know who I am? If you guess correctly, there will be a reward. Xiaoke stared blankly at her, then turned his head to look at the family in the hall. Are you my sister? He naively replied, his voice soft and tender. A faint smile appeared in Wang Yingying's eyes. Little brother got it right, I am your third sister. So, what reward does little brother want? Xiaoke's eyes curved into a smile as he happily replied, I want fried chicken, cola, milk tea, hamburgers, chicken legs, French fries. Hearing this, Wang Yingying's mouth twitched as she looked at everyone with a strange expression. Do you usually let him eat these things? Wang Siki immediately shook her head in denial, and the others also waved their hands. After putting Xiaoke down, Wang Yingying turned around and made a phone call. Soon, two old men in mysterious robes entered the hall carrying two giant objects covered in red cloth. When they arrived in front of everyone, the two old men gently placed the objects down. Xiaoke wrinkled his nose and muttered to himself, these two old men are masters. After understanding the difference between martial artists and cultivators, he could also distinguish the strength of martial artists. Wang Yingying gently stroked her brother's head and pointed to the two pieces of red cloth. Little brother, these are the gifts that sister prepared for you. Quickly uncover them and take a look. The little boy happily ran forward and, in front of everyone's eyes, pulled off the red cloth. The objects were revealed, instantly leaving the Wang family stunned. What is this? Xiaoke looked at the two statues in front of him with excitement, hugging them happily and refusing to let go. The two statues appear to be 1 meter tall, carved from giant stones, and each weighing at least 5,000 kilograms. Even someone like Sure Yuehao, a martial artist with internal strength, would be intimidated by this weight. He secretly speculated that the two people brought by San Yata were likely to be grandmaster experts. Chen Hui walked forward to carefully examine them, wondering what her son found amusing. Son, what are these two pigs? The statues were intentionally colored and indeed resembled pigs. Chen Hui was very puzzled as to why her son liked such ugly statues. Xiaoke pouted and explained, these are not ordinary pigs. They are Pig 1 and Pig 2 from Pig Out. Upon hearing his brother's explanation, Wang Siki lightly tapped her forehead and said, no wonder it looks familiar, it turns out to be a character from an animated series. Wang Lele's mouth twitched, speechless. Who would give a gift like a pig statue? Are the thought processes of top designers really this peculiar? Wang Yingying walked forward and leaned in to whisper in Xiaoke's ear, I heard that you love watching animated series. Do you like the gift your sister gave you? I like it. Xiaoke tiptoed and pecked his sister's face twice. This scene struck Wang Lele like a thunderbolt, causing a huge wave to surge in her heart. She had given him 2 helicopters, but he had never kissed her. Yet, her third sister gave him 2 stone pigs, and he willingly gave her kisses? Times have changed. Wang Yingying pinched her brother's cheek and couldn't stop smiling. It seemed like she had thought of something, as Xiaoke hurriedly ran upstairs. In no time, he returned to the group holding a blue jade pendant. Sister, this is the gift Xiaoke is giving you. Remember to always wear it. Wang Yingying received the jade pendant in surprise, rubbing it between her fingers, feeling deeply moved. Not only is her brother cute, but he is also so thoughtful, really well behaved. In the end, the 2 statues were placed at the entrance of the villa, one on each side. However, they looked a bit strange. During dinner time, the family sat at the table and enjoyed each other's company, full of joy. Chen Hui sat next to her son, constantly putting food into his bowl. Xiaoke's mouth was stuffed, like a little hamster. At this time, Wang Siki informed Wang Yingying about her brother's identity as a cultivator. She also explained his special abilities to her. When Wang Yingying heard that her brother could fly, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. 7th sister, are you still half asleep? A 6-year-old child can fly, so can't the dogs at home become spirits? At this moment, Xiao He ran into the hall from outside the villa, taking small steps towards his doghouse. Xiao He, hi there. Wang Siki had already anticipated that her third sister wouldn't believe her, so she looked at Xiaoke, who was eating heartily. Little brother, show your third sister your abilities as a cultivator. He raised his head, blinked his big eyes, and happened to see the dog not far away. Xiao He! Xiaoke called out in a childish voice, and halfway through, Xiao He froze in place, turning its head towards its little master. Wang Yingying looked at her brother in confusion, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, he noticed that purple lightning arcs were emanating from his chubby fingers. The lightning arcs seemed to appear out of thin air, but they were real and powerful, appearing at his fingertips as if they possessed immense power. Thunder-inducing finger. The lightning arcs gradually condensed into the shape of a snake, twisting its body and shooting out like lightning. Xiao Hei's fur stood on end, and it immediately turned around and ran away, but its speed couldn't compare to the lightning snake. The attack instantly hit its buttocks, causing Xiao He to jump 2 meters high, howling in pain as it fled the area. This magical scene made everyone stop in their tracks, astonished as they looked at the adorable little child. Compared to the others, Wang Yingying was even more shocked. She never expected that her brother could control thunder and lightning. Even Mu Laoer didn't have such abilities. Xiao He crawled back into its doghouse, using its paws to soothe its injured buttocks. Xiao He, I'm $$ $full. Xiaoke quickly ran back to his room and locked the door. It's been too long since he focused on cultivation. He can't let his sisters distract him today. He secretly thought, tomorrow, I need to set up a gathering spirit formation in the estate and then refine the marrow cleansing pill. The marrow cleansing pill is for the sisters to cultivate as well. The spirit gathering array can actively attract nearby spiritual energy and increase the concentration of spiritual energy in the array, which is very beneficial for cultivation. Thinking of this, Xiaoke turned around and jumped onto the bed, then activated the chaotic fusion heaven technique and began to cultivate. In the sky, a bright moon remained unchanged for eternity, and the moonlight fell like silver frost, making everything hazy. Early morning. The boy's spiritual energy circulated around his body, shimmering with a milky white light. Suddenly, he opened his tightly closed eyes, and a sharp light flashed in his pupils. The fourth sister is in danger. He frowned and muttered to himself. Then Xiaoke closed his eyes and carefully sensed the fluctuations of the jade pendant. In Country M, Washington, the International Education Research Center is located in the city center. It is a grand and magnificent giant building. In the president's office on the top floor, Wang Wenyao was browsing computer files with a tired expression. Bang! There was a loud noise, and the door was directly blasted into pieces. 3 figures flew into the room, blood gushing out from their necks like a spring, already dead beyond death. This sudden scene frightened Wang Wenyao, causing her face to pale. The 3 people in front of her were the martial bodyguards she had hired at a high price, but now they died in such a tragic way in front of her. What's going on? Before she could react, a sneer came from the doorway. Hee, offering 2 billion for a woman, this mission is really easy. 2 masked black-robed figures broke into the room and looked around recklessly. Noticing the iconic black robes, Wang Wenyao's voice trembled. Are you from the Black Robe Organization? Her face turned pale, and she threatened with suppressed fear. Daring to openly kill in the city, aren't you afraid of the security bureau causing trouble for you? The 2 men walked slowly, and the cold aura emanating from them sent chills down her spine. Ha, the security bureau of Country M. What can they do if I capture you now? One of them sneered, reaching out to grab Wang Wenyao. Buzz! An invisible force blocked his palm, preventing him from moving forward even a bit. Phantom, why aren't you attacking? The other black-robed figure urged him, then also reached out, but the result was surprisingly the same. Whenever their palms approached her, they would be blocked by an inexplicable force, which was extremely strange. Damn, could it be some kind of treasure? Phantom raised his right fist and struck towards Wang Wenyao, with a powerful momentum causing a strong wind to blow in the room. Her delicate body trembled, and she closed her eyes in fear, silently thinking of her younger brother at home. Buzz! The jade pendant worn by Wang Wenyao suddenly burst into a dazzling light. The fist struck against the invisible barrier, and the powerful impact made his arm numb. She slowly opened her eyes and was surprised to find that the fist did not land on her. Blood Blade, this woman is strange. That mysterious power can actually block a master's attack. Behind the mask, no one could see the solemn expression on Bloodblade's face. He drew a blood-colored long sword from under his robe, and his aura gradually rose. Phantom looked at Bloodblade in astonishment and shouted loudly, "What are you doing? Don't kill her, the employer wants her alive." When Bloodblade's aura reached its peak, a sharp killing intent emanated from him. Wind-breaking slash. With a roar, the blood-colored long sword slashed towards Wang Wenyao with the force of thunder. With this sword, even alloy steel could be easily cut, and even a steel tank could leave a mark. The sword drew closer, enlarging in Wang Wenyao's pupils. Suddenly, the jade pendant emitted a brilliant light, forming a defense around her. The sword struck against the barrier, and the powerful spiritual energy fluctuations shattered the windows in the room. The two energies confronted each other, entering a stalemate. Wang Wenyao looked at the sword blade that was just inches away from her, her mind in chaos. Noticing the light emanating from her chest, she instinctively covered it. In that position, the jade pendant given to her by her younger brother was hanging. Could it be her brother? Seeing this scene, Phantom immediately leaped into the air, exerting all his strength, and threw a punch. Shadow Fist. Under the attacks of two grandmasters, the barrier fluctuated violently, clearly falling into a disadvantage. Crack! A crack appeared in the jade pendant, instantly erupting with a terrifying surge of spiritual power. The powerful impact sent all three people flying. Wang Wenyao was enveloped in a gentle spiritual power and only fainted. The two black-robed figures twisted their bodies in the air and slid several meters after landing. Despite the surging of their blood and chi, they had at least successfully completed the mission. Take her away, the ghostly voice said coldly, and then the two lifted Wang Wenyao and headed towards the exit. Along the way, there were bodies of security personnel everywhere, and the ground was soaked in blood. As they walked out of the gate, the vicinity was already surrounded by special forces, with dozens of police cars blocking the exit, countless gun barrels pointed at the two. A high-ranking military officer shouted at them, "Criminal, you are surrounded, release the hostage and surrender immediately. If you don't cooperate, we will shoot immediately." The two laughed arrogantly as if they had heard the most ridiculous joke. Hee, these fools actually think they can kill us with firearms and ammunition. A bunch of ants. Soon, dozens of bodies appeared on the ground, with limbs and arms scattered everywhere. The scene was terrifying and bloody. By the time the agents from the security bureau arrived, the black-robed figures had already left the area. Shanghai Wang family. Xiaoke suddenly opened his eyes in panic and jumped out of bed. The ordinary jade pendant couldn't withstand his spiritual power and was actually shattered by the power of the Grandmaster. The only thing worth celebrating was that his spiritual power still remained in the jade pendant. He could still sense his sister's location for the time being, but why would a Grandmaster attack his sister? What exactly happened? Without much thought, Xiaoke hurriedly ran downstairs. Regardless, his fourth sister's situation must be very dangerous, even similar to what happened to his second sister not long ago. Thinking back to what happened to his second sister, Xiaoke felt a wave of fear. He silently prayed that his fourth sister would not be in danger. When he arrived at the entrance of the villa, Xiaoke also picked up the sleeping dog. Xiao Hei was awakened and stared at his young master with round eyes. "Xiao Hei, my fourth sister is in danger. Do you want to go save her with me? If you want to go, bark once. If you don't bark, it means you want to go." Xiao Hei, damn, this familiar feeling again. As soon as the boy and the dog stepped out of the door, Xiaoke suddenly remembered something. He turned around and went back to the room to fiddle with something, then ran back to the entrance of the villa. "Xiao Hei, let's go." Woof! Xiaoke summoned Jinwu and leaped into the air with the dog in his hand. With a slight movement of his mind, Jinwu immediately flashed to his feet. "This way, charge!" Xiaoke shouted, and the flying sword carried him and Xiao Hei straight into the sky. At this time, it was still dark, and no one noticed that Xiaoke had already left Shanghai. Several hours later, The members of the Wang family gradually gathered downstairs, and Lan Auntie also brought breakfast to the table. Shi Yuehao scanned his daughters and felt that something was missing. He suddenly slapped his forehead and asked Chen Hui, who was beside him, "Where's our son?" Chen Hui finally realized that their son usually came downstairs for breakfast on time, but today there was no sign of him. Wang Yingying also noticed something was wrong and got up to go to her brother's room. When she arrived on the second floor and pushed open the door, her body suddenly stiffened. The whole room was empty. Where was her brother? Her beautiful eyes swept across the room and she walked slowly towards the table on the side. There was a note placed on the table, and she curiously looked at the words on the paper. "When my sisters see this letter, I have already gone out to play, don't look for me, I'll be back soon." Xiaoko, wavy dash. After reading the contents of the paper, she was instantly shocked and her hands and feet turned cold. She picked up the note and quickly walked downstairs, slamming it on the dining table. "Oh no, my brother has run away from home." Wang Yingying's shout instantly shocked everyone, even Lan Auntie wore a puzzled expression. Yesterday, the young master was fine, why did he run away from home today? Shi Yuehao quickly picked up the note and scanned it, then read its contents to everyone. Wang Ying's originally furrowed brow relaxed, and she said lightly, "My brother must have gone somewhere to play." Wang Siki twitched the corner of her mouth and couldn't help but realize how big-hearted her second sister was. She immediately stood up and spoke, "That's impossible. My brother left early in the morning and didn't say where he was going. Something must have happened. Last time, my brother wrote a letter and went out, and he stayed outside for a whole month before coming home." SSSHH. The Wang family gasped in shock. Shi Yuehao stood up with a serious expression and said to his daughters, "Quickly come with me to find him." Chen Hui reminded in a soft voice, "Don't forget, third prince asked you and second miss to go to Kyoto. We'll go find our son, you two go meet third prince." At this moment, Xiaoko was flying at high speed in the sky, with a vast ocean below. Looking down from thousands of meters high, the sea stretched endlessly, vast and boundless, with a few ships faintly visible. The breeze blew, creating rows of waves, and the sun shone on the water, reflecting a faint golden light. Xiao He stood on his master's shoulder, lowering his head to look at the blue sea, with a smile on his dog's face. "Strange, why is fourth sister moving towards us?" Xiaoko naively spoke, a hint of confusion added to his young face. He could feel the jade pendant getting closer and closer to him, moving towards him. And the jade pendant was moving fast, probably on an airplane. He bent down and suddenly accelerated. Xiao He slipped from his owner's shoulder and howled as he fell into the sea. "Woof! Xiao He, help me!" Xiaoko turned around in confusion to look, as if he had just heard Xiao He's scream. When he turned his head, the dog on his shoulder was nowhere to be found. "Where's Xiao He?" He immediately activated his spiritual sense and locked onto the dog that was free falling. With a slight thought, Jin Wu immediately changed direction and dove towards Xiao He. A cargo ship was sailing on the sea. On the deck, a board crew member stood at the bow, feeling the sea breeze. He looked up at the sky and suddenly exclaimed, "Holy shit, look, is that a person?" The shout instantly attracted the attention of other crew members, and they all looked in the direction he pointed. They saw a small figure falling vertically from high in the sky, as fast as an arrow. At this moment, Xiao He was falling rapidly, only a few hundred meters above the sea surface. It was about to fall into the sea, and it closed its eyes in fear, unable to look directly. In its heart, it had secretly cursed its young master 1,000 times. Swish! A breaking sound rang in Xiao He's ears, and it slowly decelerated while still falling rapidly. Opening its dog eyes, it was surprised to see its young master's sweet smile. Xiaoko put it back on his shoulder and immediately changed direction, climbing back up into the sky. The crew members on the cargo ship were all stunned, staring at the figure in awe. When the figure disappeared into the sky, they finally came to their senses. "Is that a flying immortal? What did I see? Was there a person flying? Holy shit, am I still asleep? Slap me. Illusion, it must be an illusion." At the same time, the highly anticipated PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds was scheduled to air at 9 o'clock today. Mo Du Xing Yun Company. In the office, Director Hua and the assistant director, producer sat together. As the time approached 9 o'clock, the three of them became more and more excited. Assistant Director Su Wenjun asked Director Hua, "Do we still need to buy Hot Search this time?" Director Hua intertwined his fingers and responded, "We definitely need to buy Hot Search, it will increase the viewership. I have already arranged for the entry of actress Wang Xinru's variety show, let's see how the data is today." The producer sitting on the side also agreed, "With Wang Xinru in this show, I can't imagine how high the popularity will be. I'm really looking forward to it." Finally, the time came to 9 o'clock. The first episode of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds was broadcasted on major streaming platforms and television channels. Just as it started, numerous small streaming platforms were overwhelmed. Major streaming software immediately dispatched personnel to maintain the playback channels to avoid server crashes. The 5 guests this time are all popular celebrities, with millions of fans each. Countless fans had been waiting on the front lines and immediately flooded in once it was released. The barrage of comments flew across the video, all from fans of various celebrities. First, the stars in the sky turn, and the stars in the human world are taken care of. Where is my wife, Shinru? I'm here. Shinru baby is the best. Woohoo, where is Xiaoka? Where is my goose? The barrage kept scrolling, with the highest number of comments related to Wang Xinru. She has the highest number of fans, and this is also Wang Xinru's variety show debut. Tens of millions of people are watching this variety show at the same time. The video started with the appearances of the guest groups one after another. When it was Wang Xinru and Wang Xiaoka's turn, countless viewers immediately exclaimed at their divine looks. Wow, Xinru's younger brother is so cute, I'm a fan. Why is Guxinghai a little chubby? He doesn't look like his brother at all. Fans of the Bai family, support by Qianlun. Xia Yuhua looks so gentle, the two sisters have the same temperament. Ji Luochuan is so handsome, my heart is beating so fast. Topics related to the variety show quickly became hot, and the number of viewers kept increasing. Soon, the first competition began. Watching a group of celebrities fishing with cute children was really funny. The celebrity guests in the video were accompanied by various cute special effects. Especially when Wang Xinru accurately hooked her brother twice in a row, the special effects team specifically added a bitter melon face effect to Xiaoka, making him look pitiful and very likable. Haha, does Xinru's wife want to use her brother as bait? I think she wants to throw Wang Xiaoka into the river to feed the fish, hee. When the video reached the part where Xiaoka caught a big fish, it shocked countless people, especially some experienced fishermen. They couldn't believe that a 6-year-old child could catch a fish weighing over 10 kilograms. 2 hours passed, and the variety show was also finished. The farce by Qianlun was edited out, and the news of the Feifei group quitting the recording was also released. Countless people flooded the comment section with barrage. The Fat Cook group is amazing, looking forward to the next episode. Wow, the director's group is heartless, look at how miserable my by Qianlun is, sob. Xiaoka is so cute, not only can he fish, but he also picks apples so fast, looking forward to the next episode. After the show was released, the hot search rankings were immediately occupied by several entries. Actress Wang Xinru's variety show debut. Wang Xinru, Wang Xiaoka, cute child, Wang Xiaoka. 6-year-old child catches a fish weighing over 10 kilograms. The director Hua Dao broke out in a cold sweat, and the assistants kept reporting the program's data to him. Director Hua, the ratings have exceeded 50 million, and the number of views has exceeded 200 million, and it is still rising. Currently, the highest popularity is Wang Xinru and her younger brother. Su Wenjun took a deep breath and smiled lightly at Hua Dao. Just as we expected, this data has broken the ratings record. By the way, how is it on the hot search rankings? An assistant quickly reported. The first place is Wang Xinru's variety show debut, the third place is Wang Xinru and her younger brother, the fourth place is Wang Xiaoka, and the fifth place is still Wang Xiaoka. Hua Dao's expression shook, and he confirmed with surprise. He knew that Wang Xiaoka had a good appearance and performance in the competition, but being able to occupy 2 hot search rankings in a row was enough to show that he had a great audience appeal. Su Wenjun smiled calmly. This Wang Xiaoka is extraordinary. In the future, he may become someone like Wang Xinru. Otherwise, shall we spend a lot of money to sign him? Hua Dao looked at Su Wenjun strangely and sneered. A lot of money? Do you want to compete with the Wang family to see who has more money? Haven't you seen his sisters? Any one of them can easily buy our company. Su Wenjun coughed twice and secretly thought. With this popularity, Wang Xiaoka will definitely gain countless fans. He may become the hottest child in the Chinese entertainment industry. At this moment, countless people have come to know Wang Xiaoka through the program. At the same time, Bai Qianlun suddenly posted a message on Vblog, publicly apologizing to Wang Xiaoka. From the words in the article, it can be seen that Bai Qianlun must have stolen something from Xiaoka during the variety show recording. Her comments section was instantly filled with numerous doubts and malicious insults. In Country M, QK Business Company. In the conference room, Wang Jiqiu crossed his legs and stared at the computer screen. The show Survival in the Wilderness was playing on it. The executives of the surrounding companies showed surprise and secretly speculated about the president's thoughts. Today's meeting was a bit strange, and the president, sitting in the main seat, had not announced the content of the meeting. They had been sitting here for an hour. Although they were puzzled, no one dared to ask this domineering president. Wang Jiqiu rhythmically tapped the table and unconsciously smiled. When the executives noticed this appearance, their faces turned pale. The usually serious and domineering President Wang was actually smiling? What exactly was President Wang watching? Kyoto, the Wang family. A group of middle-aged men sat in a circle, staring intently at Wang Xiaoka in the video. Wang Donghai took a deep breath and slowly spoke. Fourth brother will be crowned handsome, and all 4 of his daughters are like phoenixes. I think we should give up targeting the Wang family in the Magic City. And it seems that the patriarch intends to let Shi Yuehao return. He seems to have already learned about our plan. Wang Zhenghua snorted coldly. Could it be that father has become senile? Fourth brother violated the clan rules and made the entire Wang family a laughingstock in Kyoto. Could it be that we have to make the fourth brother's family move back to Kyoto? Hearing this, everyone fell into silence. Half an hour later, in the high altitude several thousand meters above the sea surface, Xiaoka opened his mouth wide and looked in astonishment at the coastline not far away. This seems like, where is it? Xiaoka pouted and recalled the world map he had seen. I remember, this seems like country R. But why did my sister stop in country R? He muttered to himself, then turned into a stream of light and flew towards the border of country R.